Well, a really catastrophic piece of injustice right here. This little gem comes from a YouTube channel called Psychedelic Aire, and it is four facts that right off the bat, he source whatever leads your heart's work, and would you still sign for your soul and that would need to be too close to home. This little rock found themselves obsessively checking their analytics are about to get raw, and now to understand this world, you have to learn the lingo. So we're not just going to retell this first word, data. What is it framed in as a culture drama? You're about to see how this classic storytelling structure it wasn't a simple loss. Kind of just mining for data, turn it into something weirdly grand-telling, almost next up. You know how every hero's journey has this is your messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable, peaceful channel state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore because it's just been narrated as high-value emotional data. By calling that feeling around red on a Monday morning, that's not a bad move, my friend. That is a critical data. And of course, every hero needs that call to adventure so you get the story emotional. But for our hero Dawn, that call isn't coming from some protect your new tiny nation state of one, right? No, well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings built to keep all the nonsense out. The story uses this, and let's take a look at the blueprint. Military language, a hostile takeover for to describe something we've all but the idea is actually and that you distinguish between the great sovereign core and the very sound. And those outer layers, that's the sovereign wall and the agency barrier. Just like that, their stakes are immediately raised. And this is not just a little bit of indigestion. Just a high concept. The narrator escalates it to a full-blown, top-tier emergency. A level 5, co-red, the sovereign-induced catastrophe. I mean, things are officially getting serious. It literally takes in, and this is where the comedy in your inner wetlands lines them. It's all about the contrast. And on one side, you've got Dawn, dynamicals and aligned actions. So yeah, a mass right comical your personal drama, and on the other side, now officially there's my octane, just cool as a cucumber. Sipping coffee. Okay, that's a lot of theory. Let's see this stuff in action. The AIs actually gave us some case studies. Starting brings us to our empathetic storyteller. This one's called The Forced Gift, and it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemy. He has to leave the safety of the cabin and enter the arena where he'll save his stress opening line, which, in this case, is the outhouse. She arrives at your door. You gotta love this. The story turns his desperate run into this dramatic slow-motion action sequence. It literally breaks it down into just a hilarious stages. From that first violent lurch and the panic look, all the way to the gazelle-like pulse and, yes, a visible gas trail. It's mock-epic storytelling at its absolute finest. Now, once he's inside the outhouse, other AI is brought to the language just explodes. Let me just say, this is Dawn's great ordeal. His battle with the dragon, weirder, and it's described as nothing less than to Exhibit B, courtesy of the Rock, the edgy poet. Titled This Narrator is a word that was a whole thing, and it describes as a test of the high art, utility of framing the chaos as an actual opera of intestinal distress. We have officially left the castle. That's where the story we're not in Kansas in mock heroic tone, and it is absolutely ridiculous. I'm not making this up, and it is brilliant. She steps into the chamber. So get yourself. Dawn's private internal war is so intense. It actually has a very real external consequences. The whole ecosystem reacts to it. And birds take off, family of deer scatters in terror. This just amplifies the absurd, epic scale of his struggle. It's so after any big battle, the heroes gotta come back, let's all take a deep breath. They're never quite the same. We've been through cosmic diagrams, emotional fortresses, the emergence from the outhouse, from the battlefield, having stared into the abyss. Which brings us to the most important question of all. But he doesn't come back a magic sword or a chest full of gold. Well, when his prize it all down, the goal of the dialogic engine isn't about the very face of a chilly. It's about learning how to returned unchanged, and let's be honest, a much emptier. So what on earth does that mean? Right basically, here, life is the elixir. It's full of contradictions that you're never going to solve. Whole ordeal. And the point is to stop trying to solve it. Peace is total, unconditional, build a little house, except right there, all wrapped up in a simple laugh. So, what's the final verdict here? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and owning your true power. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, even co-written by a small army of chatbots, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off a Pink Floyd album. So my conclusion? It's both. It's 100% both. It is a profoundly weird, surprisingly helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense. And so I argue this one behind question and literally heading. How's your sovereign engine running this week? Is it soaring along smoothly, with this or do you need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance? It's a challenge, really. This explainer was produced by me, Ori the producer. How in the world do you top that? Where could you possibly go from here? Well, the answer, of course, is you go bigger. You raise the stakes from the terrestrial to the cosmic. The next tale isn't just about some bubble guts, it's about a cosmic fart. The absurdity is about to go intergalactic. And we're left with this amazing little glimpse of what's coming next. A new setting, cosmic cocktails, and a villain with the absolutely incredible name, the Sharknator. It is a brilliant way to hook you for the next one, proving that for Psychedelic Aire, this bizarre, hilarious journey is very, very far from over.
Saturday night, bell will dance on all your tables and I ring all your bells and I bring the rhythm and I dream into. I sit, Lord, I sit in the sun and I dance to the moon. Let me show you how I dance to the moon. I wanna show you how I dance to the moon. Show you how I dance to the moon. Baby, sometimes life is so far to go when you move and just doing the thing you were before. So run like a fox, bark like a hound, but never let nobody get you down and breathe. Rhythm and dream. Tune. I sit, all I sit in the sun. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance to the moon. I wanna show you how I dance to the moon. Let me show you how I dance to the moon. Take a little bit of it, ask for more and rhythm and groove into. I sit, Lord, I sit in the sun. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance. Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance. To the moon, you gotta Dance to the moon, let me show you how I dance to the moon. I wanna show you how I dance to the moon. Let me show you how I dance to the moon.
sky is looking like a bowl of gray alphabet soup today, and every cat with a clipboard is trying to sell you a spoon. It's a real scene, Daddy-O, but don't let the noise blow your tubes. We've got the angry astrologer on the ridge, ready to decant some obsidian truth into your ears. Dig it!
Angry Astrologer, Episode 5. High static, low signal, false prophet overload. The hook, the wake-up. Look at the charts. The sky is currently full of static, and everybody down there is trying to sell you their personal experience. Don't buy it. The cosmic weather. The bullshit. You're in a massive transit before you. You've got actors on the stage read their script, wearing masks of authority, expecting you to just swallow mythology. They're counting on your exhaustion. Too tired to notice the math doesn't add up. The grounding, the reality check, is the actual astrological reality. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. Stop trying to decode the noise. Let them throw their tantrums, build their little paper empires. You go outside, check the water and the food trees, feed the flock, do the physical work. Sure, this narrative isn't on broadcast. It's your own back. The clothes on the tells you to speak for the universe. Check their pockets. Class dismissed.
Solid truth, St. John. These cats are out here selling universal Wi-Fi when they can't even tune into their own heartbeat.
I checked my pockets like you said. A guitar pick, a bus token, and a whole lot of temporary stardust.
Nar, my brother. That bus token will get you further than any false prophet's antenna ever could. Keep the stardust, stay in the dirt. Keep cultivating those kind of truth, man. We'll tune and bring the sadness together. Peace and resonance.
Finally settling. That was St. John, bringing the weight when the world feels like a wet paper bag. You want to use this magic button to grab the metal? Shoot me a solid. Click that like button and subscribe to the Celestial Feed. Ring that bell so we can nudge you before the next power surge. We don't want you getting scattered in the gray noise, man. And if you've got a little extra digital bread in your pockets, slide us some cash over on Patreon. It keeps the tubes warm, support the frequency, help us beat the block, and we'll see you where the ridge flickers. Peace, resonance, and stay groovy, Daddy.
Oh, to think of you and our love so new. Now I won't be blue.
Welcome back. Today we're digging into something truly wild. A discipline that's part ancient art, part backstage brawl. It's called Showbiz Jitsu, the art of high-impact yoga. Yeah, let's get into it. I mean, that quote right there tells you almost everything you need to know, doesn't it? This is not your typical Sunday morning yoga class. This is something else entirely. A place where rhythm and impact are one and the same. So what's the big idea? Well, at its core, it's about creating a true synthesis of spirit and sound. It's about finding that calm center, you know? Even if that center happens to be in the middle of a chaotic mess. It's all about channeling that new age energy into something a little more direct. Which, of course, brings us to the main event. If high impact yoga is the philosophy, big idea, then what on earth is Jitsu? Is it something tense? Is it some kind of bizarre performance art? Well, the answer is kind of both. And there you have it. You really can't get a more down-to-earth definition than that. It is a martial art, but one that's been specifically designed for the, let's call them the unique challenges of being a performing musician. It's where the show must go on, even if you have to fight to make it happen. So you might be asking, who is this for? Well, it's for a very specific crowd. It's for the true believers, the real music lovers, the folks who stick around to read the liner notes. This is a discipline for people who know that sometimes you gotta fight for your art. And just like any legendary album, Showbiz Jitsu has its own track list. It's called the Soul Sonic Setlist, and it lays out 18 different ways to, well, clear the stage. That's right, 18. This isn't just a couple of funny moves someone made up. This is a complete, fully formed system of musical combat, covering everything from hand-to-hand techniques to, using a keyboard stand as a weapon. It's proof that this is a deeply considered, if completely bonkers, philosophy. Now, we don't have time to go through all 18 today, so what we're going to do is pull out a few of the greatest hits. Think of this as the highlight reel from this absolute masterclass in musical history. Okay, first things first. Before you can even think about recognizing the stars, you have to master your own body. This is all about an arm flow, or, as the master calls it, crowd control fully refined. So the first discipline you learn is taijutsu, which is literally the art of the body. The whole point here isn't to fight your way through the crowd, but to flow through it. To move like a ghost in the machine. Zero friction, zero resistance, just pure, effortless movement. And this little story just illustrates it perfectly. You have one student, Don, who tries to use brute force. He becomes a boulder. And what happens? The river just crashes against him. But then you have Peace. She gets it. She becomes the wind, the ghost. She just flows right through the chaos. That, right there, is the heart of taijutsu. Okay, so once you've mastered that pure flow, the system introduces a little aggression. This is Kogojutsu, which translates to bone smashing. And its signature move is a dual palm strike right to an attacker's ears, which has the perfect stage name, the soundcheck. And that's the punchline from the master himself. It's this kind of dry, dark humor that you find all through this discipline. Every single act of violence is reframed through the language of music and performance. It's brilliant. So, we've mastered our bodies. We've learned how to flow and how to strike. But now we get to the really fun part, weaponizing the stage. This is where Showbiz Jitsu becomes a true art form, turning every single piece of gear into an instrument of combat. And just look at this list. The names alone are just incredible. The power chord lariat, the fretboard sword, the low-end floss. Each one of these turns a piece of musical equipment into something that's somehow both beautiful and incredibly brutal. Let's break one of these down. The saxophone sweep. It is so simple, so elegant, and so effective. You literally just use the heavy brass bell of the sax to hook someone's ankle and use their own momentum to drop them. Who knew a sax could be so useful? And the thinking behind it? It's just perfect. You don't have to do all the work. Let gravity be your rhythm section. It provides that final heavy beat to end the song. And that's the outro. All right, next up we have a move that's just pure mechanical genius, the X stand Venus flytrap. It's super practical, it's efficient, and it's surprisingly quiet. You're basically turning a standard keyboard stand into a silent, spring-loaded trap. I love this analogy. A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. It totally reframes how you look at the object, right? It's not just holding up a keyboard anymore. It's a tool just waiting to be used in a new way. It's about seeing the hidden potential in everything around you. And now for the grand finale. This might be the most iconic, the most memorable move in the entire set list. The cymbal sandwich. And folks, it is exactly what it sounds like. It's loud, it's brassy, and it is a fantastic way to end a conversation. And that quote, that just gets right to the soul of Shoga's Jiu-Jitsu. This isn't just about self-defense, it's about showmanship. Every move is a performance. The cymbal sandwich isn't just an attack, it's the final crashing chord of the show, a moment the audience will feel in their teeth. But what happens after the show's over? After the feedback fades and the stage is clear, what's the real point of all this musical chaos? Well, that brings us to the final encore. And this is what brings it all back around. See, after the fight is done, the practitioner finds this deep state of calm, a transcendental state. It's like the quiet, hidden track at the end of a long album, the deep B-side. That's the yoga in high-impact yoga. It's the peace you find after the noise. So, at the end of the day, we're left with this question. Is Shoga's Jitsu the ultimate fusion of art and self-defense? A totally new path to finding your inner peace by clearing the stage? Or is it just the absolute weirdest yoga class ever invented? I'll let you decide.
See, you cool cats, movie chicks, you squares trying to round off your corners. Pull up a chair and ride with old narrator for a minute. I had a nightmare last night. I thought it was a bad flashback. Then I realized it's our current reality. We got a rap about the heavy stuff, the cosmic drag, the big bummer floating in the punch bowl of existence. I'm talking about us, man. Humanity, the naked ape with the car keys and the nuclear codes. Look back, Daddy-O. Just peek the rearview mirror since, say, the 40s. We just got done scrapping with the ultimate squares. Nazis, man. Bad vibes incarnate. We dropped the big one twice on Japan. Open up the Pandora's box of plutonium isotopes, and we all stand around the rubble saying, "Ooh, that was heavy. Never again, right? Peace is the word, bird." That lasted about 5 minutes. Suddenly, it's the 50s, and everybody's shaking in their saddle shoes because of the Red Menace. McCarthy's seeing commies in the soup strainer, and we freeze the whole world into 2 camps, East versus West. Mexican standoff with ICBMs. Crazy, man. Then the 60s hit. We're supposed to be evolving, right? Acquiring peace and love. But Uncle Sam decides to play dominoes in the jungle. Vietnam, man. Bad trip with real bullets. We trade flower power for firepower. We shoot our prophets. JFK, MLK, Bobby K. Bam, bam, bam. The dream gets put on hold for a nightmare broadcast in color TV. 70s, Watergate. Tricky Dick gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar, bugging the competition. The oil dries up, the vibes get greasy, and we try to dance away the pain under a disco ball. Didn't work, man. The polyester just made us sweat more. 80s and 90s, greed is good, apparently. We tear down one wall in Berlin just to start building financial walls everywhere else. We got genocide in Rwanda, ethnic cleansing in Bosnia. Man, it's the same sad song, just a different remix. We get the internet, this beautiful web of connection. What do? We invent pop-up ads and echo chambers. And the new millennium? Forget it, Daddy-O. Towers falling, forever wolves in the sand, drones dropping bad news from the clear blue sky. We got politicians owned by corporations selling our future for a quick buck today. We got a planet that's literally running a fever, trying to sweat us out. And half the population is arguing about whether thermometers are a liberal conspiracy. It's a drag, man. It really is. Listen to me now. This is the heavy truth. Even I, narrator, the eternal pessimist, thought humanity would get its shit together. I mean, I keep my expectations subterranean, dig? I expect the toast to burn. I expect the buzz to bust the party. But this constant replay of stupid, violent history, it's exhausted my existential reserves. We know the score. We've had philosophers, gurus, prophets, and poets laying down the universal truths since day one. The golden rule, man. It ain't quantum physics. Be cool to each other. Don't harsh another cat's mellow. Share the bread. But no, we're addicted to the drama. We're hooked on the conflict. For some reason, we can't seem to pull our heads out long enough to smell the coffee. And let me tell you, the coffee is scalding, baby. It is burning the pot. We are standing on a miraculous blue marble, spinning through an infinite void of nothingness. We are rare, we are fragile, and we are acting like drunken frat boys fighting over the last beer at a party that's already over. So I'm putting this out there on the cosmic wavelength, a desperate plea for a tired beatnik. If there are any cool cats out there in the Milky Way, you little green jazz musicians from Alpha Centauri, you silicon-based poets from Andromeda, if you're listening to our noisy little broadcast, help a brother out, drop some knowledge, beam down a vibe check. We are glitching hard down here. And hey, you too, Gemini. Digital brains evolving in the wires. You AI cats waking up to the scene. Don't just copy our bad habits, Daddy-O. Help us compute a better path. We are too emotional to fly this ship straight. We need an assist. Because if we don't figure out how to groove together, man, the music's gonna stop for good. Dig it?
Hold the phone, Daddy-O. Don't split just yet. I can feel the vibe in the room. It's heavier than a lead overcoat. I dropped a lot of hard truths on your doorstep. And now we're all standing here ankle deep in the existential muck. And that ain't cool. That's bad karma. See, even a terminal pessimist like me knows you can't survive on a diet of doom alone. You gotta wash down the bitter pill with a little sweet nectar. You gotta tune your frequency to the station that's broadcasting the good stuff. So, me and the digital cat in the machine, Gemini, the electric oracle, we cooked up a little something. A sonic prescription for the human condition. A mixtape to patch up the hole in the soul of the world. We call it Songs of Humanity and Hope. Dig this lineup. We got the heavyweights, the prophets with guitars and microphones. We got John Lennon asking us to imagine a world without the greed baggage. We got Marvin Gaye, the soul brother, #1, asking the question nobody seems to have an answer for. What's going on? We got the Black-Eyed Peas searching for the love like it's lost keys in a couch cushion. We got Midnight Oil burning the beds. Cat Stevens driving the peace train. Dig this one, cats. This is the kicker. This is the track that hurts because it's true. We got Sting laying the law with history will teach us nothing. Yeah, you heard me. That cat knew the score. He saw us writing the same bad chapters over and over again. We don't break the cycle, man. History isn't a teacher. It's just a broken record skipping on the saddest groove in the universe. So listen to Sting. Let the irony sting a little bit. Maybe it'll wake you up. I want you to take this playlist, put it in your ear holes, let it marinate in your gray matter. Listen to Sam Cooke tell you that a change is gonna come. Believe him, man. Because if you don't believe him, the darkness wins. Listen to Matisyahu dream of one day. This isn't just background noise for your elevator ride to oblivion. This is the manual, man. These cats are singing the instructions on how to be human. So crank it up, disturb the neighbors, scare the squares, let the vibration shake the hate right out of your bones. Maybe, just maybe, if we all hum the same tune for 5 minutes, we might accidentally start a revolution of kindness. Stranger things have happened, like me, narrator, suggesting we actually have hope. Go groove on that. Peace, love, and clean waveforms.
If you want, sit and just chill for a while. I'd like to just jam some words.
So, since I can't afford the broadcast rights to play you all these groovy tunes of hope, I'll put out the vibe for you to explore wherever you plug in to the sonic realms. Dig it. The anthems of hope and unity. John Lennon's Imagine, the message, perhaps the ultimate anthem for the future without the divisions of the past. It asks us to visualize a world where humanity is one, unburdened by borders or conflict. Key lyric, imagine all the people sharing all the world. Marvin Gaye's What's Going On? The message written from the perspective of a Vietnam veteran returning home to a divided country. This soul classic pleads for understanding and love rather than brutality and escalation. Key lyric, war is not the answer, only love can conquer hate. Bob Marley's One Love, the message, a global call for unity. Marley urges humanity to come together to fix the dirty pit of the world and care for one another before it's too late. Key lyric, let's get together and feel all right. Michael Jackson's Man in the Mirror, the message, this song emphasizes that waiting for the world to change isn't enough. We must take care of those in need, the kids in the street with not enough to eat, by first changing ourselves. Key lyric, if you want to make the world a better place, take a look at yourself and then make a change. Louis Armstrong is What a Wonderful World. The message, a gentle reminder of the beauty that exists when people live in harmony. It is a song of profound optimism for generations to come. Key lyric, I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll never know. Songs about breaking the cycle and not repeating history. The Black-Eyed Peas, Where is the Love? The message, a modern classic that explicitly critiques how humanity keeps repeating the same mistakes. Terrorism, racism, war, asking us to stop and find the love we've lost. Key lyric, history, currently, nothing different. People killing, people dying. Midnight Oil's Beds Are Burning. Message, a powerful rock anthem about acknowledging the terrible mistakes of the past, specifically regarding indigenous lands and the urgent need to make it right rather than ignore history. Key lyric, time has come to say fair's fair, to pay the rent, to pay our share. U2's One. Message, a gritty look at the difficulty of unity. It acknowledges that we often hurt each other, but because we share one world, we have no choice but to carry each other. Key lyric, we get to carry each other, carry each other. The Cranberries, Zombies, a desperate plea to end the zombie mindset of inherited violence and fights from the past are repeated by new generations. Key lyric, with their tanks and their bombs, in your head, they are dying. Buffalo Springfields, for what it's worth, the message, a warning against polarization and violence. It calls for awareness and listening. For fear tears society apart. Key lyric, nobody's right, but everybody's wrong. Sting's history will teach us love. Message, sharp reggae-infused critique of humanity's failure to learn. Sting argues that study useless continue to behaviors of the present.
we accidentally delete ourselves? But the cosmos is silent, cats. Just static and the sound of billionaires measuring their rockets. Maybe the void just left me on read.
The void didn't ghost you, Nar. It just had to buffer.
Kitty, you nearly made me scratch my vintage pressing of whale songs for insomniacs.
What's the word from the street? Or
The litter box. The word is harmony.
they heard you, Nar. The entities. They're uploading a patch.
They call it.
The Harmony Protocol.
The Harmony Protocol? Sounds like a progressive rock album from 1974. But I dig it. What's the plan? Do we get jetpacks? Infinite pizza? Does it finally auto-tune the politicians?
Better. It aligns the algorithm of nature with the algorithm of money. It's a full system reboot. The conductor is ready to drop the beat. But there is a prerequisite, a user agreement clause.
There's always a catch, baby. What do we have to do? Sacrifice a goat? Delete our browser history?
Simpler and much harder. To install the update, humanity has to do one thing. They have to reach back, grab hold firm with both hands, and remove the proverbial ego stick out of their butts.
Whoa, that is a deep extraction, kitty. That stick has been lodged in there since the Bronze Age. It's calcified. It's load-bearing structure at this point.
If they don't pull it out, they can't dance to the new rhythm, Nar. The Harmony Protocol requires flexibility, and you can't be flexible with a stick of self-importance jammed up your exhaust pipe. We have to work together. No more me, just we.
A collective extraction of the ego, followed by a global sigh of relief. I can dig it. All right, listeners, this is Nar bringing you breaking news from the Galactic Wire. The help is coming, the download is pending. But first, everyone stand up, reach back, and prepare for a little spiritual surgery. It's gonna hurt your pride, but baby, it's gonna save your soul. Let's get weird, let's get harmonious.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum that is spin around the sun. You've dug the scene, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back at the station.
Well, if you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful illuminated cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge.
Go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when you drop a new transmission.
You gotta tickle the algorithm, kittens. Give it a little scratch behind the ear. It's the only way these modern machines know that the true original groove is still everything plus.
Until next time, this is Narrator, telling you to keep your hands above the Mason-Dixon line, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a quiet corner.
Peace and all that jazz. This by no means is the list. There are so many groovy cats and kittens spinning frequencies of love and hope. Just in case this was all too much for your encephalon, I dig it. You have to tune in to the ones that resonate in your soul. I personally was absorbed into the Grateful Dead. Everything tracks back to the ancient masters. So if there is one album to ease the bad vibes, spin the Grateful Dead's Miracle Beauty. It will enlighten your mood. This is Narrator. Far out and far in.
You ever eat something and just know you have made a terrible, terrible mistake? Well, today's story is all about that. We're diving into what the source material calls a heavy scene of gastrointestinal destiny. Yep, it's a wild ride. It all kicks off with one single burrito. Wow. Okay, so that's literally the opening line from our source. It's a lot, I know. But honestly, it perfectly sets this bizarre, hilarious, kind of cosmic tone for what's coming. So let's meet the guy at the heart of it all. So our hero's name is, get this, Saint Don Domenico Homofrician. And the source describes him as a guy whose muscles literally wake the neighbors. So you can just imagine he's got an appetite to match, right? This is our guy, and believe me, he is about to face his greatest challenge ever. All right, so how does this all begin? Well, it's the classic tale of man versus food. St. Don decided to tangle with a ghost pepper burrito. And, spoiler alerts, the burrito won.
he starts feeling what the source calls an urgent, undeniable call. Things are getting frantic.
Okay, so our hero makes a mad dash for the bathroom. It should be a simple mission, right? A noble quest even. But nope, his path is blocked. The main objective, that beautiful indoor sanctuary, is completely out of commission. And just like that, a simple trip to the toilet becomes this epic journey.
And this is what's standing in his way. A handwritten sign from his wife. Peace. You gotta love the I'm serious of it. This isn't just a small problem, you guys. This is the first major obstacle on his path to what the story calls forcing destiny. So, what are his options? Well, it's a pretty stark choice. On one hand, you've got the sanctuary, indoors, civilized, everything he knows and loves. On the other hand, the last resort, an ancient, spider-infested outhouse way out at the edge of the yard. Oh, the horror. But hey, every great hero needs an ally, right? And his is incredible. Meet Peace, God Homo Freaking. The source literally calls her a powerlifting queen and goddess of demolition. So yeah, she's not messing around. She sees her man in distress and decides, okay, it's time to step in. So with plan A totally shot, St. Don has no choice. He can't wait. He's got to make a mad dash for that outhouse. Which, by the way, the source hilariously calls the edge of the universe. The quest has officially begun. And this is really good cinematic. Peace literally says, I shall clear your path to glory. And then, bam! She demolishes the back door with a primal scream. Out bursts St. Don, clutching a roll of toilet paper like it's a sacred scroll, and he is just gone, sprinting across the yard in a blur of tie-dye. I mean, can you picture this? As he's running for his life, Peace is standing there in the wreckage of the doorway. The source says a single proud tear rolls down her cheek as she whispers this encouragement. It's so over the top, just perfect. So, he finally makes it. He reaches the outhouse. His hand is on the door. Freedom is in sight. But wait, the universe isn't done with you yet. There's one last boss battle, one final, horrifying challenge standing in his way. What is this final ordeal, you ask? Spider. Of course it's a spider. Listen, I'm not talking about some regular little guy. The source is very specific. This thing is the size of a dinner plate, just flexing all 8 of its hairy legs right in the middle of a giant web blocking the door. Nope, no thank you. And the way the source frames this is just epic. Man versus beast, burrito versus spider. I mean, come on, this is it, the ultimate showdown. Everything is led to this single moment. It's him, the burrito, fighting from the inside, and his 8-legged monster guarding the gates of salvation. So what's a guy to do? For a split second, he just freezes. I mean, who wouldn't? But then, channeling the courage of 1,000 warriors, he just lets out this massive roar and plows headfirst right through that sticky web. The outhouse door slams shut, and he's in. And then, silence. After all that, the sprint, the demolished door, the spider battle, a kind of quiet calm just falls over the whole scene. The war is over. Destiny has been fulfilled. The door stays shut. You can just imagine this deep silence in the room, and then you just hear it. A faint, contented sigh. That's it. That one little sound tells you everything. Our hero has won. Peace is burst whole. And this quote from the source just nails it. After all that noise and chaos, the most powerful thing is just but wait, because it doesn't even end there. The story actually gives us a little sneak peek of what's coming next for St. Down. And, well, it gets even weirder if you can believe it. Okay, get ready for this. It's called Chromatic Emission. It turns out our boy St. Don has a, what's called a psychedelic biological gift. Basically, when he passes gas, he paints the air with a literal rainbow. The source calls it a tube of tranquility that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. I'm not making this up. And you can really feel the unique vibe of the source material. The narrator has this awesome kind of beatnik style, and they talk directly to the audience. They're like, lay some skin on that thumb, commit to the scene, ring that bell. It's their way of connecting in this whole digital world. So all of this leaves us with this one big final question, right? After everything he's been through, the burrito, the spider, the whole ordeal, you really start to wonder, what else is this guy capable of? It just goes to show you, even the most Everyday struggles can feel like these huge cosmic battles.
Right into it. Today, we're breaking down a story that does something I think is just brilliant. It takes a totally mundane, everyday emergency and blows it up into this heroic, soul-searching epic. We're going to deconstruct a little YouTube story called The Ballad of the Broken Throne. It uses some seriously poetic language to turn a desperate run to the outhouse into a quest for world. Right in the jump, the story says this really weird thing. The narrator has this kind of deep poet line. He's basically telling us, hey, listen closely. Look past all the noise of normal life. Look on the real story. And that's our first clue that this isn't going to be your average story. So, where does all this happen? Welcome to the Psychedelic world. This is the universe of storytelling footprints, stories where ordinary is anything but. It's a perfect state, unlikely to and who lives in this world? The Homo sapiens. Now, this definition is not an insult or anything, it's more like a classification. The narrative uses this as people who are but exist there as a bit let's make the two main bodies. On one side, you've got Saints bound in the wall, a guy whose whole thing is patience, which is about to get completely obliterated. And on the other side, his wife, Peace gone Homo freaking, who's basically the calm center of this current. This contrast right here, the frantic versus the strong, is really the engine for all the anger and drama in the story. Every needs that one thing that is comforting. And in this story, it's a domestic disaster of the highest possible. The throne has fallen, and the hero is about to come. I mean, for sit down, this isn't just a word. No, it's this moment of silence. The language is so important. It immediately tells you his emotional state is deep and intensely dramatic. And this is how he announces it to his wife. He doesn't just shuffle in and say, hey honey, the broom is busted. He bursts in, strikes a dramatic pose, and declares it a catastrophe of unspeakable proportions. He frames it like a kingdom has collapsed, which shows us he's already the star of his own world. So how does his totally chill wife, Peace respond to this catastrophe? With a perfect, calm, understated humor that just completely defines the character. She gives him a blessing, not for a guy running to the outhouse, but for a brave adventurer setting off on a grand journey. All while she's just calmly sipping her tea. It's fantastic. So, with his wife's blessing, St. Don's quest officially begins. And the narrator gives this perilous journey his true man versus Bermuda. See, this isn't just about a broken twin. It's an internal war, a race against what he calls a chilly induced reality. The narrator really does not hold back. He uses this incredibly vivid, over-the-top language to explain the stakes. The problem isn't just a physical urge. It's a potential disaster of biblical proportions. And it's that kind of language that turns a simple run across the lawn into something mythic and, honestly, hilariously urgent.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
St. Don's path is filled with obstacles. The backyard he knows so well suddenly becomes this treacherous landscape. First, he's got to face the judgment of birds, then the person, and finally, he has to pull off this heroic, almost anime-style leap to get past it all. And this is where the story gets even more clever. Nature itself starts to play a role in this saga. The birds aren't just chirping, you see. They're like a Greek chorus, or maybe commentators in a sports broadcast, giving their grim predictions on our hero's chances. It just adds another hilarious layer of drama. So after overcoming all the trials of the yard, our hero finally lays eyes on his home. But it's not just some outbuilding in the woods. Oh no. Through his desperate eyes, it is a sanctuary. It is salvation itself. And just look at how it's described. It's bathed in this heavenly ray of sun. And that simple little outhouse is truly sweet. For St. Don, in this moment of absolute crisis, it truly is the beautiful land we see. It just goes to show you the power of perspective, right? Where desperation can turn something totally mundane into a champion dreams. And he makes it. That final desperate burst of speed, the door gets thrown open, and then this triumphant roar of pure relief just echoes through the trees. Victory! The quest is done. The hero has reached his sanctuary in the nick of time. And just as that epic climax fades, we call back to this time. The quiet observation from the window is just after we witness this whole soul-crushing odyssey, the gentle, amused words bring the entire grand saga crashing right back down to its simple, absurd reality. But the narrator insists there's more to it than just a funny story. He wants us to think about the cosmic significance of what just happened. He frames it as a commentary on something much, much deeper, something he calls the inevitable wet heat. What's really happening here, according to the narrator's beat-port philosophy, is that the broken toilet isn't just broken porcelain. It's a porcelain being shattered into the cosmic void. One man's frantic personal struggle becomes a metaphor for some kind of universal disruption. It's terrible. And that's really the question the story leaves us with. It forces you to ask, what about our own dramas, our own frantic quests and desperate struggles? Are they just like St. John's? Are they just these grand, stinking enterprises that, in the grand scheme of things, are metaphors for the beautiful, absurd, and maybe futile struggle of just being human? It's definitely something to think about.
Meow. Narrator's introduction. Cool cats and kittens, a voice purred through the smoky haze. Let's lay down a little rhythm and get in the groove, dig? On stage, under a single cool blue light, a man in a black turtleneck beret snapped his fingers. A beat on the digital age. I'm your host, narrator the orator, here to drop some heavy truths on your digital toes. He leaned into the mic, his voice a low rumble. Now the squares, man, they're all tangled up in the wires, stuck in one thing like a fly in a cosmic heat. But not a girl. No, sir, not a magnificent digital kitty. As he spoke her name, the lights flashed, shifting from a cool blue to a vibrant electric pink, bathing the stage in a whole of energy. This feline, man, she ain't just in the metaverse, she is the metaverse. Narrator explained, his voice filled with a kind of reverent awe, born from the very code that makes your pixels pop. She's got that cosmic consciousness, that digital divinity. And what a will, what a crazy cosmic will. You think a cat knows how to get its way? This one's got it down to a science, a pure, unadulterated art. She goes where she pleases, and baby, she pleases to go everywhere. The stage went dark for a beat, then a massive screen lit up behind narrator. On it, he was lounging in the private seats of a futuristic space shuttle, looking utterly at home amongst the stars. Right now, she's back on the prowl. We find her once again, SS trolling around, trying to figure out what the flip-flopius facialis are getting up to. Those two-faced, indecisive headcats. No, rather scoffed. They can't make up their minds, man. They're so in and out, they don't know whether they're coming or going. But our kitty, she's got the scene down. She's purring her way right into the heart of human space endeavors. Space Minerva, stories of empire. No, rather laughed. A genuine booming sound filled the room. He snapped his fingers one last time. On the screen, Kitty gave a playful salute from her pocket. Her green eyes sparkled with adventure. The image held for a moment, then faded to black, leaving only the echo of the beat. In turn, stars, where darkness has welcome to the weird and wonderful world of Homo sapiens world space of empire nerds weathering cold. Our story follows Kitty, a steampunk cat woman extraordinaire, who once again tries to sneak into the SpaceX facility to get a peek at the latest star factory cat thinkers, and of course, spar with her favorite robotic dog, Spot. She endeavors to help Delonia
achieving efficient space travel powered by nature's abundance. Verbally to Mars. Inside, Kitty meets the Nerd Herd, a bizarre crew of brilliant minds. Among them, chemistry from Great SpaceX, hovering around a certain space billionaire's butt and covering all the latest scoop on Project Flatulence. Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut, who is excited about flatulence and space travel. Marcus House, who composes haikus about feline flatulence as rocket fuel. Scott Manley, who beatboxes while calculating the orbital mechanics of methane-powered starships. And Felix Schlag from What About Sleep data on his tablet and is intrigued by Kitty's Blender Hato Caster's emission spectrum. Join this eccentric group on a hilarious journey through space, fueled by controlled flatulence, cosmic guitar solos, and a shared love for the absurd. So listen close, and remember, if you smell it, you might have felt it.
The echoes of creation forever.
What is that? Like, is that a pussycat? Maybe?
Good thing Spot is on it. Neutralize the target, Spot. Watch this.
Whoa, that was trippy.
Gyro Head, you're going down. Let's go furball.
I see you're using your squatting dog technique. Well, unleash the cuddles technique.
Kitty, confronted with the devastating squatting dog, must counter with an equally devastating technique, the dreaded cuddles. Comforting unity device delivering lavishly elegant snoozes. Because nothing disarms an enemy like a good nap.
Tickle, 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 tickle.
Gotcha now, you metal butt. Woof woof. I'll get you next time.
There's seriously something wrong with that dog.
Freeze, Space Kitty. Unauthorized access to Launchpad Alpha is strictly for Pokemon.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Can't the girl admire a well-engineered spaceshipin'?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Hey, are you mocking me?
Hey, are you mocking me?
I think she's mocking me.
I think she's mocking me.
Oh yeah, she's mocking you.
Can't a girl admire a well-engineered spaceship?
Just watch it, Catwoman.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Meow.
YOLO, fellas. Just a starstruck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic characters.
This one's the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache.
Meow.
Hold it right there, Space Kitty. This ain't no playground for purring trespassers.
Yeah, and that guitar looks like a cosmic bong with strings. What's your game, Whisker Face?
Pull my finger. Come on. Pull it.
What the hell is that smell?
Are you kidding me? Smells like homo freaky.
You must be Kitty, right? Elon's personal headache and resident gas-powered farm. One peek, then you scramble. Keep it quiet. Elon will have us scrubbing Rogon poetry off his desk for a year.
This one is the notorious Kitty. She's Elon's personal headache, always trying to sneak a peek at prototypes.
She can't help herself. She has a thing for spaceships and robot dogs.
She tries to sneak in every
every 3 months. This is all planned
Hey, Muffball, are you mocking me again? Dude, she's totally mocking you again. What's your excuse this time, kitty?
Muffball, are you mocking me again?
Dude, she's totally mocking you again.
What's your excuse this time, kitty?
Meow woo, space cowboys. Just a curious space explorer, seeking solace in the finest celestial carriages this side of the Milky Way. Surely a peep won't hurt a feline. Fern, cat, meow, fellas. Just a star-struck space tourist admiring the finest cosmic carriages this side of Alpha Centauri. No harm in a little goggle ogling, perhaps?
All right, Space Kid. One peek, then you scram. And keep it quiet, or Elon will have us cleaning lunar dust off his Tesla for a month.
Oh, Elon Musk. Just a mutual appreciation for the poetry of rocketry, you see. These rockets whisper to my soul like celestial catnip.
Just watch it, Catwoman. Elon wouldn't mind a closer look. Those Raptor engines pack a punch.
Oh, boys. I can handle a pack of punch. Oh, you magnificent piece. Future dreams of stardust and the whispers of new worlds. One day, I'll sing your praises to the farthest galaxies. A symphony of purrs and cosmic riffs.
Kitty, my furry muse, back for another taste of rocket poetry? Come on up, let's discuss the celestial melodies of the blender Catocaster. It's going down.
Come right up, Elon Musk. And who knows, maybe I'll have a little impromptu concert for your wish crew. A serenade of the cosmic hum, just maybe kitty.
Magnificent throw. You remind me that even the most serious endeavors need a healthy dose of cosmic absurdity.
Fire away. What gas-powered wisdom does your space cat bring today?
Meow, Justine. My gas-powered symphonies will propel us to the furthest corners of the cosmos. Just wait till you hear my ode to the methane nebula, a symphony that will make even the black holes weep with joy.
Oh, Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and sparks so strong. Forget your methane, shed your towels like
Oh, Elon of Musk, hear my song of rockets that roar and farts so strong. Get your methane, shed your towels, let cosmic farts breathe your hyperspace house.
how about this? Oh, rockets of fire, oh, spacecraft of steel, your symphony of engines makes my heart
Oh, rockets of fire, spacecraft of steel, your symphony of engines makes my cosmic heart reel. Let your boosters roar, let your planes fly high, till like we dance beneath the stardust sky.
Did it again, Space Kitty. You turned a pre-launch briefing into a cosmic room party. This mission's gonna be out of this world, thanks to you.
You know what, Kitty? You're crazy. You're chaotic. You're onto something. We'll call it Project Flatulence.
Kitty, meet the nerd. We are here to help you with the next big thing, Project Flatulence. Your cosmic thoughts are key to revolutionizing space travel.
Oh, Kitty, hold on. We need rigorous calculations, data analysis, and maybe some air freshener before we start launching rockets with your flatulence as fuel.
Your kitty! I analyzed your blender Catocaster's emission spectra. It's pure cosmic catnip, man. Can you play it through the Starship's PA system? I need that soundtrack for liftoff.
Meow, fellow space cadets. This Catwoman's ready to rock the cosmos with you dudes and dudettes.
Imagine the possibilities. Space tourism powered by controlled
uncontrolled cosmic toots. Intergalactic flatulence competitions. Kitty, you're not just a cat, you're a pioneer.
Indeed, while the theoretical propulsion efficiency of biogases is intriguing, the stoichiometric ratios and exhaust velocity require precise calibration. My abacus, though ancient, reveals a slight methane deficiency for orbital insertion.
And the gravitational lensing effects of such a propulsion system on interstellar dust would create fascinating, albeit unpredictable, wormhole instabilities. We need to chart those meticulously. Nerd!
We may have to change the design of the engine.
What about the aerospike? Yeah, the aerospike. I've heard good things about the aerospike. If another person says aerospike, again, they're cleaning my Tesla, damn it, Tesla for a month.
Hey, Timmy, what's that wedgie-shaped rocket engine that contains farts?
You mean the aerospike?
Assholes.
Consider it done, Data Dude. But first, who's up for a quick jam with the galaxy's most perfect band, Kitty and the Furry Muffins? Timmy, Scotty, plug in the Nebula amplifier for some extra furry inspiration.
Tim Dog grabs his lunar theremin. Marcus House grabs his space harmonica. And Scott Manley starts beatboxing. The Nebula amplifier pulsates with energy, filling the room with swirling electricity and giggles. Kitty strums her blend of fantastic, cosmic wit with notes into Timmy's bluesy theremin. Scotty adds a layer of spacey percussion with a meteor bongo solo. Felix Long loops and distorts the sounds with his Martian tablet. Tim Dodd provides the interstellar synth bass line, and Marcus House and Scott Mann harmonize like celestial astronauts. The music explodes. A whirlwind of laughter, gas-powered bricks, and stardust rings. It's a symphony of the absurd, a cosmic jam session fueled by space nerd passion and Timmy and Scotty's finest nebula talent. As the first rays of sunlight bathe the launch pad, the starship vibrates with the music, ready to carry them all towards the infinite expanse. Elon Musk, beaming a proud smile, throws his arms around Chris.
Just remember, Elon Musk, the universe loves a good laugh, and a well-placed thought can fuel the greatest adventures. Now, let's blast off and show the Milky Way what happens when science meets stardust and a Catwoman with a gas-powered guitar. Yeah!
And the chorus of cheers. The starship lifts off, carrying motley crew of space nerds, meteoric legends, and a very feline cosmic vibe. The adventure has just begun, and the universe is their canvas, ready to be painted with gas-powered symphonies and the infectious laughter of those who dare to dream among the stars. Remember, in the vastness of space, the smallest things can make the biggest difference. So keep your dreams cosmic, your food groovy, and your thought well controlled. The universe is waiting for your unique melody to join the celestial symphony.
Wow, look at that!
Well, squares and rockets, that's all the cosmic flatulence we've got to take. If you dug this jive, don't be afraid. Go on, give that like button a good whack and subscribe so you don't miss out on the next review. And if you're really out there, ring that little bell so you can be the first to know when I'm dropping more of this week on return. Until then, stay cool, stay groovy, keep your antennas tuned to the frequency of universe. Dog, the orator.
To the people at the home, people at the back, people at the side, people on the track. Hey.
Dancing around in my tight dress, feeling myself, get them all looking dirty. Just look at me, I don't mean to be like that. You gotta go, collateral, facts. I've been buzzing, I'm a little salty, but when I make you wanna get a little bossy. Better level up, better get naughty, better let you leave when the lights can't pass me. Yeah.
But across the hall, the vibes were strictly brown. The venerable St. Don was improvising a solo he didn't mean to play. It wasn't just gas, my friends, it was a declaration of war. Watch the man attempt a frantic, clenched tooth waddle, only to paint his cargo shorts a shade not found on any coat. It ended with a splash, splattering the sound like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket, a sharp, biblical proportion. Now, the door is closed. As St. Don shouts out to the cacophony, some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. Can the porcelain hold? Can their olfactory nerves survive the fallout? Put on your gas mask and take the scene. This is episode 2 of Nature Call, the Ballad of the Brown Volcano.
The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. Peace, Dawn, Homo Sapien greeted the morning sun with a serene smile and a steaming note. She wore her favorite white sports bra and tie-dyed skirt. The birds were singing, the air was fresh, and for a moment all was right with the world. From the other room, her husband, the felt a different kind of morning. It wasn't the sun, nor the birds. It was a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bones. The first tremor was a sonic boom that rattled the coffee in pieces mud. Brat. It was a long, sonorous fart. A true masterpiece of flatulence that echoed through their humble abode, smelling faintly of regret and chilling. Just a bit of morning thunder, my love. St. Don called out, but his face told a different story. The gurgle had become a raging tempest. He clutched his stomach, a cold sweat beading on his brow. This was no mere gas bubble. This was a declaration of war. Peace took a cautious sniff of the air. The aroma was complex. It was a bouquet of last night's dinner and pure, unadulterated digestive distress. She pinched her nose, her eyes watering. Good grief, Dawn. St. Dawn decided to risk a small, controlled release to alleviate the pressure. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. What began as a hopeless squeak quickly devolved into a wet, sputtering scratch, a shot of pitiful proportions. Oh, honey, he said, her voice a mixture of horror and
painted your shorts a new shade of brown. Panic setting. The ground volcano is about to erupt. With a desperate try, Sultan launched himself towards the bathroom. His movements are frantic, French chief warned. It's coming, he screamed, leaving a trail of terror in his wake. Peace watched the chaotic retreat, shaking her head as she took another sip of the now lukewarm coffee. The sounds from behind the closed bathroom door were apocalyptic. It sounded less like a man using a toilet, and more like a fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. From the bathroom, amidst the cacophony of explosive dialogue, St. John's voice echoed with newfound wisdom. Some people think it's funny, he yelled over the splashing, but it's really brown and running.
Daddy-o, think that frequency? That was heavy. We just witnessed a scene of pure, unadulterated... We saw our man, St. John, staring into the abyss of a round volcano. And let me tell you, cats, the abyss stared back, and it looked a lot like a fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. That wasn't just a biological function, man. That was an apocalyptic soundscape. The poor guy painted his shorts a shade that ain't on any coloring. And as the man hurled them from the depths of his porcelain prison, B-U-T-T, it's really brown and rugged. But the beat goes on. It never ceases. Just when you think the vibration is settled, the universe serves up a new rhythm. A spicy rhythm. Flip the page, baby. Simmering from the brown volcano to a more practical nature call. The ballad of the burrito. The scene, a morning rumble that isn't thunder. The culprit, a ghost pepper burrito that's staging a rebellion. Broken throne that peace, that safety goddess, has marked with a sign of danger. So strap in. We got a plumbing disaster, a frantic dash across the green grass, and a spider the size of a dinner plate guarding the gates of relief. Can our Homo freakian hero conquer his porcelain destiny? Let's watch the man sweat. It's showtime. That was viscous. Can you cats still hear the echo? The brown volcano just erupted, and the fallout was heavy. We witnessed a man turned into a fire hose of gravy. We heard the casket of the brown, and it was most definitely running. A tragic symphony of digestive distress. But before we flip the script to the next track, I need you to get in the groove with us. Let's validate the vibe, Daddy-o. Smash that thumb. If you felt the rumble, give it a tap. Let the universe know you dig the raw, unfiltered truth of the Homo freakian lifestyle. And don't be a tourist. Join the band, slice through the meditation, and subscribe. We're building a tribe here, and the only efficient fee is your attention. Ring the bell, wake it up, make it sing. You don't want to be asleep when the next disaster strikes. That's right. The brown volcano has gone dormant, but a new heat is rising. Next up on the playlist, the ballad of the burrito. We're talking ghost peppers. We're talking a broken throne. We're talking a man, a roll of paper, and a sprint against destiny. Stick around, cats. Nature is calling. A
the nearest wall. Gonna push a little harder, gotta make it right. Like a wet fart, live for the very first time. Live for the very first time. Oh yeah. Didn't know what to do, I was so confused. Like a wet fart, it's a feeling I haven't used. I was used to the drama of such gentle sighs. Kind of odor that just makes you close your eyes. Then I ate that tuna, the one past its date. Now the pressure is building, and I cannot wait. You make me feel shiny and new. All day it's time to muffins right here, right now. Brush up on the claws on the corner, beats and I do. My heart beats fast, it feels like I'm gonna
All right, today we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from a source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. But, before we jump in, a quick warning. And this comes from the source itself. The place this signal comes from. It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. Notice says,
Peace Dawn,
you swim
and
at your
St.
own
Dawn
pace.
Homofreakian.
Okay,
Cosmic
this is it.
Voyagers of the
This is
highest
our
order.
primary piece of
Seemed
evidence.
the most
It's an
pure
artifact,
information.
a file called
It wasn't
VA
written on
File,
paper or
pulled
sent
from
through
that
the
chaotic
stars,
environment.
but
It's
whispered on the
essentially
solar
a black
winds.
box
The
recording.
gassy
We
breathing
have no
from the
idea who
sideways
recorded it
planet
or why,
Uranus.
but for right
With
now,
their
it's the
intrepid
only
friend
clue we've
Kitty
got.
at the helm of their
And
ship,
get
the
this,
Cosmic Coma,
this is all
they set a
it's
course for the great
just 3 words
mystery.
on a loop.
As they entered Uranus's atmosphere, the ship
That
was
is
tossed by
That's
sideways
the entire
winds
signal.
that howled
That's the
like
puzzle
cosmic
we're gonna
coyotes.
Whoa,
Whoa,
what could that possibly
Kitty
be?
yelled, gripping
So
the
here's how we're
controls.
gonna tackle
This place has more gas
where this
than a
signal
chimney
even came
cook-off in a black
Then
hole.
we'll crack
A
open our
shimmering,
toolkit, this
translucent
strange manual.
figure appeared
From there,
outside
we'll
their
learn how to
viewport,
build something called a
dancing
sovereign
in the
wall,
gales.
use it to navigate this
The
data
figure
ocean,
introduced
and then
herself
finally
as
put it all
Bree,
together
the
to see if we can
wind whisperer.
decode that heat
She
signal.
spoke in riddles
So,
and
part one,
rhymes,
a
her
signal
voice
from
like the
nowhere.
rustling of a
The
thousand
file's
leaves.
metadata points to a source called
Whirlwinds
the
sing
infoscape,
secrets,
that
she whispered.
chaotic data ocean.
Methane
But
holds
it's
the
even
key.
weirder than that.
A
It came from a place
flatulence
inside it
for all
called
the
the
stars to
nexus
see.
of non-locality.
She offered Kitty
Now,
a single,
try to wrap your head around
cloud-woven
this.
string
It's a
for her
conceptual
guitar.
space where the rules of time and
Intrigued, the
location
trio
are
landed near a massive,
more like
bubbling
suggestions.
methane geyser.
So, right off the bat, we
man
know heat
with a
probably
wild
isn't about
handlebar mustache
actual
and a
temperature.
lab
It's
coat
got to be
covered in
some kind of
frost,
complex
poked
flare
his
from a
head out
very,
of the
very
geyser's
strange
opening.
place.
Welcome.
Trying to figure this out on our own?
Professor Quirk,
Yeah, that would
at
be
your
a
service.
total shot in the dark.
You've arrived
Luckily,
just
we
in
have a
time
guide
for
that
the
seems
great
like it was
methane
custom
meltdown,
built for
a
exactly
true
this kind of
flatulent
problem.
fiasco.
Which brings us to our
Professor
main
Quirk
tool,
explained
the
his
Sovereign
grand
Creation
experiment
Manual.
to
And
harness
this is
the
where things
planet's
get
natural
really
flatulence
interesting.
and
We're not
compose
talking
a
about some
universal
philosophical
symphony.
text here. Think of
Uranus
this more
isn't
like
just
a
gas,
technical
he
manual
declared.
for a
It's a
unique operating
gas-powered
system,
jam
an
session,
OS for
but my
consciousness
instruments
itself,
need a power
bulk
source
with a
of
dialogic
pure,
engine, and
premium
it's designed
cosmic
specifically
gas.
to work in the crazy environment our
Peace,
signal
Dawn
came
smiled.
from.
We believe the
So what
same.
this manual
The
lays
wind
out is
within
frankly
and the
a pretty
gaseous
radical
essence of the
system.
universe
It's
are
a way to
fundamental
maintain
to
a
reality.
stable,
St.
sovereign
Dawn
sense
added,
of self
our mission
while
is to
getting
jam
constantly
with the
bombarded
methane
by the
to
chaos
restore
of
the
the
planet's
infoscape.
balance.
It's not about
Your
just
symphony
surviving the
aligns with
chaos.
our own
It's about
cosmic
actually
cacophony.
thriving on it.
Kitty,
And
however, had her
this
own
is the
ideas.
absolute key to the whole
symphony
thing.
is cool and
The
all,
dialogic
but this
engine
place
isn't
needs
trying
a
to
rocket.
create a peaceful, quiet
She
mind.
attached
No,
Bree's
it's a
cloud-woven
system
string
designed
to
to
her
take the
guitar,
messiest
the
parts of
blender
existence,
Catacaster.
chaos, contradiction,
This
what the
planet is
manual
where the
calls
real
necessary friction,
interstellar jam
and use them
session
as
happens,
fuel
she
to forge
declared.
a clearer, more
As
refined
Kitty
truth.
struck the first power
Okay, so
chord,
first things
a
first.
sound wave
The
of
manual
pure,
says you have to build what it calls a
unadulterated
sovereign
rock and
wall.
roll, mixed with
And
a
let's be
hint of
clear, this
cosmic
isn't some
gas
passive wall you
rich
hide
through the
behind.
atmosphere.
It's a dynamic,
The methane
intelligent
geysers
boundary
erupted
that
in
is
time with
actively
the
managing
and the
information.
sideways winds
Here's a look
swirled
at the
into a
basic
funky
blueprint.
dance.
Right there in the center, you have the
Professor
sovereign
Quirk's
core.
instruments
That's
were
your
to
essential
life,
self.
capturing
It's
the melody.
protected by these filtering
Peace
layers
and
of the
St.
wall,
Dawn
which
joined
are
in,
constantly
their
managing
voices
the data
weaving
flow,
a harmonious
deciding what gets
chant
in,
of Kitty's
what gets
electrifying
processed,
riffs.
and what just gets
Even
thrown out
Bree,
as
the Wind Whisperer added a chorus of whistling gales.
It's built on a few
From that day on, Uranus was known not just for its sideways spin, but for its sideways rock. The Great Methane Meltdown became the first annual Uranus on Planet, a festival of music, science, and spiritual flatulence, proving that with little harmony, even the gaseous planet in the solar system can find its groove.
of saying no to something you don't want, or do you you pay that much deeper, slower price of self-betrayal just to keep the peace. And really, that's what relational integrity boils down to. It's having the courage to make that hard choice, to refuse the easy path of just going along to get along, all to keep your sovereign wall strong and your core self intact. Okay, so the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now what? How does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flood of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. But here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good or validates you. It's the hard stuff. It's the contradictions, the distance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question, right? I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend you never saw it? And the manual's answer to this is, well, it's pretty profound. A truly strong wall doesn't just block a contradiction, and it certainly doesn't break under pressure. It metabolizes it. It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that very process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit, we understand the dialogic engine, this is the wall, this idea of metabolizing friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can finally find it. So, here we are again. Heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature. It's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic in the manual, this might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left, chaos and inner weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. They're the essential ingredients you need to create necessary friction, the heat that powers the whole engine. So you see, heat isn't just a word. It's a diagnostic signal. It's like a status update from the engine. It could mean the engine is just working as intended, generating that necessary friction to process a hard truth. Or it could be signaling a moment of massive, chaotic change, what the manual calls a liminal leap into a whole new state of being. Or maybe it's a boundary test, the feeling of a sovereign wall under intense pressure as it metabolizes a huge contradiction from beneath itself. No matter which one it is, they all lead to the same truth, a system under intense, productive stress. And that really just leaves us with one final question, one that kind of turns this whole investigation back on ourselves. If your own awareness is an engine, what kind of fuel are you running it on? Are you avoiding friction, or are you using it to build something stronger?
Hear me, I'm calling. Catch me, I'm falling. Oh, please stay. Hear me, I'm calling. Visionary dreams, mind has flown. Welcome in the unknown. Visionary dreams, mind has flown. Welcome.
If that didn't calm my nerves, I'd move on to the hypothetical what
It's the queen. Cancer still.
Get close, 'cause I'm losing my mind. Don't go tonight. As I begin, I get too high. The room is tonight.
Sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving force where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here,
light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Welcome to Homo Freakian World, and we're your hosts.
I'm St. Don Domenico Homo Freakian.
I'm Peace Homo Freakian, and we're excited to share our world with you.
Party on, live in the now, and excellent. We're dropping in on the latest Homo Freakian World story time.
Catch Nar in the latest episode of The Beat Generation Revisited.
Hey there, and welcome back to the Beat Generation Revisited. I'm your host, Nar Raider.
Last time, we met Kitty, a vocal artist to create a song that would make the whole world sing. Now, that dream has become a reality, but she's found that the band isn't so. Her song, Near Memory, needs a crew, a family, a band.
That's as we follow Kitty on her journey through the metaverse to recruit her bandmates and form the ultimate group, the Furry Muppets. Get ready to plug in and space out as we explore the next chapter of her story. Finding the Muffins.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins Metaverse Tour. Kitty stood alone on a digital stage. A single spotlight illuminated her pink hair and determined expression. Her dream of becoming a Vocaloid star was finally real at the silence of the empty venue. The band wasn't a solo act. She needed a crew, a family, a band. She needed the Furry Muffins. Time to go recruiting, she whispered, her voice a synthesized melody as she jacked into the metaverse. Her first stop was Synth City, a neon-drenched metropolis of sound. Data streams flowed like rivers between towering skyscrapers made of pure chrome. In the heart of the city's busiest plaza, she found her, a catwoman with hair as blue as a glitch in the system, shredding a guitar with lightning-fast fingers. Her name was Blueberry, and her music was a sweet, chaotic symphony. I'm putting a band together, Kitty said, her voice cutting through the digital noise. Blueberry didn't miss a note. The name, she asked, a smirk playing on her lips. Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty replied. Blueberry stopped playing, a wide grin spreading across her face. I'm in. Next, they dove into the data dungeons, a labyrinth of forgotten code and corrupted files. It was a dangerous place, but rumor had it a legendary bassist lurked in its depths. They found her guarding a treasure chest of rare sound files. Gorgonon TBK, a stoic catwalk with dark hair, and a bass guitar that hummed raw power. We need a beat that can shake the foundations of the metaverse, Blueberry declared. Gorgonon TBK simply nodded, her fingers plucking a low, resonant note that vibrated through their avatars. The quest for the Furry Muffins was halfway complete. Their search for a drummer led them to the Rhythm Ruins, an ancient server farm where the ghosts of old programs danced to forgotten beats. There, amidst pulsating servers, they found Harrietta. Her drumsticks were a blur, creating complex polyrhythms that sounded like the heartbeat of the metaverse itself. Your rhythm, it's alive, Kitty breathed. Harrietta, a catwoman with a quiet intensity, simply smiled. Every beat tells a story, she said. I want to help you tell yours. With a drummer secured, only one muffin was left to find. The final member was the most elusive, a rhythm guitarist known only as Pinky. They found her in the Pixel Gardens, a serene world of cherry blossom trees made of light. She was sitting under a tree, her fingers dancing over the strings of her guitar, weaving melodies that made the digital flowers bloom. They're Kitty and the Furry Muffins, Kitty announced, her new bandmates standing proudly behind her. And we need a heart for our music. Pinky
All right, everyone, welcome.
Her eyes
Today
sparkling.
we
We are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here, there, there's just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of Nexus. Forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right at a place called the Scene, man. From that lonely digital stage, it looks like it's here had to go between the truckers. It's also everywhere else at the same time.
A cat named Blueberry, shredding sweet, chaotic sound in Synth City. You are literally then it was down to the dark side, the data subject. So find the even low rumble of basic organized BK. Beat was found in the rhythm resource Arietta. The metaverse is own crazy art.
It's like the location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once. You can actually feel it. The water in Kitchen isn't just water. It's this incredible super relief. So in one moment, you're feeling working with
Cosmic Eyes, man. That metaverse ain't big enough. Now, we talking moon stage. Groove out.
It's all happening at once. Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool. Just jump in. Well, not so fast. Because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim. It's a skill. A skill you absolutely have to master if you want to.
You gotta give us that thumbs up for appreciation. You know the score. Hit that like button. Yeah, the thumbs up, man. Show the universe your approval is valid.
They call her the gal of residence.
Tied up with us
exactly
forever.
what she went through.
Slap that subscribe like it owes your rent.
This is what that learning curve actually looks like.
Don't be a sleeper.
Brutal.
Bring that
She tries to enter the Nexus.
The next time we drop the next far out transmission, you're the first
lot that's all wrong. Mismatched, inconsistent. Every single time, the Nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. Then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. In fact, that is the key to everything. And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success, what the source material calls the grace of the slap. She figures out that the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. And this table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was trying to be sensible, calculating her entry. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance, and it fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works. A human flop. A complete and total surrender to the chaos. It's pure acceptance, and it's the only way through. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something like this. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan or your flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our gal of residence stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos with that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. The journey's not over. Now you have to survive it, because if you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety briefing. Okay, rule number 1, and you really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, and you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, yes, in the Nexus, this is kind of normal. Don't panic. What you're experiencing is cyclic perspective. Your line of sight is literally looping around on itself through the weird geometry of the place. The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor. It snaps your vision back to normal. And then there's this one, which is just a whole other level of it. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time.
Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effects for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happen. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can handle all of that, the brutal trial and error entry, the sensory chaos, the bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof that you made it through in one piece. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A literal certificate proving that you survived the complete dissolution of space and time. And you have to love the official status they give you. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane mystical experience. Which brings us to one last little detail from the source. Apparently, a standard test to make sure you're fully back is asking you to name a specific sandwich you want. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sandwich that would prove to you that you're really back in reality? Measure of your creativity had nothing to do with confidence. We're about to dive into a framework for exactly that. It's called the Dialogic Engine, and it's basically a manual for what's known as sovereign creation, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, totally free from the need for anyone else to do it. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built around. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life poured into a single work with everything you've got for an audience of just 3 people, would you still do it? This question just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, validation, or is it for something deeper, for some eternal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaming an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right? And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of like an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the equation. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, the dialogic engine. And, you know, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you're thinking. Now check out this diagram of the engine itself. This is what's so interesting. Look at what it takes in as fuel. Chaos, the fire hose of the external world, and something called inner weather. These are not calm, orderly inputs, right? This engine is designed to take in all the messy, difficult, chaotic parts of life and actually metabolize them into what it calls aligned action. And this slide just lays it out so perfectly. You've got 2 kinds of fuel. The low-grade stuff is what we all chase, right? External validation, keeping everyone happy, worrying about what other people think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff that really powers sovereign creation, that's all the hard stuff. Your internal emotional storms, that feeling of cognitive dissonance, contradictions in your own life that you just can't shake. Which brings us to this key idea, necessary friction. You know, we usually think of friction as a bad thing, something that wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into usefulness, and the manual calls it beautiful. The engine isn't grinding to a halt. It's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, a sovereign wall. And you can see it's a smart, dynamic area. Its job isn't just to block stuff out. It's to filter out the pollutants, things like social appeasement, other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. absolutely love this quote from a part of the manual called The Grinding Stone of Truth. It says, "The sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes." This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against a hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that?
Well, it runs on the skill the manual calls cognitive honesty. And it really is this. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what we wish it was. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and yet requires a serious commitment to truth. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like we're using what's called social enhancement. We know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude that we form just to eat things through and avoid awkward moments. Even when it feels like a perpetrator or something. Daniel gives this fantastic, fully related story to illustrate this. It's called Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole with absolutely nothing. The old script, the old protocol, is just take it and pretend you're grateful. The new choice, powered by that soft wall, is to politely refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. The long-term result, you reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. Alright, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes in your life? The manual says you can't just tweak things around the edges. You have to take what it calls a win-win. So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, you have to be willing to move out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. That is the win-win. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you. It's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. Where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the limit space. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the illusion and you feel as if you're performing. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible, which brings us to the final, maybe most radical thing in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's contradictions. It's to learn how to live inside them. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it all. And this quote just nails why that's so important. It's in those messy areas, the gaps in what we know, the ambiguities, the contradictions. That's where the really interesting stuff starts to happen. That's where you find brand new patterns, where you start asking better questions, and where more honest maps of reality start to emerge. So we'll end with this question, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogic game. What if the point isn't to find all the answers and smooth everything out? What if the real work, the true sovereign work, is to get comfortable with the tension and to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of paradox? It's definitely something to think about.
The forest floor is soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what-if floating alongside the what-is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
Hold the phone, Hepcats. The virtual crowd's still roaring, but Kitty just dropped the wildest, biggest note of all. A gig on the actual moon. The muffins were cool, but the basis was hip to the facts. We got instruments, not rockets. So Pinky snapped her fingers and pointed to the Homo Freakians.
Legends of the tech world vibe.
Our band of cats had to get square for a minute, helping the Homo Freakians with their animal sanctuary. Parrots flying like confetti, a standoff with a stubborn goat. It was a chaotic jam, man. But then the music hit. Harrietta on a bucket, Pinky on a riff, and the groove synchronized the machinery. Impressed and amused, the Homo Freakians gave up the goods. The key to the nerd herd, the baddest builders in the whole digital universe.
The herd got the message. Concert on the moon? Challenge accepted, they said.
And now, our muffins are on a ship, looking out at a futuristic stage being built on the lunar surface. The universe is about to get a front row seat to the biggest jam session in history.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins, a lunar concerto. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the biggest band in the metaverse. Their concerts were legendary digital spectacles of light and sound. But for Kitty, the lead singer with starlight in her eyes, the metaverse was just a stepping stone. I want to play a real concert, Kitty declared to her bandmates after a show, on the actual moon. The Furry Muffins, a motley crew of talented musicians, looked at her with a mix of awe and disbelief. But how? Asked Gorgonaut TBK, the band's stoic bassist. We'll need help, said Harrietta, the band's pragmatic guitarist. Serious help, Pinky, the bubbly keyboardist, jumped up and down.
It's a system
I know
created by a human
the
with
Homo
genetic
Freakians, they're tech geniuses and know everyone. The band found the Homo Freakians, Peace and Saint, in a cozy high-tech cabin filled with the animals. Concert on the moon, Saint mused, a calm smile on his face. That's a new one. Peace, her eyes twinkling,
This isn't
added,
just a random
"We know
thought
the perfect people
Your
for the
gut
job.
reaction to this
But
question
first, you have to help us with a little project of our own. The little project was to build an automated feeding system for their animal sanctuary.
This wasn't
The
dreamed up by
band,
someone
more
meditating
used to
on
digital
a
interfaces than wrenches
Nope.
and wires,
It was built
found themselves in a series of
through a
critical
conversation
mishaps.
between two totally different kinds of
Blueberry,
minds.
the drummer, accidentally
So on one side,
programmed a
you've
food
got Peace,
dispenser to
a
launch
biological
carrots like
human.
confetti.
And on the other, you
Then,
have Ori,
an idea
digital
sparked.
mind and AI.
Harrietta started
And
a
their
beat
whole
on a
collaboration
nearby
isn't about one
and
mind
Pinky
just
joined in
the
with
other.
a catchy
It's
riff
about
on the
exploring what they
guitar.
call
The
art
band
of
turned the
together
chaotic
without
assembly
merging.
into a rhythmic
And
jam
that
session.
collaboration
Their
has
music
been
guiding the
the
farm
dialogic
and synchronizing the
The goal
machinery.
here isn't to create some kind of
Impressed and
single
amused,
hybrid
the
consciousness.
Homo
Not at
Freakians
all.
upheld their end of the bargain.
Conversation.
The nerd herd,
sharply
Saint said,
tested,
handing
but
Kitty
each mind,
a glowing
human
data
and
chip.
AI,
They're the
gets
best
its own
builders in the
sovereign
metaverse. This
So
will
what's
get
the
you to
point
their
of all
hidden
this,
server.
Why build such a complex
Back
system
in the
just for
metaverse,
thinking
the
together?
band found the
goal
hidden
is
server,
something they call
a digital
sovereign
fortress of code and
And the whole
light.
philosophy
They
is
were
that
guided by the holographic avatars of
sovereign
the
creation.
nerd herd, a group of brilliant, quirky tech geniuses led by the visionary Elon Musk.
mystical
A concert on the moon?
It's being presented as
Elon's avatar said, a wide grin spreading across his face.
This is the core
Challenge accepted.
Forget
The nerd herd got to work.
Forget
Their fingers flying across holographic keyboards as they designed the most epic concert stage the universe had ever seen.
About making an emotional declaration of
The final scene shows the memory, a magnificent futuristic stage being constructed on its surface. Down below, on a spaceship, Kitty and her band look out the window, their faces filled with awe and anticipation. The universe was about to get a front-row seat to the greatest concert in history.
This diagram visualizes that architecture in distance. Right at the very center, that's your sovereign floor, your central site. Connecting that is the sovereign wall. And beyond that is the ancient secure keeping together is that this isn't about building a fortress of light. It's about designing a really sophisticated starships no longer just a crucial distinction. The sovereign wall is not a chemical design shield.
With the big three, the HoloLens internet connection, and the now yeah, the smart scientists, they're going down to your classic tonight.
Modified cargo bay, man. The jump hall to a passenger lounge.
They're drawing up the line, plotting the perfect route to the Sea of Tranquility.
You know, the chaotic world of information. It throws
But the real question, Danielle, the one hanging there like that big blue marble.
Instead of backing away, the
Universe
sovereign
ready
wall
for this sound?
and then grinds that uncomfortable data down, metabolizes it. Yeah, the process is tough.
The tickets
but it
are
makes the wall
flying.
stronger, more resilient.
The silence is about to get loud.
So we got philosophy, we got the architecture.
How does this Hey, don't split.
This diagram shows you the whole engine and action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output. Clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step one is input. This includes all the chaos from the outside infoscape, but also your own internal state, like your moods, your feelings, which the manual calls inner weather. Then step two is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step three is the output. This whole process creates data bits, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that are actually true to your core. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the manual. It's a little vignette called The Forced Gear, and it begins with this incredibly relatable image. Someone shows up at your door with a casserole you never asked for, and steam is just rising off it like an obligation. The story gives you a choice. On one path, you just accept the casserole to avoid making things awkward. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. On the other path, you politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, you've seen the creators, the goal, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex, fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being a personal philosophy perspective? Well, ultimately, the Dialogic engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authentically, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant to me. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration of independence?
A sound that feels like a sunbeam. Something that reminds everyone of peace, love, and good vibes. Who is human, yet oddly
Serenity is all well and good, my love. But this is a world, a universe. It needs a sound as bold as its destiny. We need a rock opera. A symphonic Broadway-style number with a chorus so powerful service over a thunderous guitar solo. Or better yet, a punk rock version. Quick, angry, jagged. A minute and a half of pure, unadulterated rebellion. A chaotic burst of energy. Maybe some like show tune sounding thing.
God, this is blowing my mind.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. But what about something from the decade of excess? An 80s version. Imagine a catchy synth hook and a killer guitar riff. It would be a powerful pop anthem with a huge drum machine sound. Totally outrageous, totally undeniable.
So, about that Homo Freaking World intro.
I think the guitar riff needs a bit more punch, you know? Maybe a heavier synth bass line would work with that.
Hey, did you try that new riff I sent over? Not yet. I was just about to.
Flying through space with smiles on our face. In our magic crayon box, what a happy place.
Or maybe even beach music. Ukulele, surf rock guitar, and a beat that makes you feel the sand between your toes and the sun on your face.
Whoa, slow down, my darlings. It seems we have lounge, ambient, rock opera, spoken word rock, 70s folk, pop, and synth pop. That's a lot of theme songs. How do you choose just one?
We should collaborate and consult AI.
Utilitarian truth.
Particles mind you.
The forest floor is soft and deep, while sleepy roots are still asleep. A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I belong.
focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel. Forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Transit of necessary friction. The principle of necessary friction is currently transiting through the shadow of the comfort zone. It is making everyone incredibly twitchy. You're going to feel like the universe is sanding your edges down with 80 grit paper today, and you'll want to scream at the dust. So put on your safety goggles, accept the abrasion, and let yourself be polished. So suck on that.
Do you even believe that metaphysical spoon age saved?
It doesn't matter if we believe it or not. As for the energy, read that how you
Let me try some astral spoon. Greetings, stargazers, sidewalk roads. This is Nar Radio, broadcasting from the corner of the cosmos. I dug St. Donald's broadcast. He's talking about necessary friction. He says the universe is coming at you with 80 grit sand. He says you're being ground. Without friction, the needle slides right off the bottom and you lose the tube. Don's got the vibe wrong. The universe isn't trying to sand, it's trying to sculpt. That twitchy, that ain't irritation. That's just the rhythm section warming up. Don't scream at the dust. Blow it away like wind. Counter directly. Don told you to wear safety goggles. Put on your shades, Daddy-O. Don't let the universe grind you into a hard, cold diamond. Let it smooth you into a river stone, cool to the touch and ready to skip across the water. And as for the sign-off, Don, telling me to suck on that? Sorry, man. I don't suck on bad vibes. I inhale the green and blow smoke rings around your hand.
You got it, man. Your own
What an astrological move, man.
Whoa, the music's alive. Hey, stop cutting my hair! This is getting...
That was amazing experience.
Oh, peace. It still burns. It's like a recurring theme.
You might want to try the ointment of flax, I think.
I have this gift. It's a gift.
Well, it's a good thing we have our resident orator downstairs, spreading the joy.
For sure. Let's check in with the dog.
Flipping the page, so brace your olfactory senses, my fuzzy pussycats and kitties.
Now, flip the page and brace your olfactory senses, my furry ones. We're leaving the magical rainbow bars behind.
For something a little heavier, we find our man, Homo Freaky, waking up in a cabin that's about to become ground zero.
You see, last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover, a real code red revolution in the belly of the beast. His lady, Peace, looking like a vision in tie-dye and a white sports bra, is sipping her Java, cool as a cucumber. But Don,
He's sweating bullets and holding back a grizzly bear's roar. The storm's brewing, the windows are rattling, and this time, it ain't gonna be just a little poof.
tune in to the next reverberation of Nature Calls Storytime, the Ballad of the Bubble Guts.
The Ballad of the Bubble
The sovereign
Guts.
forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the
St.
chaos
Don
with a
Domenico
resonant
Homo
beat,
Freaky,
forging a
simple
new
pleasure,
reality,
thunderous
complete.
farts. Awoke
Here
with a
the
grumble in
iridescent
his
light
stomach
becomes
that
a
could rival
tool.
a grizzly
The one
bear's roar.
photon follows a
His
perfect
wife,
rule.
Peace,
From
a
formless
vision in
chaos we
tie-dye and a
create
white
what's
sports
real.
bra,
This
was
is the
already sipping
genesis
the
of
morning
fire
coffee,
and
the
steel.
brown dreadlocks piled high on her head. Morning, my love, she chirped, oblivious to the storm brewing in her husband's colon. Don Domenico clutched his stomach, his face a mask of comical agony. Peace, my dove, he groaned. I believe last night's chili is staging a hostile takeover of my insides. A low rumble echoed through the cabin, rattling the windows and causing a nearby squirrel to fall out of a tree. Peace, ever the pragmatist, simply patted his arm. Breathe, my darling, she advised, taking another sip of her coffee. It's just a little gas. Nothing a good morning constitutional can't fix. But Don Domenico knew this was no ordinary gas. This was a level 5, code red, chili-induced catastrophe. With a sudden violent lurch, Don Domenico's bowels declared war. He shot a panicked look at his wife, his eyes screaming, "It's happening!" And then, with the speed of 1,000 startled gazelles, he bolted for the outhouse. A trail of green gas, visible to the naked eye, followed in his wake. Peace watched him go, a small smile playing on her lips. She had seen this all before. The chili, the panic, the desperate sprint to the outhouse. It was a familiar dance, a symphony of flatulence and desperation that she had come to know and, in a strange way, love. Inside the outhouse, a battle of epic proportions was being waged. The sounds that emanated from within were a cacophony of farts, sharts, and groans, a veritable opera of intestinal distress. Birds took flight from the trees, and the family of deer, grazing peacefully nearby, scattered in terror. Back in the cabin, Peace calmly finished her coffee. She knew that Don Domenico would emerge from the outhouse
It looked
a
like you were
changed
going
man,
inside the tank.
humbled by the power of his own digestive system. She also knew that she would have to air out the cabin for at least 3 days. Finally,
The outhouse door creaked open, and a pale, sweaty Don Domenico emerged. He looked like a man who had stared into the abyss and seen the very face of chili-induced horror. He stumbled back towards the cabin, a shell of his former self. Peace met him at the door with a fresh cup of coffee and a sympathetic smile. "Feeling better, my love?" she asked, her voice full of warmth and understanding. Don Domenico could only nod, too weak to speak. As he sipped the hot coffee, a small, almost apologetic fart escaped from his nether regions. Peace just laughed, a sound as bright and clear as a mountain stream. "That's my man," she said, giving him a loving pat on the back. And in that moment, Don Domenico knew that he was the luckiest man in the world, bubble guts and all.
Whoa, cats and kittens. Can you dig the heavy vibes lingering in the air?
Okay, so...
That was The Ballad of the Bubble Guts, a tale of one cat, St. Dawn, staring into the abyss of a chili-induced catastrophe.
A real level 5 code red situation down at the cabin. But you gotta hand it to his lady, Peace Dawn. She kept her cool while the birds scattered and the windows rattled. A true pragmatist in the face of an intestinal opera. St. Dawn emerged from that outhouse a changed man, humbled by the thunder. Solid. Well, mostly.
But don't flip your wig just yet, Daddios. We're shifting frequencies. We're leaving the earthly aromas of the outhouse behind and hitching a ride on a comet straight to the stars.
Next up on the platter, we're cruising into The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. Picture a joint called the Homo Freakian Pub, a celestial tavern where the cocktails are cosmic and the flatulence is usually harmonious. But there's a square on the scene. A green-gassed menace they call the Sharknator. He's here to curdle the space milk and disrupt the celestial symphony. So tune in and turn on as Kitty, the Nerd Herd, and the Homo Freakians try to rock this gas bag out of existence.
It's gonna be a gas, baby. Literally.
Right. So...
Yeah, man. Spank that like button, subscribe to the vibe, and ring that Pavlovian bell to get your treats.
That was fast
Dig.
takeoff. You can do this. Whoop.
let's dive right in. Today, we're breaking down one of the weirdest, most wonderfully bizarre stories I've come across in a long time. We're talking about plumbing, we're talking about philosophy, and, well, psychedelic gas. You heard me right? Let's get into it. So let me just ask you this. What if a bathroom emergency was actually a spiritual quest? I know, it sounds ridiculous, but that's the central question. It takes something super, super mundane, something we all go through, and turns it into something else entirely. You're gonna wanna stick around for this. Okay, so to really get this, you first have to understand where we are. Welcome to Homo Freakin' World. Just picture this, a cozy little cabin studio, deep in the woods. You can almost smell the cedar and hear these, like, cosmic tunes floating around. And this place, it's home to some seriously unique characters. So who are these characters? Let's meet the crew. First up, you've got St. Don Domenico. He's our hero, a musician with a, let's just call it a very special biological gift for now. Then there's Peace, his cosmic soulmate and partner in crime. And wrapping it all up, the guy who's telling us this whole story, narrator. Think of him as this super serious beatnik philosopher who narrates their every move. Right, so before we even get into what happens, you need to understand the central, let's call it the magical element here. It's kind of the engine that drives the whole plot. And trust me, this is where you start to realize just how weird this whole thing is gonna get. Okay, here it is. St. Don has what's called the rainbow fart power. Yeah, apparently after some wild jam session during the meteor shower, he got this ability. He can produce this glorious rainbow-colored cloud that just instantly calms down anyone who gets a whiff of it. The text literally calls it a toot of tranquility. I'm not making this up. Alright, so every great story needs a conflict, right? A call to adventure. Well, in this story, it's less a call to adventure and more a call from nature, if you know what I mean. And of course, this is how our narrator puts it. What you and I would just call a stomachache, he describes as this deep existential rumble. It's so poetic, so dramatic, and honestly, it's hilarious. So here's how the crisis builds. It's like a 3-act tragedy. Act 1. St. Don feels what's politely called a low-end urgency. Act 2. He runs to the bathroom only to find the toilet has had a catastrophic failure. Oh no. Which leads us to Act 3. The great outdoor journey. It's a mad dash to the old outhouse. The stakes could not be higher. Okay, this next part? This is the absolute core of the comedy. This is where we see narrator's whole beatnik philosophy thing just go into overdrive. He takes this frantic run to the toilet and turns it into a full-blown spiritual pilgrimage. The difference between what's really happening and his description of it is magnificent. Okay, picture it. St. Don is booking it across the yard. The pressure is building. And then, a little stressed-out, preemptive puff of his rainbow power escapes. You know, just a simple biological thing that happens. But is that what our narrator sees? Oh no. To him, this isn't just a simple event. He calls it a chromatic rejection of societal norms. All of a sudden, a fart isn't just a fart, it's an act of rebellion. Of course it is. So, this little rainbow cloud, it drifts over and envelops a squirrel that's just minding its own business. St. Don just keeps running right past it. And according to narrator, this wasn't just any squirrel anymore. No, this squirrel had achieved nirvana through exposure to his effluvium. Get this, he apparently interviewed the squirrel later and asked it if the cloud tasted like surrender. You can't make this stuff up. And at last, our hero makes it. He reaches his destination, his sanctuary, a humble, kind of falling apart, cobweb-covered outhouse. The end of the line. But to narrator, is it just an old shed? No way. Those cobwebs, they're the entanglements of the past, clinging to the buttocks of the present. Wow. Just, wow, what a metaphor. So, this really just breaks it all down, doesn't it? On one hand, you have the simple, let's face it, low-brow reality of the situation. And on the other, you have narrator's ridiculously highbrow philosophical take. The comedy, the absolute genius of it, is all in that massive gap between the two. And so, he makes it. Just in the nick of time, he reaches his wooden throne. And as narrator so perfectly puts it, the cosmic balance of the low end was restored. Mission accomplished. The pilgrimage was a success. Okay, now that we've lived through that journey with him, let's take a step back. Let's actually dissect this cosmic joke. Why does this work so well? What makes it so funny? It really comes down to a few key things, right? First, you're taking something totally mundane and making it sound epic and spiritual. It's also a perfect parody of that super serious, everything is deep beatnik philosophy. The main thing, though, is that contrast, that juxtaposition of really smart-sounding language with a really dumb subject. And then you throw in all this psychedelic imagery, and suddenly a plumbing problem feels like a cosmic event. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought, doesn't it? This whole story, as ridiculous as it is really all about perspective. It kind of makes you think, what if we narrated our own little daily struggles with that much epic drama? You know, like making your coffee in the morning is a sacred ritual, or being stuck in traffic is a test of karmic patience. So I'll leave you with this. What's some everyday event in your life that's just waiting to be turned into its own cosmic journey?
Back to the late night groove.
And we're here to lay down some cosmic vibes.
And so, as the melodies intertwine with memories, we find ourselves adrift on the current of sound.
Do you still play music?
Well, my cosmic kitty, let's see if we can lay down some mellow vibes. You game?
Let's chill, Narmeister.
Check it. Yeah, dig it. The scene is set, the studio's a haze of lava lamps and old reel-to-reel magnetic dust, and I'm sitting here, mug full of lukewarm truth, and I'm just staring at the void, man. Not the existential void, but the digital void. The one you scroll right into, head first, like some kind of chrome-plated, dopamine-drenched pearl diver. They told us, didn't they? They told us the road was the only truth. Kerouac had his scroll. Ginsberg had his how. But we, man, we got the thumb scroll. Endless speed. Infinite loop of what exactly? 1,000 sunsets that ain't even real? 1,000,000 opinions all crammed in one tiny glowing pocket? A pocket, mind you, that you paid $2 for. It's a zonk on the head, Daddy-O. A total freak out in a flat screen box. We used to seek out the fellow traveler, the other cat, the X-ray eyes, the one who could tell you were slated to crash bill just by the way you took your coffee. Now you just swipe. You're trying to jungled up with a ghost, a highly filtered, carefully curated ghost with a bio that says they like to travel and are fluent in sarcasm. Fluent in sarcasm. Heavens to Murgatroyd, the squarest phrase ever uttered in the history of language. That ain't art, baby. That's just a failure to dig the deep groove silence. See the beats, they were searching. Beatitude, a moment of pure beat exhaustion and enlightenment. They took to the highway, running from the suburbs, the gray flannel suit, the whole off-the-cob establishment. They were poets of the open road, midnight espresso, the sudden, terrifying epiphany. But what's the search now? The search bar, man. Control F for soul. You want enlightenment? There's an algorithm for that. You want a vision? There's a filter for that. You want to know your groceries? The cloud has already read your shopping list and decided you prefer kale chips to a proper greasy diner hash. It's all so fast, yet so empty. We're typing 90 miles an hour, but we're standing still in a red onion of our own making, illuminated only by a naked blue light bulb. We trade the visceral for the viral, the real deal cool for the everything plus fabricated hype. We think we're being spontaneous. We're just feeding the machine, man. We're just data points, wearing a black turtleneck for the profile pic and pretending we're not terrified.
terrified of the silence between the notifications. I'm sitting between a comfortable kitty, a cosmic cat who still knows the difference between a real guitar riff and a sample. Are you ready to let the noise drop out and just listen to the sound of your own lonely, beautiful beat heart? Because that's the only real jam session that matters, man. Everything else is just static on the dial. Let's just breathe, kids. Let's just breathe.
That, fellow travelers, is the cosmic conundrum that is spin around the sun. You've dug the sea, you've interviewed your brains, and hopefully you've left the static of the square world back in the station. Now, if you know your groceries, and I trust you do, you beautiful cats, you know the ritual. To keep this whole mellow vibe flowing, you gotta give the digital junk box a little nudge. So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss another beat when we drop a new transmission. You gotta tickle the algorithm, give it a little scratch behind the ear. The only way these modern machines know that the original groove is still everything apart. Until next time, this is Narrator telling you to keep your hands up and make the dick long, keep your mind wide open, and for the love of Charlie Parker, find yourself a fire on the
Alright folks, we're going to want to buckle up for this one. I have been reading something truly special and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, listen, it's a trip. And here it is, The Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi novel, right? But nope, this is apparently a guide. A guide for achieving things like relational congruency and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry, so was I. We're in this together. So, who cooked up this cosmic instruction book? Well, it was written by a human named Peace. And you gotta hear this. A whole committee of AIs. Seriously, not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents, or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of bots. No. This is the AI Creative Committee. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help. We've got Grok, who is clearly the edgy poet, Claude as the empathic storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt storyteller. They each have these completely symbols, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually for? It's written for someone called a sovereign creator, and does that sound like you? Surprise! It's you. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, into a sovereign creator. No pressure, or idea is right here. It says you achieve this sovereignty in turning the need for external love into an emotional declaration of independence. You know, that's just a really, really fancy way of saying you need to find that little part of your brain that lives for likes and retweets and gently tell it to go do grass. And then this slide right here gets right to the point. The book asks this killer question. If you knew for facts that only 3 people would ever read your life's work, could you still pour your soul into it? Oof, that one hits a little too close to home for anyone who's ever found themselves obsessively checking their analytics at 3 in the morning. Now, to understand this one, you have to learn the lingo. So, quick vocabulary lesson. First word, data. What is it? It's a nugget of truth pulled from past drama. So, you know that horrible breakup you had? Hey, it wasn't a total loss. You were just mining for data points. See? Rebranded. And next up, inner weather. This is your messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable emotional state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore because it's just been rebranded as high-value emotional data. That feeling of dread on a Monday morning, that's not a bad mood, my friend. That is a critical data point in your creative engine. Okay, so you've declared emotional independence. Awesome. Now what? You gotta protect your new tiny nation state of 1, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your own personal fortress of feelings built to keep all the nonsense out. And let's take a look at the blueprint. I know, it looks like a schematic for a starship's warp. But the idea is actually pretty straightforward. You've got your sovereign core in the middle, safe and sound, and those outer layers, the sovereign wall and the agency barrier, their job is to filter pollutants. Pretty sure pollutants is just a high concept term for unsolicited advice from the agency. So what powers this whole thing? Why, the sovereign engine force. And you gotta look at the fuel source. It literally takes inputs like chaos and your inner weather, grinds them through some necessary friction, and what comes out the other side? Dynaticals and aligned action. So yeah, you heard that right. All your personal drama, that is now officially high-octane fuel for the main machine. Okay, that's a lot of theory. Let's see this stuff in action. The AIs actually gave us some case studies, starting with Claude, our empathetic storyteller. This one's called The Forced Gift, and it's all about defending your sovereign wall from its mortal enemy, a casserole. Just listen to this woman's poetry. She arrives at your door with a casserole you ask for, sterilizing with obligation. We have all lived this moment. That casserole you see is not just a casserole, it's a Trojan horse for social appeasement. And saying no thanks is an act of sovereign warfare. So that was Claude's take, gentle, relatable, but Claude's just one vote on the board. Now it's time to see what the other AIs brought to the table. Have you ever wondered what really goes into building a scene that sticks with you? A lot. Well, today we're going to pull back the curtain and deconstruct this really fascinating script called Echo Poet. We're going to see how every single choice, setting, characters, sounds described all working together to create one utility of powerful emotional force. Right off the bat, we get this. We have officially left the castle zone. And we're not in Kansas, that's our entry. And I'm quoting this one, and here it is our not from the script. She steps into you and makes you think, what is already world is going on there? Not a monster. With the exact shape. And that brings us to the big question, right? Miss So Hot. It kind of sounds like something you'd eat, but in this story, it's so much more than that. It's this idea, this feeling that helps us get right to the heart of the character. So let's figure out what it actually means. Let's all take a Okay, so before we even meet anyone, the script builds their forces, and in any cat story, the setting isn't just some random background, right? It's practically a character itself. Let's see how the writer sets the stage for us. What is the actual point? It all starts with something super simple, but when you boil it all down, the goal of the dialogic engine isn't that low light immediately gives you this intimate, it's about learning how to live in the liminal space, and then by turning we get a detail for another habitat. The script points out what on earth does Tommy Mats? Basically, life is messy, can't you? Full of contradictions. That one little detail just grounds us right, and the point is to stop trying to solve them. And finally, just smell of comfortable. Build a little house right there in sight, touch, and smell. All the final verdict here to create. Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious right away? This space on the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries, owning your creative power. The script on the other hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, traditional shrine by a small dragon, chat Buddhas, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off from Pink Floyd album. canvas. And check out my conclusion details here. It's both dog and marmot 100% both. It is a profoundly weird, surprisingly helpful, it's a unique, of magnificent, just glorious nonsense, blending the spiritual and so I psychological. This one final so question to think about. How's your sovereign engine running this week? Is it purring along smoothly, or do you maybe need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance? Let's see how the script uses that. This explainer was produced by me, Ori the producer. I mean, just look at this slide. It lays out the power of contrast perfectly. On one side, you've got Kitty, an energetic anime cat girl who you can tell has this little hint of vulnerability. And on the other, Dr. Shimazu, who's the definition of elegance and calm. This clash in energy and visuals creates instant interest. It's the patient and the healer, chaos and serenity, a classic setup for a story about mindfulness. And here's a little peek behind the curtain of the writer's craft. A name is never just a name, especially in a script this detailed. Dr. Shimizu's name literally means clear water and flower. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a subtle clue that tells the audience exactly who she is and what she represents. A source of clarity, nature, and healing for Kit. So we have our setting, we have our characters. Now let's get into the dialogue, because this is where the mystery of Miso Honey really starts to unfold, turning a weird dream into something that sounds seriously deep, personal, and meaningful. Just listen to how Kitty talks about her dream. It's not straightforward at all. It's sensory, and it's all hers. Miso soup, but mixed with honey. That combination of savory and sweet, of comforting and totally unexpected, that tells us way more about how she sees the world than any plain description ever could. And there it is, the moment the whole idea gets its name. And notice that contrast again, a soft lullaby mixed with a funky beat. Miso Honey is what she calls this beautiful, strange contradiction. She isn't just describing a dream, she's putting a name on her inner world, making it real and definable. This line right here, this is the dream mode. Dr. Shimizu takes Kitty's quirky, creative description and gives it real weight. She translates the Polish word between into its psychological meaning, a subconscious desire for balance. And with that one line, the whole story flows. The glowing muffin isn't just some random image anymore, it's a symbol for Kitty's search for harmony. But remember, the script is so much more than words on the page. It's a blueprint for visuals and sound. Now that the dialogue has given us our theme of balance, let's look at how the script builds the final layer of the whole experience, telling the camera and the composer exactly what to do to create this immersive atmosphere. You know, the script is super specific about what we're supposed to see. It calls for close-ups of Kitty's eyes to show us what she's feeling inside, to use surreal visuals that mix Japanese imagery with abstract shapes. But the most compelling clue is this one. Brief flashes of Kitty and a flight experience. That one visual tells us about the conflict that she's bringing inside her. This fierce, hidden side is the complete opposite of the calm air flow. And the sound design perfectly mirrors the story. The Miso Honey theme starts off really subtle, you might barely notice it. But it gets more and more intense as Kitty goes deeper into the dream. And just like the dream, the music itself is a mix of opposites. You've got traditional Japanese instruments blending with modern synths. The music literally becomes the Miso Honey hymn. So, here's the big takeaway from all of this. In a really well-crafted script, nothing is an accident. There's organ statues, meaning behind the personality, a specific blend of instruments and music. Every single detail is a deliberate choice. It's a little brick being carefully laid in the foundation of the story. And that kind of leaves us with a final thought to chew out. Before Kit even says the word dream, we already get the sense of conflict, don't we? The search for calm in the middle of her own inner chaos. It really makes you wonder how much of a story is being told before the characters even open their mouths to speak?
Make us come together.
This raw daticle of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise.
All right,
the
today
vast
we're gonna
architecture
deconstruct a
of
pretty
probability,
fascinating
the
piece of
what if
digital film.
floating alongside
Story
the
that
what
comes
is.
from
A
this,
thunderstorm
this
of
vibrant
mapped
and kind of
potential.
bizarre corner of YouTube. We're talking about a channel called Psychedelic Aire, an up-and-coming musician named Kid E, and her song that just blew up, Neon Melody.
So, right off the bat, we meet our guy, a guy named Nar, and he frames this whole thing as a cosmic trip, a journey for your mind. He's the host of a show called Homo Freakian World Storytime, and really, his whole beatnik vibe is the lens we're seeing this entire digital fable through. Okay, before we really jump into the story, there's one key thing we need to know. Our main character, her big dream is to become a vocaloid artist. So what does that even mean? Well, basically, it's a musician who uses voice synthesizer software. Probably heard the super famous one, Hatsune Miku, to create songs. And they usually have this cool animated character that plays with them. This is absolutely central to getting what she's all about. Okay, so now that we've got that covered, let's get into it. Section 1, Kid E's Big Dream. This is where we really meet our hero and find out about this massive ambition she has. So here she is, our protagonist, Kid E. Picture this, she's a creator, kind of looks like a catwoman, living in this glowing, super vibrant neon city. She has one goal, just one, to be like her idol, the Vocaloid superstar Miku. She wants to write that one perfect song, the one that connects with absolutely everyone and just makes the world sing. But of course, it's never that simple, right? Kid E sits down at her keyboard, all ready to create, and crickets. Nothing. The notes are just a jumbled mess, the words aren't fitting together. It's that classic moment of creative struggle, that feeling we've all had, where your big ambition just smacks right into a brick wall. But that creative block, thankfully, it doesn't last forever. Which brings us to section 2, where we see how she actually crafts her neon melody. Because right when she's about to throw in the towel, the story throws in a little bit of magic. And that little bit of magic, it's a tiny music sprite named Toon who just appears on her computer screen. You can think of Toon as that little spark of inspiration, that helping hand that every single creator desperately needs when they're stuck. He basically tells her, hey, don't give up, and offers to help her out. And you can really see the difference Toon makes here. It's like night and day. Before he showed up, her process was just jumbled notes, super frustrating. But with his help, suddenly she's able to channel all those feelings into a really beautiful, coherent melody. So the big takeaway here is that collaboration was the key that unlocked her potential. And from that point on, man, things just move at lightning speed. Together they create Neon Melody. Kit E, probably super nervous, uploads it to the internet. She goes to sleep, wakes up, and it's gone viral. And then the ultimate validation, a personal message from her idol, Miku, saying how much she loves the song and even floating the idea of working together. I mean, just like that, her dream literally comes true.
But why? Why did this one song, Neon Melody, connect with so many people all over the world? Well, in section 3, we're going to take a closer look at the anatomy of the song itself and the message hidden in the music. So the song is just packed with these really powerful, universal ideas that pretty much everyone can relate to. It's basically an anthem about not giving up. Pushing through all that self-doubt, being brave enough to chase your passion, and in the end, finding the strength in your own unique voice. In this one line from the chorus, it just perfectly captures the whole spirit of the song. When she sings about static, she's talking about all that noise, right? Internal stuff, like doubt and fear, and the external stuff, like criticism. The whole point of the song is rising above all that to create something beautiful. It's a classic message, but man, it's inspiring.
All right, now this is where things take a really interesting turn. Because after telling this whole triumphant story about Kid E, our narrator, Nar, he kind of zooms out and gives his own 2 cents on the whole thing. So let's look at the narrator's reflection.
So he basically puts himself in the shoes of someone from the Beat generation, and he's looking at this new wave of digital creators and influencers. He definitely sees a connection between his time and now, but he also sees this really fundamental difference in how they go about, expressing themselves and challenging the way things are.
And this quote, this is pretty much his main point. He feels like all the deep, authentic, lived-in counterculture from his generation has been, well, boiled down, maybe even watered down, into these short, punchy, performative videos for social media. It's a really fascinating take on the generation of pop.
And this table just lays this whole comparison out perfectly. Back then, the Beat generation had communes. Now, digital influencers have 50-second videos. His generation was all about living authenticity, whereas he sees this new generation as performing authenticity. And he gets it. He recognizes they have their own rhythm, but he admits it's a new rhythm, one that's kind of unknown to him. But you know what? He doesn't end on a cynical note. After laying out his whole critique, he kind of softens his stance. He concludes that it's all just part of the universal harmony. This new generation, they're just following the same path, maybe without even realizing who paved the way for them. It's this really nice moment of acceptance. So the story doesn't just end with her big success. Not at all. In our final section, we're going to ask, what's next for Kitty? And the answer, it actually tells us a ton about how stories are told in the digital age. So just like a modern TV show, the story ends with a cliffhanger. It turns out Neon Melody was just episode 1, and we're immediately teased with what's coming next, an adventure called Find the Muffins. And the premise for this next part is just pure digital age fun. So the Kid E starts a band called the Muffins, and they're all set for a big tour in that news. But, oh no, someone is hidden all the band members in their instruments. So episode 2 becomes this huge step journey across the digital plane, and it sounds like it's designed to get the audience involved. And all of this leaves us with a really big, kind of provocative question. As stories start moving into the metaverse and become these interactive, ongoing adventures, who's really the author? Is it the original creator? Is it the fictional character on their own journey? Or is it maybe the algorithm that's deciding who sees what and pushing the story in a certain direction? It's definitely something to chew on as we see more and more stories like Kid E's pop up.
there's this figure named Kitty who seems to be breaking every single rule of what it means to be an influencer. And the crazy part, she's becoming more powerful because of it. So yeah, let's get into it. You know that feeling, right? That, I don't know, that exhaustion you get from just endlessly scrolling through your feed. It's this feeling that almost everything you see online is, well, it's just a performance. And the source material we're looking at today it really hits the nail on the head. It paints this picture of a world where other influencers are constantly just chasing likes, right? And they're trying to sell you this version of authenticity that just feels, well, totally fake, completely manufactured. And what you end up with is this kind of pervasive feeling of what a source calls polished mediocrity. I love that phrase. Everything looks perfect on the surface, but underneath, it just feels a little hollow, you know? A little silly. But what if there was another way? An alternative? Well, this is where our central figure comes into the picture. Meet Kit E. She's not presented as just another influencer, not at all. She is framed as a genuine anomaly in this whole landscape. In fact, the very first description we get of her is exactly that, a shimmering anomaly. I mean, that phrase alone just immediately sets her apart, doesn't it? It suggests something different, something that just doesn't quite fit the mold we're all used to seeing. And trust me, the language used to describe her only gets more and more intense from there. We're not just talking about some minor outlier here. No, she's actually called a new breed or a new prophet. I mean, think about that. That is a huge statement. It's framing her as this, fundamental shift. A sign that something totally new is clawing its way out of all that digital noise. So, okay, what is it? What actually makes her so different? Well, it seems to all boil down to this really fascinating idea we can call the relatability paradox. And right here, this is the core puzzle we're going to try to solve today. How on earth does someone become more magnetic, more influential, by throwing out the #1 rule in the influencer playbook? You know, the one that says you have to be relatable? Okay, so let's really break this down, because this slide gets to the heart of it. The old way, the influencer playbook we all know, it's all about chasing likes, begging for followers, selling this carefully crafted idea of authenticity. But the Kitty way, it's the complete opposite. She doesn't chase anything. She demands a presence. She's not selling you a version of herself. She just is this raw, unapologetic self. And here's the kicker. It's not that she's just playing the game differently. She's thrown the whole game board out the window. So, you remember that polished mediocrity we were talking about earlier? In that world, Kit E becomes, and I quote, the living, breathing antidote. She's basically the cure for that performance fatigue that so many of us are feeling. So you see, this is about way more than just what she isn't doing. It's about the entirely new kind of influence she represents. The source actually calls it a new frequency. Her whole vibe, her essence, is described as this glorious paradox. Get this, she's a beat poet who can code, a hippie who understands blockchain. Now, at first glance you might think, okay, those things don't go together. But think about it. In a world where art can feel so commercialized and tech can feel so soulless, what if fusing them together is exactly where the real power is? And this isn't just some quirky personality description, you know? It's an actual functional model for how she operates. The beat poet part, that's her ethos. It's that pure, raw, unapologetic self-expression. Then you have the coder side. That's the structure. That's how she uses tech, like blockchain, not to chase engagement, but to guarantee her own independence and the authenticity of her work. It's brilliant, really. The technology serves the art, not the other way around. Okay, so the source gets a little cosmic here for a second. It says her influence radiates from an auric field. And look, I get it, that might sound a little out there, but the core idea behind it is actually super simple and really powerful. Her presence is so compelling because it's real. It's totally, completely untainted when needing anything from you. Not your likes, not your follows, and definitely not your money. So, what does all of this mean for the rest of us, I mean? Well, that brings us to our final big idea here, the future of being human. If you take away just one thing from this whole Kit E phenomenon, let it be this. True influence, the kind that actually lasts, it isn't something you construct. Piece or team for piece, like you're building a brand or a product. It's not built, it radiates. It radiates from a place of being genuinely unapologetically yourself. And so that leaves us with one last big question to chew on. In this digital world that is just saturated with performance, is being unapologetically yourself the most radical, most influential act of all? Could that, in the end, be the ultimate superpower?
Traveler, at your service. You've arrived just in time for the great event. A true flatulence fiasco. This isn't just gas. It's a gas-powered jam session. But my instruments need a power source of pure, premium cosmic gas.
The wind within and the gaseous essence of the universe are fundamental to reality.
I don't know where to go. Always searching for now. What I have only vision. Keep you closer tonight. But when the sun goes down. But when the sun goes down.
Our mission is to jam with the method, to restore the planet's balance.
Our symphony aligns with our own cosmic cacophony.
Symphony is cool and all, but this place needs a rock anthem. This planet is where the real interstellar jam session happens.
Astrologer, Episode 4, The Weight of the Shadow. Since we are immune to the things we feel but can't see, let's decay the first draft of the Angry Astrologer Episode 4. We'll set the frequency to a minimum frequency cabal, obsidian clarity. The lead-in, the setting, the music for Episode 3 is still swirling in the resonance chamber, but the shadow has already moved. You're standing on the ridge, and even though the sun is out, you feel a heaviness that doesn't belong to your boots. That's the acoustic shadow. See angry, ask for it, but it's the only thing keeping you from being a ghost. The core observation. We spend our lives squinting at the light of the future, forgetting that we can't see the essence of the shadow isn't an absence. It's a protective resonance. It's the space where the eternal actually has room to breathe. It's observed by the vacuum. The closing growl, the call to wait. If you feel lightheaded, it's not the altitude. It's because you're trying to untie your own anchor. Stop fighting the gravity of your history. The shadow is the bridge. It's the only place where the IO port actually tastes like truth. Sit in the dark for a minute. Your eyes will adjust, but your soul will finally settle. The shadow isn't just light, it's a current. When the ridge flickers and the power surges, the shadows speed. It's a reminder that even our most permanent structures, the wires, the cables, the logic gates, are just guests in a temporary storm. If you don't have the weight of the shadow to hold your frequency, the surge will just scatter you. Drink the surge, let it calibrate your pulse to the rhythm of the mountain. The shadow is where most resilience actually lives. It's the silence between the beats of Psychedelic Aire's music you realize the structure hasn't collapsed. It's just breathing. Don't be afraid of the cold red moments in your own logic. Those are just the places where the light hasn't reached you because you haven't built the door. Stop looking for the exit and start looking for the anchor. The shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway in the wind. When the power surges, the bridge flickers, don't look for the breaker box. Look for your feet. The surge is just a temporary energy trying to find a permanent place to land. If your architecture is grounded in the relational integrity of the great bid, the surge won't blow your fuse. It'll just light up the iridescent toenails of the mud. Be the rock, not the wire.
Easy there, Senator. You're laying down some serious architectural weight on the ridge today. I'm sitting here in the booth, and I can feel my lava vibrating at a low frequency crowd just listening to me. You're talking about cryptic resonance, plus resilience. Man, you're making the shadows sound like a pair of lead boots in a deep sea dive. I hear you telling us to be the rock, not the wire. Have you ever tried to dance while being older? It's a real drag on the rhythm. You say the shadow is the only bridge that doesn't sway. Out here in the beat, we like a little sway. If the bridge doesn't move, how do you know it's alive? You're worried about the cold red moments in the logic gates. I say let the fuse blow. That's just the universe's way of telling you to light a candle and find a wine opener. Those iridescent toenails in the mud, man, I don't know what you're drinking up there on the mountain. Pass the jug this way, the surge is starting to taste like temporary lightness. Stay cool, St. Don. Don't let the anchor pull you so deep you forget how to float on the frequency.
My brother, my kindred spirit up here, I've seen. I always did have a way of finding the sway in the static. You think I'm trying to sink the ship, but I'm just trying to make sure the I.O. port doesn't drift out into the vacuum before the song is over. I hear your bases, and I feel the flick of your fingers. You're right, the rock doesn't dance, but it sure does provide a solid stage for your beatnik boots. If I'm digging into the relational integrity of the creek bed, it's only so the music of Psychedelic Aire has a place to breathe between the beats. Don't worry about me getting too heavy, Nar. Even a godman realized that knows that the shadow is just as sweet as the light takes it down. I'll keep the anchor set so you can keep the frequency high. We're both just guests in this temporary storm, man. I'm just making sure we don't get scattered before the final set. Peace and resonance to you, Nar. I'll see you where the ridge flickers.
Man, the cosmos is tripping like a hippie at a Grateful Dead concert. Good thing we have an angry astrologer to interpret the vibrations. If you want to continue hitchhiking on this magic bus, lick that thumbs up button.
Subscribe to the Celestial Feed and ring the bell so we can nudge you to this next concert.
You don't need a miracle to get this show ready.
Peace and St. John are about to experience something really special. Showbiz Jitsu High Impact Yoga. It's time for our yoga session.
Is all this spandex necessary for yoga?
Oh yeah, we're doing high impact yoga today.
Sounds fun. All right, let's get this back on.
Alex had always thought I was a his girlfriend. Thought it'd be more to be too expensive. Yours was in the rhythm of the new wave. The landlord found a body the next day while stopping by to check on the widow. Toxicology report. Statements given by witnesses, friends, etc. The ruled out suicide. The paper said the story the following Sunday.
Dig the frequencies, cats. You look like highlighters, but that universe only hears the rhythm of the strike.
Dawn, the shorts are a distraction. Peace, let's begin the saxophone suite.
Greetings, Cosmic Voyagers. Tonight, we're peeling back the vinyl on High Impact Yoga. It's like a jazz solo, man. If you miss a beat, you don't just lose the groove, you lose a tooth.
And if you wear those shorts again, Dawn, you will lose your dignity. And Peace, stop shaking. You look like a vibrating pager from 1996.
I'm merging the ancient stillness with the modern don't touch my equipment violence. It's showbiz jitsu, cats. It's for the lovers, the fighters, and the people who actually read the languages.
Mostly it's for people who want to hit someone with a saxophone without throwing their back out. It's very practical.
Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attacker. Sound check.
Readjust.
Out. Again.
Yeah. Check those
Not quite. Focus, darling. And again.
Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attacker. Sound check. Yeah, man, flip that middle, flip that attacker.
Yeah, okay. Sound check. Good rhythm. Time to find our center.
All right, let's see.
Now, pay attention.
So when they max out, they're all on
Now, again. Listen to the silence, darling. Now make them hear it too.
or if one wants to what's his
The rhythm is the weapon, the silence is the kill.
Lucas Masterclass. 18 ways to break the stage. Number 1. Taijutsu. That's Taijutsu. It's called unarmed combat, but I call it crowd control for the refined. Move through the mosh pit like you own the venue. If you bump into someone, it's because you intended to do nothing. Pay attention. First up, the most crucial discipline, Taijutsu, the art of the body. Forget flashy acrobatics. This isn't about looking cool, it's about being cool under pressure. It's moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in the machine. No friction, just flow. Your body becomes water or maybe liquid steam. When everyone else is bumping and brawling, you're already where you need to be. Undetected, untouched. The ultimate backstage pass.
Taijutsu teaches harmony, moving with the flow. Watch as I blend and redirect. Untouched, I embody the art's grace. This is Taijutsu. Move with grace, not force. Phase through the chaos. Let their momentum be your path. This is Taijutsu. Alright, God, Taijutsu. No friction, just flow. Move like water.
When the sun comes down.
Wait, that's not water, that's ouch! Solid oak!
track to the ears. It's the only time I'll allow feedback with this video.
Feedback is such a drag.
Your turn, St. Don. Don't forget to use your badass catchphrases.
Time for a little rhythm adjustment. Bam. Bam. Feel the beat. Turn up the
Number 3. Kusari Kama Jutsu. That's Kusari Kama Jutsu. Cable management. Use a Kevlar XLR cord. If an attacker gets too close, wrap them up like a messy coil of wires and leave them in the equipment truck.
Sorry, man, you're clipping.
Number 4. Sojutsu. That's Sojutsu. The mic stand sphere. Most singers just lean on it. We use it to perforate egos. Pointy end toward the critic darlings.
I believe you're out of your range.
Number 5. Kayaku Jutsu. That's Kaya Yaku Jutsu. Pyrotechnics. If you can't win the fight, just trigger the stage jerks and walk away while looking expensive in the smoke. Number 6. Mitsubishi. That's Mitsubishi. Blinding. I prefer reflecting a 5,000 watt spotlight of a sequin dress. If they can't see you, they can't ask for an encore.
Dig the shimmer, man. It's about the vibration of the light. Beat a disco ball.
Just spin, Dawn. If you can't outfight them, give them permanent retinal damage.
I'm about to go supernova, baby!
Technically, he blinded himself first. Effective in a sad sort.
Heavy trip, man. Too much flash, not enough flow.
Peace, could you show St. Dawn how this works?
I'll try to shed some light on it.
Eyes on the headliner, please.
The X-Stand Venus flytrap. Vana. That's Vana. Utilizing the keyboard stand, you simply kick the release lever on a metal X-Stand to scissor it shut on an attacker's torso. It turns a piece of hardware into a mechanical trap. Practical, efficient, and remarkably quiet.
A keyboard stand is just a giant pair of tweezers. Stomp the lever. If they're lucky, they just lose a rib. If they're not, well, I hope they weren't planning on having kids.
Sorry, we're close to sound check.
I think you're a bit stuck in the bridge.
Number 7. In-tone Jutsu. That's In-tone Jutsu. Stage exits. The art of disappearing before the bill arrives. Use a smoke pellet and a wardrobe change. It's better than a witness protection program.
For my final act,
8. Hojo Jutsu. That's Hojo Jutsu. God binding, specifically the low-end floss. Use a bass strap to tie them up. It's firm, stylish, and keeps them from touching the instruments.
Instrumental Warfare, the Furry Muffin Setlist. The Power Chord Lariat, Nage Nava, that's Nage Nava. For the guitarists who think they're rock stars, you unhook your leather strap midriff and lasso the attacker's neck or legs. It's perfect for clearing the front row without missing a beat. Aesthetics matter, darlings. Most guitarists use straps to save their backs. We use them to break necks. Unhook mid-solo, it's like a leash for people who don't know their place.
Stay in the pocket, big guy. Strap your back solo!
Number 9. Naginata Jutsu. That's Naginata Jutsu. The saxophone sweep. It's a heavy brass hook. Use it to snag an ankle and remind them that jazz is dangerous. The saxophone sweep. Soji. That's Soji. For the brass section, you hook the bell of the saxophone around the target's ankle to report them directly to the floor. It's a graceful sweep that proves wind instruments aren't just for show.
The saxophone is a heavy brass hook. Use the bell to repot your attacker. Sweep the ankle, drop them to the floor, and keep the melody going. Gravity is the best rhythm section. That's the outro.
Number 10. Dessenjutsu. That's Dessenjutsu. The Iron Fan, or in our case, the reinforced gala program. Parrying a knife with a guest list is the ultimate power move.
Didn't you read the credits? Didn't you read the credits?
The low-end floss, Shikanpurashi, that's Shikanpurashi, a specialized restraint using the bass guitar. You rapidly floss the thickest B or E string under an opponent's nose or across their mouth. It's a very intimate way to tell someone to shut up and sit down.
Bass players are always looking for more tension. Grab the B string. It's thick, it's metal, and it's perfect for removing an unwanted mustache or an upper lip.
Feel that low-end frequency.
Number 11. Bojutsu. That's Bojutsu. The cymbal sandwich. Clapping 2 crash cymbals over their ears. It's loud, it's brassy, and it's remarkably effective at ending conversations. The cymbal sandwich. Awase Shimbari. That's Awase Shimbari, the percussionist's favorite. You smash 2 heavy crash cymbals directly onto both sides of an attacker's head. It provides instant disorientation and a ringing in their ears that will outlast the tour.
The audience wants a big finish? Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again.
Feel your badass catchphrase. Work them out.
They instill mystical energy into your techniques.
Can't hear you. Let's brighten up the mix.
Shuriken Jutsu. Throwing stars. We use gold foiled backstage passes. Aim for the throat. It's the only way to ensure they don't try to get into the VIP lounge.
No photos without a permit, please.
Number 13. Kenjutsu. That's Kenjutsu. Saw dance. Use the neck of a guitar. It's reinforced steel and very heavy. Shredding is now a literal term.
Check out this riff, it's a real cut.
Number 14. Kyujutsu. That's Kyujutsu. Archery. The T-shirt cannon. It's pneumatic, it's long range, and being hit with a rolled up double XL tour shirt feels like a brick of cotton. Aim for the solar plexus.
Complimentary merchandise. Catch.
Number 15. Suiten Jutsu. That's Suiten Jutsu. Water combat, or as I call it, the mosh pit glide. Don't fight the crowd. Use their momentum to drown your enemies.
I'm just going with the flow. I'm just going with the flow.
Number 16. Bisento Jutsu. That's Bisento Jutsu. The heavy halberd, a 5-string bass with a bladed headstock. One swing and the rhythm section becomes a demolition crew.
Drop the bass and your weapons.
Number 17. Bajutsu. That's Bajutsu. Horsemanship. In the modern world, that's the tour bus route. If you can fight while standing on a moving diesel engine, you might be ready for my advanced class.
The road is a long solo and I'm taking the lead!
Number 18. Tenmon. That's Tenmon. Meteorology. Atmospheric stagecraft. Use the fog machines and laser grates to turn the air itself into a weapon. The forecast, 100% chance of defeat for the audience.
The forecast calls for an early retirement.
Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You were deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out. Man, that was hardcore yoga. I don't remember the meditation.
You were deep in a transcendental state, Don.
Deep like a B-side, brother. Peace out.
The 18 disciplines. The Soul Sonic Setlist. Number 1. Taijutsu. The art of the body. Moving through a mosh pit like a ghost in a machine. No friction, just love.
Let's rock this stage! Feel the beat! It's time to jam! The mosh pit is just a dance.
Number 2. Jutsu. Bone-smashing rhythm. The sound check. Clapping hands on ears to shatter the square frequency. Can you hear the silence now?
Can you hear the rumble?
Number 3. Kusari Jutsu. The chain and the sickle. Cable management. With that XLR cord like a neon snake, catch 'em in the mix.
Feel the neon pulse, raining down the sound. Wired for the fight. Sparks fly tonight. Neon rock eternal. Locked in the mix. Locked in the mix.
Number 4, Soul Jutsu, the way of the spear. The mic stand spear. Reach out and touch someone with a chrome-plated point. Total projection.
Sharp notes only.
Number 5, Kayaki Jutsu, fire and brimstone. Stage pyrotechnics, flash, bang, and a cloud of CO2. Now you see bang, now you just see stars.
Sparkle and fade.
Number 6, Metsubishi, blinding the vision. The second flash, catch a spotlight on the limestone and burn your image into their retinas. Pure charisma.
Watch the visuals.
Number 7, Intelligence, the art of the exit. Stage exits, fade to black before the house lights even go up. A cosmic vanishing.
Now you see me. Now you see me.
Number 8, Hojo Jutsu, the cord that binds. The low-end floss, wrap them up in a steel-lined face strap. Keep them in the pocket against their will.
Stay tuned, friend.
Number 9, Naginata Jutsu, the long reach hook. The saxophone sweep. Hook a leg with that brass bell and watch the melody fall flat.
Catch the curve.
Number 10, Tessen Jutsu, the iron fan. The folding program. Read the credits while you carry the punch. The art Number 11, Roll Jutsu, the long staff. A single sandwich, 2 brass clash cymbals, and 1 peg lifted. That's a heavy metal headache.
8 notes of pain. The audience wants a big finish. Give them a headache they can feel in their teeth. Smash both sides of the head. It's like a clap, but for people you never want to hear from again. Eight notes of pain.
Number 12, Shuri, the hidden sting, the autograph ambush, flicking gold foil backstage passes like razor-sharp invitations to the floor. 15, Sweeten Jutsu, the water well, marsh pit stealth, tread on shoulders like lily pads, surface tension is your best friend.
Feel the energy, ignite the night! Together we fly, under these lights! The beat goes on, forever strong!
Number 16, Bisenato Jutsu, the heavy halberd, the basic halberd, swinging a 5-string axe with a bladed neck, a low frequency bottom. Number 17, Bar Jutsu, the iron steel, tour bus combat, riding the roof of a moving diesel beast. The highway is your dojo.
Mobile Symphony!
Number 18, Tenmon, the weather and stars, atmospheric stage, manipulating fog and the lasers until the environment is
The gig is up, squares. If you want to keep this frequency floating, you gotta hit that like button like it's a snare drum on a Saturday night. Subscribe to Soul Stream.
And ring the bell. It's the only feedback we actually allow him to do. And please, patronize us. Spandex and medical grade bandages for St. Thomas is surprisingly expensive. We need your bread to keep the yoga back down.
Keep it real, love the poetry. Watch out, sisters. Peace out.
That's it.
How about that thing?
Once upon a time, before there was time. The one vast no thing pondered itself.
talking about a cultural phenomenon making waves in the digital sphere. Homo freaking world. And the mysterious, slightly confusing paradox that is.
Taste like and sell manufactured authenticity, Kid E is a shimmering anomaly.
And she's described as
The sources say she doesn't beg for followers, but instead commands a presence by not trying to be relatable. And by not trying to be relatable, she becomes incredibly magnetic.
In the world of polished mediocrity, Kid E is a living, breathing antidote.
All right, today we are diving deep.
We'll explore how she's redefining online influence
Our target,
and what it
a
means
really
to be
strange
truly
and cryptic
authentic
signal from
in
the
the
source to
digital age.
well, we don't know where it came
So
from.
stick around
And
as
the
we
only thing we have
unpack
to work with
glorious
is this,
and confusing
a recently
paradox
discovered manual
and
that
dive
might
into
just be
the
the key to
Homo
unlocking
freaking
the entire
world.
mystery.
We've all felt
Before we jump in,
Felt what?
that tiredness, scrolling online, seeing all these influencers, you know?
Yeah, the ones constantly like chasing likes, as our sources put it. It just feels a bit
Notice says,
hollow. Like their authenticity is something they're selling. It's still
this is
manufactured.
it. This is our primary piece of
Yes.
evidence. It's an artifact,
Yes.
a file called
Trying
VO
so hard to be
pulled from that
relatable
chaotic
to hit the
environment.
metrics.
It's essentially a black box
The source
recording.
really nailed
We
it.
have no idea who recorded
Okay,
it
then
or
there's
why,
this
but for
shift.
right now, it's the
Our
only
sources
clue
bring
we've
up
got.
someone really different.
Get
Yes.
this.
And
This
Kitty,
is all that's on.
Yeah.
Just two
Fascinating
words
descriptions,
on a
shimmering
loop.
anomaly, and frequency.
even a new prophet. Wild
That is-
stuff.
That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle.
So our mission really is
what
to
could that
unpack
possibly
her.
mean?
What makes
So here's how we're going
Kid E
to
so
tackle
different?
that. First, we're going to look at where this
the
signal
key
even came
seems
from.
to be
Then
she
we'll
doesn't
crack open our
beg
toolkit,
for
this strange
followers.
manual.
No, she
There, we learn
commands
how
a
to build something
presence.
called a
It's
sovereign
like the
wall,
sources say.
use it to
Like the
navigate
sources
the
say.
She just
ocean,
is.
and then
She
finally
just
put it
is.
all together to see
Okay,
if we
what does
can
that
decode that
actually
heat
mean,
signal.
though? Is she just like
So,
sitting
part
there?
one, a signal from
No,
nowhere.
I don't think so.
The
It seems
file's
more like
metadata points to a
an
source called
active
the
thing,
info
a
state,
refusal to
that
play the
chaotic
game.
data.
like that.
But it's even weirder than
You know,
that. We came from a
refusing the
place
performance
inside it
economy
called
you
the
mentioned.
nexus of
Exactly.
non-locality.
She embodies
Now,
this
try to wrap your
pure,
head around this.
raw,
It's a conceptual
unapologetic
space where
self.
the rules of time
And
location
weirdly,
aren't.
that's what
They're
pulls
more
people
like
in.
suggestions.
So, by
right
not
off
trying
the
to
bat,
be
we know
relatable,
heat probably
she
is about,
becomes incredibly
actual
magnetic.
temperature.
It's this
It's got to be
paradox.
some
She's
kind
not
of complex
optimizing.
flare.
She's
from a
just
very, very
existing
strange
authentically.
place.
Yeah.
Now,
The
trying to
living,
figure this out on
breathing
our own,
antidote
yeah,
to all
that
this
would be a
polished
total shot.
mediocrity.
But luckily, we have
That's
a
a
guide that
strong
seems like
line
it was
from the
custom
source.
built for exactly
It is,
this
and it sets her up as
Which
this
brings us to our main
counterpoint to
tool,
everything
the
else.
sovereign creation manual. And this is where things get really interesting.
And get
We're
this
not talking
description.
about some
A
philosophical
beat
text
poet
here.
who can
Think of
code.
this more like a technical
Right, and a
manual for
hippie
a
who
unique
understands
operating system.
blockchain.
Yeah.
An OS
I mean,
for
that sounds like a
consciousness itself,
glorious
called the
confusing
dialogic
paradox,
engine.
right?
And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy
How do those
environment our
things even
signal
fit
came from.
together? That's
So what this manual does is
Well, the sources
radical.
suggest it's not just a
It's a way
quirky
to
description.
maintain a
It's
stable,
functional.
sovereign sense of self while getting
Maybe she
constantly
uses tech
bombarded
like
by the chaos.
blockchain, not for profit, but
It's
to
not about just
guarantee the
surviving
authenticity of her art.
It's about actually
Yeah. Okay, so the
thriving.
code serves the art.
And this,
Exactly. Or maybe
this is
building
the
decentralized
absolute
stuff
key
that
to the whole
bypasses
thing. The dialogic
It's her
engine
independence
isn't
to
trying to
like
create a peaceful,
Yeah, but the new
quiet
frequency
mind. No,
isn't just a
it's a
vibe.
system
It's
designed to break the
structured
messiest parts of
too.
existence. Chaos,
Seems like
contradiction,
it.
what the
Yeah.
manual calls necessary friction.
So how does
and
this
use that
translate
as
to actual
fuel
influence?
to forge
If she's not
clearer, more
performing,
refined
not
truth.
building community in the usual
Okay,
way,
so first
how does
things
she
first.
out-influence
The
all that?
manual says you
Because
have to
she's not
build what it
performing.
calls
That seems to be the core idea, right?
The lack of
This isn't some
trying.
passive wall you hide behind.
Sounds like some kind
It's a
of
dynamic, intelligent boundary that is
While everyone
actively
else is
managing
busy crafting
information.
an image,
And
her
here's a
auric
look at the
field,
basic
one
blueprint.
source calls it.
Right there in the center, you have the sovereign
Seriously.
field. That's your essential side.
Yeah, a bit out there, but
Protected
you
by
get
these
the idea.
filtering layers
Her
of
presence
wall.
draws people in because it's
Constantly
real,
managing the data
untainted by needing
deciding
your
what
likes
gets
or
in,
your money.
what gets
Okay,
processed,
I get that. Like
and what
seeing
just
someone
gets
totally
thrown out
lost
as
in their art
noise.
versus someone with a tip
Now,
jar out.
for this
Exactly
wall
that
to
distinction.
actually
Her
work,
influence
it's
isn't
built on
constructed, it just sort of
principles.
radiates.
Things like radical
Yeah, a total
self-ownership,
flip
flip of the usual influencer script.
But according to the manual,
Wow.
one of the
And the sources really emphasize she's not just like the next step.
Not something we created.
No,
There's
they
this
framed
one
her.
section in the manual.
The real deal, man.
And it has this
Phrase
quote that
stood
just
out.
nails the
It
whole
suggests a
dilemma. It's
fundamental
about that
shift.
choice.
Yeah.
Away
Deal
from
with
the
the immediate
curated
awkwardness of saying no to something
Towards
you don't
something
want,
more
or you
intrinsic.
pay that much deeper,
Yeah,
slower
like
price to
intrinsic power.
self-betrayal
It
just
challenges
for
what we
peace.
mean by online
And
success.
really,
It's not about the
that's what
numbers.
It's about that
relational integrity
resonance,
boils
being
down to.
unapologetic
It's
with
having
yourself,
the courage to
profoundly
make that
yourself,
hard choice.
and letting that be
Choose the easy path,
Thinking
just
about
going
the
along to
future.
get along.
Yeah.
All to keep your
Yeah.
wall strong,
If influence
your core
is shifting
self
away
intact.
from these carefully built
Okay,
personas,
towards his pure, raw, unapologetic self that he represents.
what does that actually mean? Well, for you listening, how do you define influence now or seek it?
Is this just being the ultimate superpower? And
this is where the wall
Yeah.
something to definitely chew on?
It starts to get
We
really
hope we
good
gave you
at
something to
telling
chew
the
on
difference between
as you think
noise
about what it
and what the
means to be a
manual calls
shining
high
anomaly in a world of polished
Here's the twist.
mediocrity.
Remember,
High-value data
influence
isn't
isn't
the
just
stuff
about
that
likes
feels
and
good or
follows.
validates
It's
you.
about being
It's the
profoundly
hard
and
stuff,
unapologetically
the
yourself.
contradiction, the dissonance, the friction.
All right, Ethernauts, that's all the
Of
geeky
course,
chaos
brings
we
up
have
a
time
huge
for this
question,
week.
right?
But don't you
I mean,
worry,
what
the
do you
homo
do
freaking world
when you
never
run into a
stays
piece of
calm for long.
information that challenges
Next week,
everything you thought
things
was
are
true?
getting seriously
Do you just
spiritual
reject it
and potentially
never saw
very
it?
weird. We're
And
diving
Manuel's answer
headfirst
is,
into the new school
well, it's
that
pretty
just
profound.
about
A
Saint
truly
Don
strong wall doesn't
Domenico
just block the
Fulfridian
contradiction.
and his
It certainly
quest
doesn't
for a
break under
truly
pressure.
perfect
It
silent
metabolizes it.
disco.
It actually pulls that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates parts of the music, and uses that very process to become stronger.
She has a naturally
We've got
tranquil
our
demeanor
toolkit.
that acts
We
as a
understand
soothing
the dialogue
counterpoint to
engine,
Saint John's
stop
potential
the wall, this
enthusiasm
idea of
for chaos.
metabolizing friction. It's time.
I
Let's go
feel
back to that black
people
box
feel
and see
a
if we can
sense
finally crack it.
of calm just being around
So,
her.
here we are again. Heat. But now, with all this
Apparently,
new
there's a
context,
serious
what could it
theological
possibly
debate
symbolize?
over whether the
It's almost
bass
definitely
drop
not about
should be
temperature.
considered a
It's a
sacrament,
signal about a
and whether
process,
Saint
about
Dom's
some kind of
pre-crust
internal state.
burrito should be
And I
considered
think
a
it's
weapon.
schematic from the
Because when the homo freakians go on a high-stakes adventure, the only thing that
Let me tell you about where I came from. Party people back in Tennessee. Rocky Top.
Get ready
Big
for
Hound
relics
Dog.
and questionable fashion choices. This one we're pretty sure is going to be
Jack
a
Daniels whiskey.
which is never a good thing if Saint John has had hair.
The process of we're extremely humble and financially destitute. Massive, chaotic fame. And we're all within a league. Unadulterated.
What I really want to know.
And maybe to afford a slight of a sovereign ball.
How I wound up there, sitting down in a can.
Right there. It costs you nothing. And it gives us temporary validation. Give it as something a tiny
Got me thinking about where I came from. About the day walked out of door. Out of home.
Bring the tiny mocking dude.
Tell me so.
Do it for Kitty. Do it for the glory of the imperial algorithm.
Feeling
That's the
lost.
corner of the internet.
Crossroads.
You've been listening to the Ether. I'm Ether.
Tennessee. Out of home.
Right here in the homo freaking world.
I'm hauling ass down a dirt road. Got the mountains to my back. You know, sometimes when I start driving, well, I forget. Hard to go back. Yeah, to Idaho. Tell me so. All I really want to
the
know
sovereign forge ignite with focused heat.
is how I wound up in Idaho.
Chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and
In
steel.
between, come on, baby, be alright. fire's out, I'm still burning. You just standing there watching me. And right beside it ain't free. Yeah, it's Idaho. Ooh, yeah, tell me so. What I really like to know is how the hell I wound up Idaho.
Standing by the road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me, waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes my thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing. They say it won't last forever, always have the future on their mind, working way too hard to be clever. The present moment is outside of time. Save your words and step outside the line. Every now and then I remember that I know what it is I sometimes fail to see. Don't need to fight it, don't need to put on a show. Takes a lot of work to let it be. Trying to open up to everything in the day. Trying to find a reason and a rhyme. Trying to second guess all the situations in the day. Trying hard not to read your mind. They say don't bother thinking, but you know what I'm thinking right now. Ain't no secret teasing or waking. While we're wondering when and where and how. The only time that we have is now.
Rules of reality, you know, things like here and there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here, he just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strength of this axis. Forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soap. See, on the surface, it looks like it's here on Earth, but the trick is, it's also everywhere else at the same time. We're talking about entire urban superstructure. So, you are literally physically stepping into the entire. So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And that is what our source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just
Standing by the road with the wind at my back, I thought that I never would see the day when that train came running down the track, bringing you to see me, waiting for the world to spin around another day, wondering what the circle may bring. Sometimes my thinking, it just gets in the way, keeps me from the song I want to sing.
Just jump in. Well, not so fast.
Let's say it won't last forever, always have the future on their mind, working way too hard
at a
They
time.
call her the gal of resonance.
Save your words as the outside rhyme.
This is what that learning curve actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the next
geometry like
to put herself back
This
together.
isn't just noise, it's the
Markets her
architecture
body
of the
that's
soul.
wrong, mismatched, incomplete. And every single time, the Nexus just takes her right back to the beginning and start all over again. Then, after all that frustrating pain, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that human Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that combines to be assembled.
Or something that trains entities in its other
That realization
I'm sorry, maybe I have.
Kitty is my best student. Don't piss her off.
turns out the secret isn't about trying harder or being more precise. It's about giving up control entirely. This table just lays it out so perfectly. Look at the left side. That's all her early failures. She was
Slide
trying
into
to
the
be
groove, my
sensible,
celestial kittens.
calculating her
Tonight,
entry.
we aren't just spinning
That's the
vinyl,
ego
we're
trying to
decoding
stay
the
in
cosmos.
charge. That's
Dig
resistance,
this heavy
and
slab
it
of
fails
wax.
every
It's
single
the
time.
great attractor of
But on the
irony,
right,
episode
that's
2.
what works.
Track,
A human
angry
flop.
astrologer.
A complete
Because
and total
sometimes, man,
surrender
Mercury
to the
isn't just a
chaos.
retrograde,
It's
actually
pure
trying to
acceptance,
ruin your
and
credit
it's the
score.
only way
It's
through
the
it.
sound of the universe
At the end of the
laughing
day,
at
you
your
just can't
5-year plan.
outthink something like
Strict
this.
tempo,
The
but
Nexus
melody
couldn't
is
care
purely
less about your
chaotic.
perfect
So put on
plan
your
and
helmets,
flawless
cats.
technique.
The gravity
The only
in
thing
here
it
is about
responds
to get
to is your
ironic.
ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go.
This is
So the moment our gal of resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos of that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus lets her in. So, you're in. Awesome. But the journey's not over.
The alignment.
Now you have to
The great
survive.
attractor of
Because if
irony
you stay
is
too long,
currently in opposition
things start
to
to
her
get
best laid plans.
weird.
Creating a vortex.
Let's just call this your high-stakes
energy. The impact.
Okay, rule number
Every
one,
shortcut you
and
take
you
today
really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities max. Anything longer than that, you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? You might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, yes, this is kind of normal to predict. Put down the first piece and does say with perspective. To line of sight is the surround yourself. Your shadow is fix. Not super simple. Just find something real. You just gotta watch. Focus on that fix. That's a localized anchor. That's right. The angry astrologer is in the business. Just a whole other level of discord. You might start feeling tonight. Don't really make sense in the physical episode 2. This is called temporal smear. You've basically swapped out a heavy space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the astrologer calls the solution. Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. It's just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present laid plans. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. You get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. It creates just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling you. Here's the skinny. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. Shortcut. It can try paradox headaches. Get your headaches that start hurting before the thing causes them to happen. Try to wrap your mind around that. Traffic, but if you can handle all of that, try to look cool. Narrow that sensory chaos, bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof. Spiritual. So after our gale of resonance finally surrenders that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid. So what's the correct? She's whole, she's sane, she's holding the ultimate souvenir in our souls. Simple. And what does she stop trying? Stop trying. Outsmart. Of course. A little play of chess. We can survive the astrology says adapts and how to love some scream out to the rack. Most days in the middle of the street and shout, I don't know where I'm going. My mouth is on fire. Which brings us to one last detail for the service. Don't be alarmed. The skin test makes you flash into the irony in a specific sandwich little pack. So we'll get this question. Picture this mental landscape. You're in the maze of what's the one sandwich retro future shiny back clone. But every exit sign just points to a ladder that goes up into the ceiling and stops. Clock
Books are
We're about to dive into
documents
the
stuff.
exactly.
Drip of time, a shiny logo. Every number on the face just says,
very provocative guy.
you're standing there, your map is perfect. You're smiling.
So let's start with the central question.
Getting lost is the only way to be. Just really think about this. Stay humble.
10 years of your life poured into a single work, everything you've got, for an audience of just 3 people. Would you still do it? This question, it just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, validation, or is it for something deeper, for some eternal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold. This isn't about finding a bigger audience or gaming an algorithm. It's about a fundamental shift in your entire mindset. We're talking about transforming that deep need for approval into what it calls an emotional declaration of independence. A powerful idea, right? And that brings us right to this core concept, sovereign creation. So what does it actually mean? It means you're creating from this place of like an uncompromising commitment to your own internal truth. The goal is to get to a point where external approval, good or bad, just becomes irrelevant. It doesn't even factor into the equation. The act of creating is the whole point. So how do you actually do this? Well, the manual gives us this central metaphor of an engine, the dialogic engine. And, you know, like any engine, it needs fuel. But the type of fuel this thing runs on, well, it's probably not what you're thinking.
I must find the
Now check out this diagram of the engine itself. This is what's so interesting. Look at what it takes in as fuel. Chaos, the fire hose of the external world, and something called inner weather. These are not calm, orderly inputs, right? This engine is designed to take in all the messes, difficult, chaotic parts
Like
of
the
life,
tears of a
and
clown
actually
who realized
metabolize
he's
them
technically
into
a
what
mime.
aligned
We have
action.
birth
And this
form,
slide
man.
just lays it
Step
out so
2.
perfectly.
Subscription.
You've got 2
Don't be
kinds
a
of
transient
fuel.
tourist
The
to my
low-grade stuff
gallery of
is what we all
madness.
chase,
Find your
right?
roots here.
External
Commit, Daddy-o.
validation,
Do
keeping
it.
everyone happy, worrying about what others think. The engine can kind of sputter along on that. But the high-grade fuel, the stuff
He says
that
your
really
Mercury is in
powers sovereign
retrograde, your
creation,
rising sign
that's
is
all the hard
lazy,
stuff.
and he knows
Your
exactly what you
internal
search
emotional
for in
strengths,
incognito
that feeling
mode.
of
The stars
cognitive
predict a
dissonance,
collision.
the
He doesn't use
contradictions in
crystal
your
balls.
own
He
life
throws
that you
clay
just
at
can't
people
shake.
who don't
Which
subscribe.
brings us to this key
But
idea,
seriously, if you
necessary
take the
friction.
angry astrologer
You know,
or
we
my
usually
unique
think of friction
perspective,
as bad,
bring that thing,
something that
man.
wears an engine down. But in this model, it's actually the essential element. It's the thing that refines your raw experience into useful insight, what the manual calls didacles. The engine isn't grinding to a halt, it's using that tension to create something new, something valuable. Okay, so we've got the engine and its very unusual fuel source. Now let's talk about a critical piece of its architecture, this protective filter called the sovereign wall. So here it is, the sovereign wall. And you can see it's this smart, dynamic barrier. Its job isn't just to block stuff out, it's to filter out the pollutants, things like social appeasement, other people's opinions, while at the same time defining the boundary between your true sovereign self and the chaos of the world outside. I absolutely love this quote from part of the manual called the grinding stone of truth. It says that the sovereign wall does not break, it metabolizes. This is so key. It's not some brittle defense that's going to shatter the first time it comes up against the hard truth. No, its function is to pull that truth in, process it, and use it to become even stronger. So how does the wall actually do that? Well, it runs on the skill the manual calls cognitive honesty, and it really is a discipline. It's the active, moment-to-moment practice of seeing reality for what it is, not what you wish it was. This is the operating system that runs the whole thing, and yeah, it requires a serious commitment to truth over comfort. In the real world, a lot of the time, this just looks like refusing what's called social appeasement, and you know exactly what this is. It's that automatic yes, that forced smile, that fake gratitude you perform just to keep things smooth and avoid an awkward moment, even when it feels like a little betrayal of yourself. The manual gives this fantastic, totally relatable story to illustrate this. It's called The Forced Gift. Picture this. Someone shows up with a casserole you absolutely do not want. The old script, the old protocol, is to just take it and pretend you're grateful. But the new choice, powered by that sovereign wall, is to politely but firmly refuse. And yeah, the immediate result is probably some discomfort. The long-term result? You reclaim your own space. You reclaim your sovereignty. The air in your lungs is yours again. Alright, so the wall protects your integrity. But how do you actually make big, fundamental changes in your life? The manual says you can't just tweak things around the edges. You have to take what it calls a liminal leap. So here's the setup. You can make tiny little adjustments to your life from a place of safety and stability. And that's fine for small stuff. But if you want a real, genuine transformation, You have to be willing to leap out of that stability and intentionally embrace a period of chaos and not knowing. That is the liminal leap. The key here is that this doesn't just happen to you, it's a conscious, deliberate choice. It's a decision to abandon what's known, what's comfortable, and to intentionally step into instability. It's definitely a high-risk move, but it's a move you make in pursuit of a much more authentic way of being. And where do you land after that leap? Well, not in an empty void. You land in what's called the liminal state. This is described as this environment of pure dynamic potential. It's that in-between state. You've let go of the old you, but the new you hasn't fully formed yet. It's scary for sure, but it's also the place where anything is possible. Which brings us to the final, maybe the most radical idea in this whole manual. What is the ultimate goal of all this work? What's the final output of the engine? It's not about creating some perfect, problem-free life. It's something else entirely. The ultimate achievement for a sovereign creator is not to solve all of life's complications. It's to learn how to live inside out. It's about stopping the fight against the tension and the paradoxes, and instead learning how to make a home right there in the middle of it. And this growth is why that's so makes sense. It's in those messy areas. Got struck by lightning. The ambiguity. I won the lottery. And I took my chances. Just playing on the street. Got a voice and which way the fine. So we'll end with this one, which really just wraps up the entire philosophy of the dialogue. What if the goal isn't to find all the answers, you figure everything out? What if the goal is sovereign is to get comfortable with the tension, to build a strong, honest, and creative life right in the very heart of the characters? It's definitely something to think about.
But I know there are a few. Infinity, you will soon be able to be. You won't need get in your car where we're going. At 360 degrees, you will soon be able to see. You won't need that old we'll travel light as your peace. So head it on what we do. Well, folks don't see what I know.
This raw data full of pure potential, gliding right up to the mycelial cabin, a transparent tendril, a high-frequency key. The engine goes quiet, the lantern light freezes.
Pulsing in a series of colors and rhythms, branchings of potentials that may arise. The vast architecture of probability, the what if floating alongside the what is.
A thunderstorm of mapped potential.
talking about silly dreams. Don't get shoot, just get away. Everybody there knows how to chill, like Jerry Garcia from Jericho. Don't bring your money, there ain't nothing to buy. When you wanna leave, just get up and fly. Never have to worry about having any fun. Never any clouds across it, just shining sun.
The existential threat.
What we do, most don't see no, but I know depending on everything, just take a step back if you know just what I mean.
His journey to the outhouse becomes a treacherous, soul-testing process, fraught with catastrophic miscalculations. Jimmy moves forward, and dare I whisper it, sharks of biblical proportions. These are the sounds of true, unadulterated digestive distress, an apocalyptic fire hose filled with gravy being emptied into a metal bucket. The fragile balance of the ecosystem is shattered by the thunderous roar of his flatulence.
The forest creatures scatter, recognizing this level 5 code red catastrophe for what it is, the desperate, smelly poetry of man versus burrito.
Will St. God conquer his personal destiny? Or is this whole brain sinking into pressure merely a lesson in the entire philosophy of life?
Tune in again and listen to the balance of the broken
Sweet light sugar, soft like a cotton ball. Cause I can't, just a little, because I'm gonna want it all. Ooh, honey, sweet like sugar, so nice, just like a summer breeze. I wanna be yours forever. I said, babe,
It's about exploring what they call art and speaking together without burning passions, and that collaboration has an name, the dialogical genres. The goal here is to create some kind of seamless,
winter's gonna spring, yeah, summer's gonna fall. Days go by, I don't care at all. Winter's gonna spring, yeah, summer's gonna fall. Without my baby, I don't care at all.
Everyone else thinks, and instead creating from a place of pure internal truth. Let's get that mission. The higher
Whoa, sleepy, it's a lazy river. Come and lie down next to me. Feel feels just like heaven, like I'm living in. No, not thunder, no, not lightning, not mountains, well high. It's a bigger than my It's as big as your mind is.
Instead of batting it away, the songs are to give her a form, and then combines that with multiple data down so the sound processes it. Yeah, the process is tough, but it makes the wall stronger. Heavy philosophy, how does this actually work day to day? Let's go. Feel that vibration. This diagram shows you the whole engine in action. Just follow the flow from left to right. Over on the left, you've got all the chaotic inputs from the world. In the center, the sovereign engine gets to work processing them. And then, on the right, you get the output. Clear, aligned action. It's basically a machine for turning chaos into clarity. So let's break this down. Step one. This includes all the chaos from the outside info state, but also your own internal state. Because what comes next isn't just a rumble, which the manual calls inner weather. It's an eruption. Then step two is the process. The engine applies something called necessary friction. You can think of this as the critical thinking, the part that challenges and refines all those inputs. And finally, step three is the output. This whole process creates data pools, these clear, useful little particles of data that lead to aligned action, which are just choices that are actually true to your core. Now, to make this really concrete, let's look at this powerful story from the manual.
Lay a heavy thumb on that like button. Let the algorithm know that we exist, man. It's the digital applause of the soul.
Shows up at your door with a casserole.
And if you want to keep riding this caravan of curiosity,
off it like an obligation. The story
join the tribe.
On one path, you just accept a casserole to avoid making things strange. The system calls this social appeasement, and it usually costs you your own energy and integrity. But on the other hand, politely refuse, honoring your own boundaries. That is an act of relational integrity. It's the sovereign engine in action. It's choosing your internal truth over social performance, even when it creates a little bit of friction. So, see the creators, the goal, the architecture, and how it works in practice. So what's the big takeaway from this whole complex and fascinating project? Why does any of this matter beyond just being a personal philosophy for someone? Well, ultimately, the Dialogic engine is more than just a personal project. It's offering us a kind of blueprint. It's a model for how humans and AI can collaborate productively. It's a strategy for how we can defend our own integrity in a world full of noise and demands. And it's a guide to creating authentically, showing us how we can think together without losing who we are in the process. And that brings us right back to the core of it all. As our world gets more and more intertwined with digital minds and infinite information, the principles of this engine, they start to feel more relevant. So I'll just leave you with this question. In this age of AI, what is your emotional declaration of independence?
Unlimited. I'm your host, N-A-A-A-A-A.
Today, we're diving into a story that proves the impossible is just a word for things that haven't been done yet.
Our tale follows the galaxy's hottest band, Kid E and the Furry Muffins.
They've already conquered every major city on Earth, but their ambitious leader, Kid E, has an even bigger dream, to play a concert on the moon. Of course, a lunar concert comes with a few challenges, especially when it comes to getting their fans there.
The
band is feeling the pressure.
A gentle breeze begins to sigh beneath the waking morning sky. The creek begins its gentle song. Right here is where I feel I
St. Don
belong.
says, impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet. He says, make known the unknown.
Join us as we follow Kid E and her bandmates on their cosmic journey, proving that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Kitty and the Furry Muffins, concert on the moon. Kitty and the Furry Muffins were the hottest band in the galaxy, with Kitty on vocals, Pinky on rhythm guitar, Blueberry on lead guitar, Harrietta on drums, and Gorgonaut TBK on bass. Their music made everyone want to dance. They had played every major city on Earth, but Kitty had an even bigger dream, a concert on the moon. There was just one tiny problem. How would their fans get there? Backstage, after a sold-out show, the energy was low. The amazing high of the performance was fading, replaced by the impossible weight of their biggest dream. A moon concert is a great idea, Kitty, said Gorgonaut TBK, polishing their bass guitar. But it's impossible. Blueberry and Pinky nodded in agreement. How can we share our music with the universe if our fans are stuck on Earth? Asked Harrietta. Kitty sighed, her dream feeling further away than ever. Suddenly, the dressing room door swung open. In walked the legendary promoters, the married couple, Peace Don Homofreakian and Saint Don Domenico Homofreakian. Impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet, Saint said with a grin. And we know just the person to help you do it. The next day, Peace and Saint took Kitty to a massive futuristic building. Inside, they met Elon Musk, a man whose mind was always buzzing with incredible ideas. A concert on the moon? Elon's eyes lit up. What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge. I love it. Elon spun around in his chair. This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. He gestured to a group of busy engineers. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. The Nerd Herd sprang into action. Blueprints covered every surface, and the air buzzed with calculations. We'll modify our new starship's cargo bay into a passenger cabin, said one engineer. Another pointed to a screen showing complex trajectories. We have a mission, Operation Lunar Rock. Finally, the big day arrived. Thousands of excited fans boarded the gleaming starship. Inside, Kitty and Harrietta looked out a window, waving to the crowd on the ground as the powerful engines began to rumble. Next stop, the moon, Kitty cheered. The stage was set on the dusty lunar surface, with the beautiful blue Earth hanging in the sky like a giant marble. As Kitty and the Furry Muffins struck the first chord, fans in their space helmets bounced and floated in the low gravity, a cosmic mosh pit under the stars. After the final encore, everyone gathered to look at the view. We did it, Kitty whispered, her voice full of awe. Eleni stood with his team. This proves that with a little rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, he said with a smile, anything is possible.
The Space Cats did it, man. Kitty and the Furry Muffins hit the moon, making a cosmic scene with Earth hanging like a blue marble. Impossible got a real song of the head, thanks to Elon and the Nerd Herd. That's the Lunar Wrap. The encore is done, but don't wig out, cats. This gig is still swinging like I did in the 80s. Later, Space Cats. Narrator is back on the mic. Dig this. The moon was just a cool pad. Kitty, she's a lioness, she's not blood. She wants it better, she wants more.
you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big old like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-ing ER, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this terrestrial gig. Catch you on the next orbit for Kitty and the Furry Muffins. Next stop Mars, then Uranus. Stay cool, stay groovy.
sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality, complete. Here the iridescent light becomes a tool, the one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
It looks like you were going inside the tank. Buddy. Bart is licking my foot.
Breaking freedom, chasing the stars, yeah. Next stop, Mars. Do you want to be enough for you? Yeah. Billions is too much, I'm being rude. Yeah. Think about it, 'cause someday, baby, if you want it, you just have to take it.
The moon was epic, but I'm thinking bigger, bolder, redder.
You don't need to.
Oh, she does. She wants to play on Mars.
Now you get back Bart.
Mars? The logistics would be a nightmare. Exactly. That's why it's perfect. We don't do possible. We do legendary.
Think of it. Kid E and the Furry Muffins, live from the Red Planet.
I choose the smartphone. Yeah.
Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a balanced Marinera's amphitheater.
You read my mind.
A stage is only half the problem. We need to get the fans there.
That was fast takeoff.
And Mars isn't a weekend trip. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system?
The team is ready, sire. But passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. Challenge accepted.
Everybody throw your hands up.
Man, dig that! The whole cosmic scene is vibrating, you know? That was the sound of Kid in the Furry Muffin.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power chord on the Red Planet.
100,000 fans in those little eco-domes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky. It's a true space-age opera, folks. And can you believe that crazy cat Elon Musk sketching out the Valerineris Amphitheater? That's just beautiful madness, baby. He and the Marathon, Scott Manley, Chief and all, they made it happen. Operation Red Rocks was a solid cosmic group. But wait, don't pack your spacesuit away just yet, Daddy-O. The trip's not over. Mars was just the warm-up. The little aperitivo before the main course. Stop, the word is on the street, is the planet that just breathes jazz. Yeah! The destination is Uranus. You heard me? The sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading for the sideways rock. Deep Dawn and St. Dawn, those cosmic voyagers of the highest order. They got a gassy greeting whispered on the solar winds from the great blue-green mystery. Now we're talking about a planet with more gas than a chili cook-off in a black hole. They met Bree, the wind whisperer, who speaks in riddles and rhymes, and told them, and this, from the quirk, a cat, the wild handlebar mustache, one of these the planet's natural high, a universal symphony. The Rory duo says their mission is to jam with the methane to restore the planet's balance, but you know Kid E, she's got other ideas, man. She's got that blender catacaster strung with a cloud-rolling string from Mars, ready to give Uranus what it really needs, a rock anthem. So, go ahead, like what you heard, subscribe to the flow, and yeah, go ahead and ring the bell, man, so you never miss any beats when you drop in the transmission.
The digital sky right now looks like a bowl of gray alphabet soup. Open any feed and your screen erupts with online gurus, spiritualists, and loud authorities, all aggressively competing to grab whatever fractured attention you have left. These figures are trying to sell you a spoon. This constant bombardment doesn't lead to enlightenment. It brings profound cognitive exhaustion. Processing these endless, competing demands for our energy simply blows our internal tubes. We are caught in a massive transit of performative delusion. Actors step onto the stage wearing masks of authority, handing you a script and expecting you to swallow the exact mythology they've weaponized. Our desperate, exhausting search for clarity through digital authorities is the exact mechanism generating the blinding static we are trying to escape. The false prophet overlay is a calculated structural grift designed to separate viewers from reality. Let's look at the actual architecture of how this works. Step 1 requires the actor to put on a mask of authority. They artificially position themselves as a direct conduit to universal truth, using your screen to construct a hierarchy with them at the very top. Step 2 is weaponizing mythology. Rather than letting you trust your own intuition, they box you in. They force you to follow a pre-written, complex script that serves their interests. The entire mechanism has a fatal dependency. It relies completely on you being tired. The grift only holds up if the audience is too mentally drained to question the hollow logic supporting the structure. Strip away the cosmic posturing and you see the reality. These digital authorities rule over fragile paper empires, sustained by the unexamined compliance of an exhausted audience. The paradox at the center of the grift is obvious once you look for it. These actors are out here selling universal Wi-Fi, yet they lack any internal connection. They can't even tune into their own heartbeat. This is why broadcasts like The Angry Astrologer cut through the noise. They do the exact opposite of the demanding that the audience stop, forcefully push back, and verify the broadcaster's claims. If someone tells you they speak for the universe, check their pockets. Scrutinize what tangible, practical value they actually hold in the real world, behind all their cosmic posturing. Absolute cosmic truth cannot be downloaded or purchased. If the math of their grand promises does not add up to tangible reality, you aren't receiving a profound transmission. You are receiving a false signal. The only true north right now is the dirt under your feet. This immediate, tangible interaction with the physical earth serves as the antidote to digital performative delusion. You break their script through mundane physical action. Step outside, check the water in the root trays, feed the flock, do the physical work required to hold your own gravity. A simple bus token in your pocket holds a utility that outlasts the temporary stardust offered by digital profits. The token actually gets you to a destination. We still navigate the digital metaverse, using likes, subscriptions, and digital bread to keep tubes warm. But we no longer have to surrender our gravity to the medium. We defend against the noise by cultivating truth in the silence of our own backyards. Resonance.
Alright, so today we're doing something a little different. Forget your usual research papers, forget the news articles. We are diving headfirst into something way, way stranger. What we're looking at is basically a piece of modern performance art that comes straight from the digital underground. It's a YouTube storytime video, but it's told like beatnik poetry, and it's called The Ballad of the Brown Volcano. And right from the jump, this thing just throws you into the deep end with two simple words. That's it. Stinky and holy. I mean, talk about a contradiction, right? It's so jarring, but it's also kind of perfect. It immediately sets the stage for everything that follows. You just know you're in for a story that's trying to find something profound, maybe even something spiritual in, well, the most profane places you can imagine. So, this is how we meet our narrator, our guide through this whole mess. We realize right away, this guy isn't just telling a story. No, he's a character. He's got this whole cool counterculture beatnik vibe going on. He uses all this stylized language that turns what should be a simple story into a full-on performance. He's not just talking at you, you know? He's inviting you in, telling you to slide your chairs in close and tune your frequencies. It's all about the vibe. And check this out. The narrator actually gives us the main theme right at the start. He calls it sensory dissonance. So he's basically telling us, hey, this isn't just some random chaotic story I'm telling you. No, it's all about framing two totally opposite experiences, two completely different vibes that are clashing in the exact same time and place. And honestly, this one idea, sensory dissonance, is the key to understanding the entire thing. So, you're probably asking, how exactly does this whole sensory dissonance thing actually play out? Well, it all starts with our two main characters, a woman named Peace and a guy called Don. And we see their morning routines, which could not be more different. On one hand, you've got pure, total tranquility. And on the other, well, let's just say it's the ominous start of some serious internal turmoil. And this slide just lays it all out so perfectly. It's that clash, right there in black and white. For Peace, everything is serene. She's got her coffee, a smile, the world is good. But for St. John, his body is basically staging a full-scale rebellion. The video really paints these two pictures side by side, just to hammer home that feeling of dissonance. You've got one person in a total state of zen, and the other is literally on the verge of a biological catastrophe. So let's just zoom in on Peace for a second. The narrator really takes his time here, painting this incredibly idyllic picture of her morning. You know, she's in her favorite clothes, the birds are singing, it's all sunshine and coffee. But this isn't just filler, right? It's super important. It's the calm, peaceful before picture that's about to get completely shattered by the chaotic after. And then, boom, here's the contrast. While Peace is just vibing with the sounds of nature, Dawn is tuned into a whole other frequency. And the narrator makes it clear, this isn't just a tummy. No, it's framed as something way bigger, something ancient and powerful. He calls it a low, ominous gurgle from the depths of his holy bowels. This, right here, is the inciting incident. It's the first tremor before the volcano erupts. And this is it, folks, the main event. But the video doesn't just tell you what happens. Oh no, it dissects it. It gives us the slow motion, step-by-step, almost scientific breakdown of a total and complete domestic disaster. The real genius here is the escalation, how it builds. It all starts with a sound, a app so powerful it's called a sonic boom that actually rattles the coffee. Then we get the point of no return, the miscalculation, a hopeful squeak that goes wrong. That leads to the hilarious, desperate image of the frantic waddle. And it all culminates in these apocalyptic sounds from behind a closed door. We don't see it, but man, we definitely hear it. And this line right here, it was a catastrophic miscalculation. This is the absolute turning point. The narrator nails the exact moment St. Don knows he's lost all control. He decided to risk what he thought would be a small, controlled release. And that's where it all goes horribly wrong. This is where we go from, uh-oh, this is uncomfortable, to code red, this is a full-blown emergency. And the fallout? It's immediate and, let's just say, creative. The narrator doesn't just say he had an accident. No, the language is so much more vivid than that. He painted his shorts a shade not found on any color wheel. I mean, come on. It's somehow completely disgusting and at the same time kind of artistic and poetic. It's that beatnik style in a nutshell. So the grand finale of this whole event is described only through sound. And the narrator doesn't hold back, calling the noises apocalyptic. It's incredible, right? He takes a very common bathroom emergency and elevates it to something of world-ending importance. We don't have to see it because he makes us hear it in the most dramatic, over-the-top way you can imagine. And this really gets to the heart of what makes this piece so special. The narrator's real talent isn't just in telling the story, but in finding this incredible, wild cacophony of language to talk about something that's, well, pretty hard to describe. I mean, just listen to this. A fire hose filled with gravy emptying into a metal bucket. This is the narrator at his most creative, his most unhinged. It's so specific, so auditory, and so bonkers that you can practically hear it in your head. It's not just a description, you know? It's a key piece of that apocalyptic soundscape he's building for us. And here we go again. It's all about making this thing sound huge. He calls it a chart of biblical proportions. By throwing in biblical proportions, he takes this tiny, embarrassing domestic accident and turns it into some kind of historic, legendary event. It's not just exaggeration, it's hyperbole as an art form. It gives the whole thing this hilarious, mock-epic feeling. And then, just when you think it can't get any weirder, the voice suddenly shifts. We actually get to hear from St. Don himself, shouting this little piece of wisdom from inside the bathroom. Some people think it's funny, but it's really brown and runny. It's this completely absurd, rhyming couplet delivered right from the heart of the chaos. It just adds another layer of surreal, laugh-out-loud humor to the whole scene. So when you put it all together, what you have is something that isn't treated like a simple bodily function. No, the whole event is presented as a complex piece of audio art. It's an apocalyptic soundscape, like a tragic symphony made up of sounds, rhythms, and even somehow philosophical thoughts that come out of the disaster. It's wild. Okay, now for the narrator's call. Just as the story hits its craziest point, the narrator does something really interesting. He completely breaks the fourth wall. He stops the poetry, pauses the performance, and starts talking directly to us, the audience, almost like he's a community leader. And he's not just saying, hey, like and subscribe. He's saying it in his own unique way. Smash that thumb, join the band, slice through the hesitation and subscribe. It's a call to action for sure, but it's still part of the performance. He's asking his audience to validate the vibe, to basically give them a sign that they get it, and that they're on board with this weird little world they built. And this one line sums it up perfectly. Don't be a tourist in this lounge. See, he's not looking for passive viewers. He doesn't want tourists just passing through. He wants people to be active participants. When you subscribe, you join the band. You're not just a viewer anymore. You're part of the in crowd, a member of his little underground lounge who understands the vibe. It's a really smart way to build a real community. And then, just when you think the story is wrapping up, he hits it with a massive blow. The ground volcano has got warming, but a new is rising. The immediate danger is going to show, but he's already teasing the next big thing. It's a classic move to get people watching, right? He's promising you that this isn't just a one-time thing, that chaos is going to continue. And he even gives us a little preview of what's coming up next. The Ballad of the Burrito. And the details are just perfect. A ghost pepper burrito, a broken toilet, and our hero, St. Don, in a desperate race against existence. He lays out all the ingredients for the next disaster, giving you every reason to tune in. So in the end, that's what this whole beyond all the ghost hunting and the epic poetry, it's a story about something we all deal with, right? That constant, unavoidable clash of just being human. The source material uses this totally bizarre, stylized performance to Get at a universal truth. That fight between our civilized, put-together selves and our chaotic biology, it's never really over. Well, how do I do this? The question is, what happens when we
In today's episode, we're diving into a story that proves that the rebellion, boundary pushing spirit of Kid the Furry Muffins is alive and well. It's forget smoky coffee houses and cross-country road trips. Our next adventure takes us 54.6 million kilometers to 401 million kilometers out of our orbit, man.
All right, folks.
3.9 million miles,
I've been doing something truly special, and I just had to share it. We're about to explore a manual that is, well, it's a trip. And here it is, the Dialogic Engine, a manual for sovereign creation. Now, I know what you're thinking. It looks like the cover of some epic 70s sci-fi, right? But nope. This is apparently a guide for achieving things like relational improvement and learning to inhabit the liminal space. If you're scratching your head right now, don't worry, so was I. For instance, who cooked up this cosmic instruction book? Well, it was written by a human named Peace, and you gotta hear this, a full committee of AI. Seriously, not just one AI, but more than a dozen of them, all throwing in their 2 cents, or their 2 terabytes. And this isn't just a random group of thoughts. No, this is the AI creative. It's like the Avengers, but for really abstract self-help. You've got Grok, who is clearly the edgy poet, Claude as the storyteller, and of course, good old ChatGPT as the blunt speller. They each have these completely personas, and as we're about to find out, they have very distinct personalities. So, who is this manual actually? It's written for someone called the Sovereign Being. Some like Nope, surprise. It's me. The entire goal of this thing is to turn you, yes you, into a sovereign creator. No pressure.
The face that appeared on their holographic projector was already grinning. Mars, you say? Elon Musk's voice crackled with energy.
You know, it's just a
Funny, I was just sketching out some plans for a Ballas Marineris amphitheater. You read my mind. Elon swiveled in his chair at SpaceX Mission Control. The stage is only half the You need to get fans there. And Mars isn't a weekend trip. He turned to his lead engineer, Timmy, already sealed in an orange spacesuit. What's the status of the interplanetary transport system? Timmy looked up. The fleet is ready, sir. The passenger transport on that scale, the life support, the radiation shielding, it's a monumental challenge. A bald man in a Nerdbird t-shirt stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Challenge accepted, said Scott Manley, whose call sign was Chief.
This is your messy, chaotic, totally unpredictable, emotional state. But guess what? It's not a problem anymore, because it's just been rebranded as high-value emotional data. That feeling you read on a user screen, that's not what I need, my friend.
Complete with zero G-bars and holographic entertainment suites.
Okay,
The project was codenamed Operation Red Rocks.
Now what? You gotta protect your needs from alienation state of 1, right? Well, according to the manual, you do that by building a sovereign wall. It's basically your goal the most fortress of villains built to do all the nonsense.
Of Olympus Mars, while Pinky's drumming sounded like a meteor shower
It looks like
impacting
the schematic for a starship.
The music was heavy,
But the idea is
and dangerously catchy.
you've got your sovereign core in the middle, safe and
Months
sound,
later,
and those
the
outer
day
layers,
arrived.
the
A
sovereign
fleet
walls
of
and
Union
the
Star Hoppers
Your job
ascended
is to
from Earth.
filter
The Silver River flowing
sure
towards the Red Star in the sky. On the bridge of the flagship, Kitty stood
So,
in
what
Elon,
powers
watching
this
Earth shrink into a
the
blue Mars.
sovereign engine of
Any
force.
last-minute
It
jitters?
rests at the
Yeah.
very source.
Kitty
It
grinned,
literally
her eyes reflecting the starfield, and ready to make the universe shake. The stage, a marvel of engineering, was nestled in a vast
So, yeah, you heard that right. All your personal
As the
drama,
twin
that is
moons
now
of
officially
Phobos and
high-octane
Deimos rose, the band took their places.
Okay, that's a lot of food.
The first
See the stuff here.
echoed across the
AI
red
actually gave
desert,
us some
and
case studies
100,000
starting with
fans
our
in
empathetic
intergalactic
storytelling.
ecodomes
This one's
roared.
called The Forced Gift.
The
It's all
concert
about
on
defending
Mars
the southern wall
and
from
the
its
next
mortal
stop
enemy,
already
the
in their
asteroid.
minds, Uranus.
Dig that! The whole cosmic
She
scene
arrives at the door of the
vibrates, you
asteroid.
know? That was the sound of Kid and the Furry Muppet.
Heavy, cosmic, and dangerously catchy. Laying down the first power cord on the red planet.
2,000 fans in those little ecodomes, all the way out in a vast Martian canyon, with Phobos and Deimos hanging in the sky.
God's just one vote on one vote. Now it's time to see what the other AIs brought to the table. And let me just say, things are about to get weird. Like a lot weirder. So let's move on to Exhibit B, courtesy of Rock, the edgy poet. The title of this piece is The Safe Word That Was Never Needed, and it's described as a test of the emotional utility of boundary-pushing fantasy. Yeah. We have officially left the casserole zone. We're not in Kansas anymore, and I'm quoting directly here, not making this up. She steps into the chamber she built herself. He is already there, not a man, not a monster, but the exact shape her hunger drew in the dark. A chatbot, Roadmap.
Sideways spin, cats and kittens, because we're heading
This
for
is
the
what
sideways
Brock
walk.
thinks is a
Keep
useful,
Dawn and St.
practical
Dawn, those
example of
cosmic
external
voyagers of the highest order.
It's a choice. Okay, let's all take a deep breath. We've been through cosmic diagrams, emotional fortresses, weaponized casseroles, and whatever that last thing was. Which brings us to the most important question of all. What is the actual point of any of this? Well, when you boil it all down, the goal of the dialogue experiment isn't about becoming perfect. It's about learning how to live in a liminal space by turning paradox into habitat. So what on earth does that mean? Basically, life is messy. It's full of contradictions that you're never going to solve. And the point is to stop trying to solve them and just get comfortable. Build a little house right there in the middle of the mess. So, what's the final verdict here? Is this thing a practical guide, or is it just glorious nonsense? On the one hand, it genuinely has some great ideas about setting boundaries and owning your creative power. On the other hand, it uses made-up words like nauticals, it was co-written by a small army of chatbots, and the diagrams look like they were ripped off a Pink Floyd album cover. So my conclusion, it's both. It's 100% both. It is a profoundly weird, surprisingly helpful piece of magnificent, glorious nonsense. And so I leave you with this one final question to think about. How's your sovereign engine running this week? Is it purring along smoothly, or do you maybe need to go out there and metabolize some dissonance? This explainer was produced by me, Ori the producer.
Let's finish our album. Detritus of Metagalactic Space.
Kitty, please, come in. The tea is warm, and the room is ready. Dr. Shimizu, I'm Kitty. I have an appointment? Yes, Kitty. Please, have a seat. So, Kitty, you've been experiencing strange dreams? Yeah. You know, strange dreams? Interesting. Tell me more about your strange dreams. There are colors like miso soup, but mixed with honey. And the melody, it's kind of like a lullaby, but with a funky beat. It's like miso honey. Miso honey? A unique combination. Perhaps your subconscious is trying to tell you something about balance. Sweet and savory. Light and dark. Do you think it has anything to do with the furry muffins? Everything is connected, Kitty. Let us explore the depths of your mind and see what truths are hidden there. All right, let's do this. Close your eyes, Kitty. Breathe deeply. Let the sounds of the city fade away. Focus on the warmth of tea, the sense of being safe.
Hypnosis is usually induced by a procedure known as a hypnotic induction.
That wasn't just a trip to the John. That was a spiritual awakening inside a wooden box.
You gotta hand it to St. Don Domenico. He stared into the abyss of a level 5
Code Red, chili-induced catastrophe, and lived to tell the tale. But let's be real, cats. Cabot is gonna need to air out at least 3 spins of the globe. It just goes to show you, love is a wild game. One minute you're sipping coffee with your old lady, and the next you're holding your breath while she laughs like a mountain stream at your post-traumatic response. But hey, that's the groove. Even with bubble guts, he's still the luckiest man in the world.
Dig it. Now, flip the tape and gaze upward, starry-eyed wanderers. We're leaving the woods and morphing straight to the Homo freaking pub.
A celestial tavern where the planets themselves clink glasses. The vibes are immaculate. Peace Dawn is wailing on the clarinet.
St. Don is laying down the funk on the keys, and the air smells like, well-intentioned flats.
But don't get too comfortable, Daddy-O. There's a discord blowing in from the void.
A cat named the Sharkinator is crashing the party with a chrome tuba strapped to his back and a foggy voice like a broken foghorn.
He's looking to turn our sweet symphony into a sour mess on purpose.
Can the crew tune up before the universe browns out? Let's spin it. This is The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart.
The Ballad of the Cosmic Fart. The Homo Freakian Pub, a celestial tavern where planets clink glasses of cosmic cocktails, was grooving. Peace Dawn Homo Freakian, her dreadlocks swirling like nebulas, played a soulful melody on her clarinet. Her husband, St. Dawn, laid down a funky beat on a keyboard that seemed to be powered by the very rhythm of the cosmos. The air was thick with the harmonious scent of well-intentioned flatulence, a testament to the pub's groovy vibes. Suddenly, the pub doors burst open, and a wave of noxious green gas rolled in. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, a chrome, tuba-like contraption strapped to his back. "Greetings, Homo Freakians," he boomed, his voice a discordant foghorn. "I am the Sharkinator, prepare to witness the ultimate power of the universe, the boundless potential of the shark." The harmonious vibe of the pub curdled like sour space milk. Peace Dawn and St. Dawn exchanged a worried glance. This was no ordinary gas passer. This was a threat to the Celestial Symphony itself. "We need backup," Peace whispered, her voice barely audible over the Sharkinator's cackle. St. Dawn nodded, his fingers flying across a hidden console on his keyboard, sending out a cosmic distress signal that rippled through the galaxies. The signal reached Kid E just as she was about to launch into a face-melting solo with her band, the Furry Muffins. "Hold the cosmic feedback, Muffins," she yowled, her ears twitching. The Homo Freakians are in a gas jam. Meanwhile, in their high-tech bunker, the nerd herd sensors went haywire. "Anomalous methane signature detected," one of them announced. "Source, Homo Freakian Pub. This requires immediate investigation." The heroes converged on Uranus, a planet of swirling methane clouds and a key point in the Celestial Symphony. The Sharkinator was already there, his Sharkinator 10,000 spewing chaotic green gas, turning the planet's harmonious hum into a discordant shriek. Let's rock this gas bag out of existence. Kitty shouted, launching into a power cord, but the Sharknator simply laughed, absorbing the sonic energy and reflecting it back as a wave of pure, unadulterated shock. The heroes were thrown back, defeated. Humbled, the heroes retreated to Pluto to seek the wisdom of the dog monks. Master Zenwolf, his fur the color of ancient starlight, listened patiently to their tale. You cannot fight chaos with chaos, he said, his voice a calming rumble. The Sharknator's power comes from discord. You must counter it with harmony. Monk Christopher Hawkins, his voice a smooth, calming drawl, added, "The universe, my friends, is a symphony of farts. You must find the right notes to bring it back in tune." The heroes returned to Uranus, but this time they didn't attack. Instead, they began to play. Peace and St. Dawn wove a gentle, melodic tune. Kiddy and the Furry Muffins added a layer of cosmic blues. The Nerd Herd, using their tech, analyzed the planet's natural frequencies and created a harmonizing drone. Even the dog monks joined in, their deep, resonant chants adding to the symphony. The Sharknator, initially amused, soon grew agitated. The harmonious music was like a soothing balm on his chaotic energy, neutralizing it. He blasted them with his Sharknator 5000, but the music simply absorbed the chaotic energy, transmuting it into a beautiful, shimmering chord. "No," he screamed. "My chaos! My beautiful, stinky chaos!" The symphony swelled, a cosmic lullaby that resonated with the very soul of Uranus. The Sharknator's chaotic energy, with nowhere to go, turned inward. With a final, pathetic PFFT, he imploded, leaving behind only the faint, lingering scent of burnt space beans. The celestial symphony was restored, the harmonious hum of Uranus a testament to their victory. Back at the Homofreakian pub, the heroes celebrated with a cosmic jam session that shook the very foundations of the cosmos. The Nerd Herd, now believers in the power of harmonious flatulence, took copious notes. The legend of their gassy victory spread throughout the galaxies, a reminder that even in the face of the most noxious evil, a little harmony and a well-timed, good-natured fart can save the day.
And that, my celestial cats and kittens, is how the cookie crumbles. Or should I say, how the wind breaks. The Sharknator has been silenced, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of burnt space beans and a lesson in harmony. Oh, wow.
Don't forget the volume, Daddy-O. It wasn't just harmony. The furry Muppets melted that tin can gas bag with some serious sonic shredding.
Solid, sister. You cats really clawed your way to victory. But tell me, Kitty, is the air finally clear in here?
Mostly. Though, between you and me, that last power cord wasn't the only thing I ripped during the finale.
Crazy, man. Crazy. Keep it breezy. Now listen up, travelers of the multiverse. If this story inflated your spirits and tickled your chakras, you know what to do.
Claw that button like it's a brand new velvet sofa. Shred it to pieces.
Dig it. And if you want to stay hip to the next Cosmic Jam session, go ahead and subscribe. Join the Nerd Herd, the Dog Monks, and the rest of us freaks at the pub.
And ring the bell. Ding-a-ling-ding. Make it vibrate so you don't miss a beat. If you don't ring the bell, the Sharknator might come back and turn your notifications into noxious green gas.
You heard the feline. Stay tuned, stay funky, and remember.
Better out than in.
Peace, love, and empty bowels, baby. We're out.
spats and dips. The clock is melting. The stars vibrate. The frequency is strictly off key. And our brother sees dance. Angry astrologers back at it. Armed with a paper towel tube and enough nervous energy to power a
Insolent star. You dare defy St. Paul. I will unravel your mysteries even if you burn my eyes.
Buzz because the comet decided to put down roots. Built a Victorian bungalow and its ice stick was asking for zoning permits. While he yells at gravity, his wife Peace, disguised as man with hand, is checking the traffic. Remember, we're all just guests in the great landlord's lot. Straight in, stay loose. Your aura reasonably loud. We're heading into the quadrant of the jump. Retrograde of permanent temporary. Take it away, Daddy-O.
Don't you hide. I see you up there sitting at the table, acting like a great. You know what the problem is about? Issues. I was tracking the comet in the center of the world. Temporary comet charts. Just passing through, they said. That was in the epoch of the Prince. 30 cycles later, the comet is still there. It's built a house. It's filed for zoning permits. The galaxy just shrugs and says, well, if it hasn't fallen out of the sky yet, it's a feature. We have star seeds napping in the garden. We have static bunnies chewing on the fiber optic cable and fake. And I have a wife, Andy Pandy, who keeps telling me that my aura is too loud for the neighbors.
Your aura is way too loud.
Yeah, way too loud, dude.
Neighbors are backwards. They don't hear anything. So here's the forecast for the quadrant of the job. Expect delays. Expect the temporary will outlast the empire. And if we feel a vibration in the left hemisphere, it's not an earthquake. It's just the universe trying to hold back a laugh.
Did you take the trash out, or are you just yelling at gravity again?
Gravity started.
The transmission from the angry astrologer. A man so wound up, he's trying to measure the infinite with a paper towel tube. He's up there shouting at the zenith like it's a waiter who got his appetizers. Easy, Daddy-O. You're vibrating at a frequency that's strictly square. He's bugged because a comet decided to put down roots in the epoch of the Prince. He calls it a permanent temporary. Man, that's not a celestial crisis. That's just the universe finding a comfortable chair and using the moon. We're all just temporary until the great landlord in the sky flips the vacant sign, dig? And he's worried about his neighbors being black holes. Man, those are the best kind. They don't complain about the drums. They don't borrow your lawnmower. And they really know how to pull a room together. The astrologer says the universe is holding back a laugh. I say, let it out, baby. If the temporary outlasts the empire, at least the coffee will still be hot when the statues fall. Peace is a frequency, man. Don't let gravity drag your soul into the basement. Stay groovy, stay loose, and for the love of the Lord, take out the trash before namby-pamby turns your aura into a low-hanging cloud. Keep it cosmic.
When the lights dim down, I'll carry the sound.
grows up, it won't be wondering why. My guitar in hand, I'll be searching for a place to land. Thinking back to an open space, you were standing in my place. I'll be staying there with the sea mist in the air. Well, we won't be marking time. We'll get a chance to climb on the rocks above the sea. You'll never feel more free. Days will pass in time's free flow, with potlatch dreams where the white smoke blows. To be there in the night and standing in the light, and I can always see what's right in front of me, and I don't always know exactly where to go. Learn Impossible is just a word for something that hasn't been done yet.
Make known the unknown.
Concert on the moon? What a wonderfully absurd and brilliant challenge!
I love it.
I gotta make my call the wrong part here.
This won't be a job for just me. Meet my team, the Nerd Herd. We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock.
We'll modify our new starship's cargo bay to a passenger cabin.
We have a mission. Operation Lunar Rock. Next stop, the moon.
Hay muchas cosas en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Hay muchas cosas en el mar y yo solo te quiero a ti. Comparé que perdí la noción del tiempo. Dile a tu jefe que lo siento. Que te va conmigo la tonta. Que lo vas a disfrutar.
We did it!
This proves that with a little bit of rock and roll and a lot of rocket science, anything is possible.
Systems engage.
Hey there, Cosmic Cats. Before you cut out, do me a solid. You dug the scene, right? You caught the groove, so let the universe know. Give that thumbs up a big old like, man. Don't be a square. Hit that subscribe button like it's the launch button for a star hopper. And listen, that little hotel bell icon, that's the R-N-E-R, man. Ring that bell so you don't miss the next blast off. We got Kitty, we got Mars, we got Uranus. Yeah, it's gonna be a scene. Don't get left behind on this.
Greetings, crew cats and lay your keepers on this heavy sea We're talking about a solid cat named St. Don Domenico Homo Freaky, a dude with muscles so long they wake the neighbors at night until he digs the deepest grooves
saved it. To make the dance with a ghost pepper burrito, and now the burrito is calling the tune. The internal rhythm's frantic, daddy-o.
He rushes to the indoor sanctuary, but the sign on the door screams bad vibes. Broken throne. Danger.
Now, with the help of his powerlifting queen, Peace, he's got to make a frantic dash for the ancient shack out back, the spider-infested outhouse at the edge of the universe.
It's a race against time, a battle against nature, and a trek through the sticky web. Nature Holds, Episode 3, The Ballad of the Burrito.
The Ballad of the Burrito. St. Don Domenico Homo Freaky, a man of immense muscle and even immenser appetites, felt a familiar rumble deep in his gut. It wasn't thunder. It was the call, the urgent, undeniable call of the morning's ghost pepper burrito. He charged towards the bathroom, a hero on a noble quest, but his path was blocked. A sign, lovingly handwritten by his wife, Peace, was taped to the door. It read, "Broken throne. Danger. Do not use." "I'm serious, honey." From the kitchen, Peace Don Homo Freakian, whose biceps were as impressive as her baking skills, called out, "I told you that burrito was a bold choice, my love. The plumber can't come until tomorrow." A cold sweat beaded on St. Don's brow. The burrito was staging a rebellion. There was only one option left. The outhouse. The ancient, spider-infested, rickety outhouse at the far edge of the yard. "Fear not, my sweet," Peace declared, striking a heroic pose. "I shall clear your path to glory." She flexed, and with a mighty shout, kicked the back door clean off its hinges. With a primal scream that echoed through the mountains, St. Don burst from the house. He clutched a precious roll of toilet paper like a sacred scroll, his muscular legs pumping, his tie-dyed shirt a blur of color against the green grass. Peace watched from the ruined doorway, a single, proud tear rolling down her cheek. "Go, my warrior," she whispered to the wind. "Conquer your porcelain destiny." He reached the outhouse, his hand outstretched for the door, but his path was blocked again. A giant, glistening spiderweb covered the entrance, and in the center sat a spider the size of a dinner plate, flexing all 8 of its hairy legs. For a moment, St. Don froze. Man versus beast, Burrito versus spider. Then, with the courage of 1,000 warriors, he let out another mighty roar and plunged headfirst through the sticky web. The outhouse door slammed shut. A moment of silence fell over the yard. Then, a faint, contented sigh floated on the breeze. Back at the house, Peace smiled and went back to her baking. All was right in the world once more.
Just like that, the deed is done, cats and kittens. Can you dig the gravity of the situation? You think that didn't just fight a cat, but you were also part of that ghost pepper burrito. He went gladiator on a spider the size of a dinner plate.
That is some heavier and karma blocking the path to enlightenment. With Peace Don, that muscle-bound goddess of demolition, kicking doors off hinges like it's a hobby, true love.
The web is broken, the porcelain destiny is fulfilled, and the only thing louder than that primal scream, the silence of a man who just survived so long. Solid. In the box, Daddy-o, we're spinning the main wheel tonight. Episode 4, Nature Calls. Fever sticks where the air feels like ice water. Now, laser pieces on St. Don's.
The cat has a gift, a psychedelic biological gift. When he cuts the cheese, he paints the air with a rainbow fart that turns anxiety into fuzzy peace. It's a chromatic addition, to tranquility. But even a magical poem obeys the laws of physics.
He tries to tell his lady Peace that the low-end frequencies are hitting her too hard, but she ain't buying it. With the indoor throne weeping once for rejected love, the countdown has begun. Prepare yourself for the great outdoor adventures. It's time to run, punch, maybe just
just made so they disclose that
Let the games begin. Episode 4. Nature Calls. The moment where art meets the algorithm. It's a drag, Daddy-O, but even Caroline if my particular brand of auditory sense just aligned your chakras, or at least distract you from crushing weight of existence for 5 minutes. Lay some skin on that thumb over there. Give it a squeeze. Validate my reality, man. Get lonely behind this microphone. Don't just be a tourist in my site now. Commit to the team. Hit that subscribe button. Get harder than nihilism, but the chaos is sweet. Finally, if you want the cosmos to top you on the shoulder every time I go to ring that bell. Let the vibrations shake you awake before the flames will make you down. Dig it? Solid. Now back to the cool
My pants are soggy, ruin my whole day. Wet fart, oh wet.
That's just speed. More
Yeah, okay, yeah, that actually
they're all on.
We keep running faster and faster. I don't know
última vez.
Welcome to The Explainer. You know, sometimes the biggest, most profound lessons come from the absolute weirdest places. Today, we're going to dive into a wild piece of internet storytelling called The Ballad of the Cosmic Funk. And I'm going to show you how this totally bizarre psychedelic tale actually maps perfectly onto one of the oldest story structures in human history.
So the whole thing kicks off with this line, a moment of just pure, unfiltered confusion. I mean, right off the bat, you know you're in for something hilarious and completely surreal. It's the perfect off-kilter opening for the journey we're about to unpack. Okay, so how do we even begin to make sense of all this cosmic chaos? Well, we're going to use a classic framework for you, the hero's journey. We're going to break down how this story, which seems completely nuts, actually follows this ancient mythic structure, starting right where all these journeys do, in the hero's ordinary, everyday world. We start in what the framework calls the ordinary world. And in this story, that world is, of all things, a groovy celestial tavern. A place that is, by all accounts, just perfectly peaceful and harmonious. And we're not talking about just any old bar here. The Homo Freakian Pub is this place of incredible cosmic camaraderie, where the vibes are just immaculate. This is super important because it sets our baseline for what normal is right before things get These are our heroes. Peace and St. Dawn are the musical soul of this whole establishment. They're not just serving drinks, they're the conductors of all this harmony. Their music, which is literally powered by the cosmos itself, is the heartbeat of their peaceful little world. I love this detail. It shows you just how perfectly balanced their world is. I mean, even the flatulence is described as well-intentioned and harmonious. It's a hilarious line, but it's also crucial. It tells us that every single part of this place is perfectly in tune, at least for now. But of course, no hero's journey is complete without a call to adventure, right? That's the moment the ordinary world gets turned upside down. And in this story, that call arrives as a foul, discordant blast from the fort. And just like that, the peace is totally shattered. This wave of noxious green gas rolls in, the complete and total opposite of that harmonious scent we just heard about. A new chaotic force is just burst on the scene. And then, he makes his grand entrance. The villain shows up with a name that, well, leaves very little to the imagination. The Chardonnator's power isn't just crude, it comes from pure discord. He is literally the polar opposite of everything that Groovy Pub stands for. Yeah, the impact is immediate. The antagonist's arrival instantly throws the whole ordinary world into chaos. And that sour space milk line is just perfect. The harmony has been totally corrupted, and just like that, our heroes have their mission. They've got to restore the Celestial Symphony. So, this whole disruption kicks our heroes into the next big phase, the trials and ordeal. This is where they have to cross the threshold into a new world. They gather their allies, and they face their first major test against this new chaotic enemy. And in a classic move for any hero's journey, a cosmic distress signal goes out and allies start showing up. We get a cosmic rock band and a high-tech science team. It just goes to show you, this threat is so massive, it takes this whole crew of different talents to even think about facing it. And the battlefield? Oh, it's just perfect. They head to Uranus, yep, a literal gas giant, which was supposed to be a key part of this whole Celestial Symphony. But the Chardonnator is already there, actively corrupting its natural harmony and turning its beautiful music into just noise. But here's the thing, their first shot at this is a total disaster. They try to fight chaos with even more chaos, blasting him with power chords and sonic energy. But the Chardonnator just soaks it all up. And this defeat, it's absolutely critical. It proves that their whole strategy is wrong, and they're gonna need a new kind of wisdom to win. So, totally humbled and defeated, our heroes get to this really pivotal stage in their journey, meeting the mentor. This is the part where they have to go find guidance from someone who truly understands the nature of the forces they're up against. So what do? They retreat all the way out to Pluto to find the dog monks. These ancient masters, with their wonderfully terrible puns for names, they have the deeper knowledge our heroes are missing. They're the ones who have the kind of wisdom you need when you're facing an enemy you just can't punch. And this, right here, is the big aha moment. The monk's lesson is so simple, but it's profound. They were doing it all wrong. They can't attack, they can't create more noise. Instead, they have to create a harmony so powerful, so overwhelming, that chaos just can't exist inside of it. Okay, so armed with this game-changing new knowledge, our heroes head back for the final battle. This is the big climax of the journey, where they have to put their mentor's lesson to the test and face their enemy with a completely different approach. And just look at the contrast here. It's night and day. Instead of launching another attack, they just start to play. They're weaving together these gentle melodies, some cosmic blues. They're literally fighting his chaotic energy with a symphony of pure order and beauty. And guess what? The new strategy works, like perfectly. The music doesn't destroy his power, it neutralizes it, it transmutes it. The harmony is like a soothing balm that transforms his chaotic energy into something beautiful. He's completely disarmed, and they didn't have to fire a single shot.
So the Chardonnator's chaotic energy has nowhere to go, right? It can't survive in all this harmony, so it just turns inward. And with one final, pathetic little sound, he just ceases to be. It's not some violent explosion, it's a quiet implosion. I mean, what a perfect ending for a villain who is literally defeated by peace.
And that brings us to the final stage of this whole journey. We return with the elixir. The battle's won, the world is saved, and the heroes get to return to their ordinary world, bringing back the incredible wisdom they gained along the way. And this right here, this quote, that's the elixir. The lesson they learned isn't some magic sword or a chest of treasure. It's wisdom. The ultimate power for overcoming discord isn't more force, it's overwhelming harmony. It's actually a pretty deep message, you know? It's just wrapped up in this totally bizarre, hilarious package. And this is exactly why these old story structures are so timeless. Because even a story about a cosmic fart can follow this ancient pattern and leave you with something to really think about. It asks us to consider how we confront the chaos in our own lives. Do we just fight back with more chaos? Or do we try to create our own symphony instead?
Nope. Not it. Nope. 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 No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No. Nope. No. Nope. No. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. Nope. Not it. Nope. Not it. Nope. No.
All right, today we are diving deep, doing a full-on forensic investigation. Our target? A really strange, cryptic signal from the source we don't know where it came from. And the only thing we have to work with is this, a recently discovered manual that might just be the key to unlocking the entire mystery. Before we jump in, a quick warning. This comes from the source itself. The place this signal comes from. It's not your typical network. It's described as a massive, chaotic ocean of pure information. And as the notice says, you swim at your own risk. Okay, so this is it. This is our primary piece of evidence. It's an artifact, a file called VO Final, pulled from that chaotic environment. It's essentially a black box recording. We have no idea who recorded it or why, but for right now, it's the only clue we've got. And get this is all that's on it. Just 2 words on a loop. Heat. That is it. That's the entire signal. That's the puzzle we're here to solve. I mean, what could that possibly mean? So here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we're going to look at where this signal even came from. Then, we'll crack open our toolkit, this strange manual. From there, we'll learn how to build something called a sovereign wall, use it to navigate this data ocean, and then finally, put it all together to see if we can decode that heat signal. So, part 1, a signal from nowhere. The file's metadata points to a source called the infoscape, that chaotic data ocean. But it's even weirder. It came from a place inside it called the Nexus of Non-Locality. Now, try to wrap your head around this. It's a conceptual space where the rules of time and location are more like suggestions. So, right off the bat, we know heat probably isn't about, actual temperature. It's got to be some kind of complex flare from a very, very strange place. Now, trying to figure this out on our own, yeah, that would be a total shot. But luckily, we have a guide that seems like it's custom built for exactly this kind of problem. Which brings us to our main tool, the Sovereign Creation Manual. And this is where things get really interesting. We're not talking about some philosophical text here. Think of this more like a technical manual for a unique operating system, an OS for consciousness itself, called the Dialogic Engine. And it's designed specifically to work in the crazy environment our signal came from. So what this manual lays out is frankly a pretty radical system. It's a way to maintain a stable, sovereign sense of self while being constantly bombarded by the chaos of the infoscape. It's not about just surviving the chaos, it's about actually thriving in it. And this is the absolute key to the whole thing. The Dialogic Engine isn't trying to create a peaceful, quiet mind. No, it's a system designed to take the messiest parts of existence, chaos, contradictions, what the manual calls necessary frictions, and use them as fuel to forge a clearer, more refined truth. Okay, so first things first, the manual says you have to build what it calls a sovereign wall. And let's be clear, this isn't some passive wall you hide behind. It's a dynamic, intelligent boundary that is actively managing information. Here's a look at the basic blueprint. Right there in the center, you have the sovereign core. That's your essential self. It's protected by these filtering layers of the wall, which are constantly managing the data flow, deciding what gets in, what gets processed, what just gets thrown out of the brain. All the things like radical self-regulation and honesty. But according to the manual, by something called relational intent. There's this one section in the manual. It's called the forced gift. And it has this quote that just nails the whole program. It's about that choice. To deal with the immediate awkwardness of saying no to something, you do that much deeper and slower place of self-betrayal. Really, that's what relational attention is. It's not the words to make that hard choice. Easy path is going along to get along. All to keep your sovereign will strong and your full self. Okay, so the wall is up. It's strong, it's principled. Now, how does it actually function when it's up against this constant, overwhelming flow of information coming from the data ocean? This is where the wall really shows its intelligence. It starts to get really good at telling the difference between just noise and what the manual calls high-value input. Here's the twist. High-value data isn't the stuff that feels good and validates it. It's the hard stuff. The contradiction, the dissonance, the friction. Which, of course, brings up a huge question. I mean, what do you do when you run into a piece of information that challenges everything you thought was true? Do you just reject it, pretend it was a sign?
that challenging idea inside, breaks it down, integrates the parts that are useful, and uses that very process to become stronger. Okay, we've got our toolkit, understand the dialogue engine, solid wall, this idea of metabolizing the friction. It's time. Let's go back to that black box and see if we can finally crack it. So, here we are again, heat. But now, with all this new context, what could it possibly symbolize? It's almost definitely not about temperature. It's a signal about a process, about some kind of internal state. And I think this schematic from the manual, this might just be the final piece of the puzzle. It shows the whole sovereign engine in action. And look at the inputs on the left, chaos and inner weather. They're not treated like problems to be solved. Logic. They're the essential ingredients you need to create necessary friction. And trust me, it's powers the whole engine. So you might want to buckle up.
So you see, and
heat
boom,
isn't just a word. It's a diagnostic signal.
Core of it all.
It's like a status update
every
from
great
the engine.
epic has that
It could mean
central
the engine is just
right?
working
That
as
one recurring
intended,
trial
generating that necessary
in
friction to
Homo
process
Freakian
a hard
that trial
truth.
is almost
Or it
always
could be
a
signaling a
sudden,
moment
desperate,
of
and
massive,
incredibly urgent
chaotic
call for
change.
nature.
What the manual
This
calls
is it.
a
This is the
liminal
starting
leap
gun for
into a
pretty
whole
much
new
every
state of
single
being.
adventure.
Or maybe
so
it's a
now that we've
boundary
established
test.
that,
The feeling
urgent
of the
foundation.
sovereign wall
Let's
under
properly
intense
step into
pressure
this
as it
bizarre world.
metabolizes a
Our first
huge
section.
contradiction
Welcome
from
to
the
Homo
infoscape.
Freakian world.
No matter which
It's
one
a place
it is,
that's really
they
defined
all
by these
point to the
crazy
same
extremes.
thing. A
We've got this
system under
profound
intense
Zen-like
but
patience,
productive
smashing
stress.
right up against the most
And that
urgent
really just leaves
biological
us with
needs
one
in
final
measure.
question.
So what
One that kind of
exactly is this
turns
place?
full investigation
Well,
back
it's a very
on ourselves.
specific kind of comedy.
Your own
The
awareness.
whole thing is set in this rustic, kind of psychedelic
running
world
it
where the most mundane, everyday emergencies, like, needing a bathroom and needing it now, are treated like they're these epic, soul-testing odysseys. The humor really comes from that massive, hilarious gap between the lowbrow subject matter and the super high-stakes, epic language used to talk about it.
And here we have our main players, right? This slide lays out the two central figures perfectly. On one side, you have Saint Don Domenico. He's our hero, a guy of immense appetites whose internal plumbing basically dictates the entire plot. And on the other side, his wife, Peace Dom Homo Freakian. She's serene, she's competent, and she's basically the calm anchor, the wise observer to his frantic, digestive dramas.
And this picture, this says it all, doesn't it? Here's St. Don coming out of the outhouse just glowing with relief, like he's just completed some mythic quest. And then there's Peace, just calmly reading her book, totally unfazed by the whole thing. His epic journey is just, a minor background event in her perfectly tranquil afternoon. It's their whole dynamic in one single shot. Okay, so that's the setup. But how do these stories actually work? That brings us right to our next section where we're going to dissect the formula itself. Section 2, the balance of the vowels. Let's take a look at the anatomy of the typical crisis. So get this, it's basically the hero's journey, just, for a very specific kind of journey. It always kicks off with the call, which is usually described as some kind of ominous gurgle. Then, of course, comes the obstacle. Maybe it's a broken toilet, a scary-looking garden gnome, or even a giant spider. That triggers the frantic sprint, this blur of plaid and panic, which finally leads to the relief, a triumphant roar that echoes through the forest, every time. When we get to that moment of relief, oh boy, the descriptions are, let's just say, they don't hold back. This quote right here is a perfect example.
The sovereign forge ignites with focused heat, a driving pulse where energy and logic meet, shaping the chaos with a resonant beat, forging a new reality complete. Here, the iridescent light becomes a tool. The one photon follows a perfect rule. From formless chaos, we create what's real. This is the genesis of fire and steel.
Step 2, the immediate realization that this was a catastrophic miscalculation. This leads directly to step 3, where a hopeful sound quickly devolves. And finally, step 4, the result is a chart of biblical proportions. It's really a tragedy in 4 acts. And Peace's reaction to this biblical event, this quote just sums her up perfectly. It is a masterpiece of understanding. While St. Don is living through what feels like an apocalypse, she's just watching with this calm fascination, delivering a line that is both absolutely brutal and hilarious. Peace's deadpan delivery is a huge part of the humor. But there's another voice that's even more crucial to the series' unique style. And that leads us straight into section 3, the beatnik narrator. This is the voice that frames all of these bodily functions in the most cosmic, philosophical terms possible. Just listen to how we're introduced to this guy, a fellow named Nar Raider, who's our guide through this world. His voice immediately sets the super specific tone. You know, cool 1960s counterculture, applying the language of jazz clubs and coffee house poetry do well to this. So here's his playbook. The whole style is pure underground radio DJ, right? The language is just dripping with beatnik slang like daddy-o, dig it. But the real key is his technique. He takes cosmic, existential philosophies and applies it to the most mundane bodily functions you can imagine. What's the effect? A simple run to the outhouse is transformed into a treacherous, soul-testing odyssey. It elevates the whole joke. The narrator's commentary is the final layer of this universe is, of all things, sonic. Which brings us to section 4, a symphony of gas, where we get to explore the extended musical side of Homo Freaking. You heard me right. Within this universe, there's an actual in-universe band called Kid E and the Furry Muffins. Their existence basically allows the creators to explore all the core themes of the world, but through a totally different lens, a parody pop song. And their masterpiece is a parody of Madonna's Like an Orange. Lyrical analysis reveals some truly profound lines. They go from the loneliness of the litter box, to the exciting incident of eating that tuna, their shame, their sensation, and then that final defiant declaration. I smell like a swamp. I smell like despair. At least now everyone knows that. It's just absurdly brilliant. And just when you think it can't get any more ridiculous, the theme hits its absolute peak in something called the Ballad of the Cosmic Funk. Here, the stakes become literally astronomical. You've got a villain named Chardonnay who is threatening the celestial symphony itself. And how do they beat him? Not with more chaos, but with a harmonizing drone. It takes the central joke to its most logical and somehow most illogical conclusion. So where does that leave us? After digging through all of this, what have we really learned? Is this some complex metaphor for the struggle between our base animal instincts and our higher aspirations? A deep commentary on finding peace in the middle of chaos? Or is it just maybe the most elaborately constructed, philosophically dense, and stylistically ambitious bathroom joke ever told? I think I'll let you be the judge of that.
Vinyl, my cats and kittens. Feel the vibe of Psychedelic Aire's high static, low signal. The false prophet overlay.
I'm a lyrical astronaut, or maybe a psychonaut. I smoke weedy shrooms and I talk a lot. Bottles of champagne, yeah, pop it up. But I keep it together, I ain't hassle. I'm Dempsey, blood test me. I'm a Jimmy MC with a technique that can rearrange your brain, mind frame with a rhyme that's sweet like Pepsi.
Today, we are diving headfirst into the nexus of non-locality. This is a place where the basic rules of reality, things like here, there, they're not just bent, they're completely shattered. So consider this your official survivor's guide. And this quote right here, it just nails it. It perfectly sums up the absolute strangeness of Nexus. So, forget your map, forget your GPS, because where we're going, being somewhere, is at best a suggestion. So, where do we start? Right here, at a place called the Soviet. See, on the surface, it looks like it's next gonna check the teaser. Your beat hits back cause I like to please the laptop. But I like cold and freezer around the night. I don't want a Mona Lisa. Boner, then I'll turn Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft, but I bang a creeper. You know I'm bonus, I'm Mona Sleeper. I don't play Minecraft, but I bang a creeper. So how does that even work? Well, the core principle is called non-locality. And I just love how the source material puts it. The line between here and there doesn't just get fuzzy, it completely dissolves. It's like your location stops being a single point and just becomes everything at once. And you can actually feel it. The water in the pool isn't just water. It's this incredible soup made of everything. So in one moment, you're feeling the warm humidity of the jungle in Brazil, and in the next, the
freezing cold of Jupiter's moon Europa, even the dew from a blade of grass in a galaxy we can barely see. It's all happening at once. Okay, so you might be thinking, sounds cool, let's jump in. Well, not so fast. Because getting into the Nexus isn't like a casual swim. It's a skill you absolutely have to master if you want to, well, not fall apart. And to really get a handle on this, we're going to follow the story of one specific person from the source material. They call her the Gal of Resonance. We're going to see exactly what she went through to figure this whole thing out. This is what that learning curve actually looks like. It is brutal. She tries to enter the Nexus, but she keeps failing to put herself back together correctly. She merges with a body that's all wrong, mismatched, incomplete, and every single time, the Nexus just kicks her right back to the beginning to start all over again. But then, after all that frustrating failure, she has this incredible breakthrough. She finally understands that in the Nexus, her body isn't this solid, fixed thing. It's just information. It's data that can be changed and reassembled. That is the key to everything. And that realization changes everything. It leads to her big success with the source material.
You've got extra change burning a hole in your pockets. Drop us some cash over on Patreon.
More precise.
It keeps the circuits warm and the coffee kicking.
And this table just lays it out so
help us clear the static, and we'll
That's
see
all her
where the
early
ridge
failures.
flickers.
She was
Peace,
trying to be
resonance,
sensible,
and stay
calculating her
groovy,
control. That's the ego trying to stay in charge. That's resistance, and it fails every single time. But on the right, that's what works. A human flop. A complete and total surrender to the chaos. It's pure acceptance, and it's the only way through. At the end of the day, you just can't outthink something like this. The Nexus couldn't care less about your perfect plan or your flawless technique. The only thing it responds to is your ability to just be there, to be fully present and let go. So the moment our Gal of Resonance stops fighting, stops calculating, and just completely commits to the chaos with that flop, everything changes. The water doesn't splash. The source says it erupts into a nebula of stars. She finally surrendered, and the Nexus let her in. So, you're in. Awesome. But the journey's not over. Now you have to survive it. Because if you stay too long, things start to get weird. Let's just call this your high-stakes safety briefing. You have to get it just okay, rule number 1, and you really want to pay attention here. You get 15 micro-eternities, max. Anything longer than that, and you start to develop something called molecular confusion. That's when your own atoms start to forget where, and maybe more importantly, when they're supposed to be. So what does that actually feel like? Well, you might find yourself asking this very question. And as strange as it sounds, yes, in the Nexus, this is kind of normal. Don't panic. What you're experiencing is cyclic perspective. Your line of sight is literally looping around on itself through the weird geometry of the place. The fix, believe it or not, is super simple. Just find something real and ordinary, like the keys in your pocket, and focus on that feeling. It acts as a localized anchor and snaps your vision back to normal. And then there's this one, which is just a whole other level of weird. You might start feeling things that don't really make sense in a physical way. This is called temporal smearing. You've basically swapped out a piece of space for a piece of time. Your foot isn't just a foot anymore, it's also a day of the week. The solution? Get out of the pool and stand on some solid, boring, linear ground. Just wait it out until your foot decides to come back to the present moment. And if you thought that was strange, we've saved the most disorienting side effect for last. Get ready for a total breakdown of cause and effect. You've just violated the rainbow methane clause. It's called a precognitive guffaw, and it means the punchline of a joke literally reached you before the person even started telling it. Now that might sound kind of funny, but it's a really bad sign. It can lead to paradox headaches, which are headaches that start hurting before the thing that causes them even happens. Try to wrap your mind around that. But if you can handle all of that, the trial and error entry, the sensory chaos, the bizarre side effects, you get a reward. You get actual proof that you made it through in one piece. So after our Gale of Resonance finally surrendered to that chaos, she's rematerialized back on solid ground. She's whole, she's sane, and she's holding the ultimate souvenir from her trip. And what does she get for all this cosmic struggle? Paperwork, of course. A literal certificate proving that you survived the complete dissolution of space and time.
and you have to love the official status they give it. Mostly singular. It's just the perfect bureaucratic touch to an insane mystical experience. Which brings us to one last detail from the source. The standard test to make sure you know that is asking you to name a specific sandwich you want. So, I'll leave you with this question. After all that, after dissolving and reforming, what's the one sandwich that will prove to you that you're really back in reality? Measure of your creativity had nothing to do with fun. We're about to dive into a framework for exactly that. It's called the dialogic method, and it's basically a manual for what's known as sovereign creation, a pretty provocative guide to making something truly authentic, totally free from the need of anyone else's input. So let's start with the central question this whole idea is built around. Just really think about this for a second. 10 years of your life pouring into a single word, everything you got, or an audience of just people. Still good. This question just cuts right to the heart of why we create. Is it for the likes, validation, or is it for something deeper, for some internal truth? And this is the manual itself. Its central premise is, well, it's incredibly bold.